British Republic scum! Your puny torpedoes are no match for my thermo shields!
What's up, meta nerds? This will be a complete breakdown of the Providence class Dreadnaught, one of the most important ships in the CIS Navy. We'll look at everything from firepower, complement, capacity, and how it shaped the Clone Wars. Specific ships like the Invincible, Lucid Voice, and Invisible Hand, and even how the scraps of these ships would come to haunt the Imperial era, an attempt to destroy Tarkin's rise to power. This capital ship was both designed and constructed by the Quarren of the Free DAC Volunteers Engineering Corps, with collaboration in some parts coming from Rendili Star Drive. The Quarren shared their home world DAC with the Mon Calamari, and like the old phrase says, coral sharpens coral, or something like that. And just as the Mon Calamari were famed for being the best engineers in the galaxy for most of history, so much so that their prowess would end up providing the Rebel Alliance with a powerful edge, their rivalry drove the Quarren to be excellent shipwrights also. At the time of the Clone Wars, the tension between these two species came to a head. Mon Calamari had always seen themselves as the more wise and peaceful of the two, and the galaxy seemed to agree, with almost all political power and wealth ending up in the hands of the fish folk, not the squidbillies. So it's a small-scale example of what happened to the galaxy as a whole, with the secession of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and Dooku knew that the Quarren would make for a natural ally. This secession occurred about 2 years before the war officially broke out, and while the founding of the Free DAC Volunteer Engineering Corps is stated at 22 BBY, we can assume that construction of these massive warships began at a time when it was still illegal under Republic law. Mon Calamari shipyards could pump out a star cruiser in 6 months, and the Empire at its peak was claiming anywhere from 3 months to 2 years to build an Imperial Star Destroyer. So let's say around a year for a Providence, likely constructed in those years leading up to the Battle of Geonosis. The Quarren shipyard was located on the planet Pamant, which already had a several millennia-old colony of anti-Calamarians, and these Pamant docks would be a main shipyard for the Confederacy, producing almost all of the capital ships, including the experimental Malevolence. The Providence cost 125 million credits, while it seems that the larger version, that is twice its size, like the Invincible, cost 400,585,000 credits, which is more than twice the Imperial Star Destroyer. Powered by 3 Crevealed 4 radial ion engines, which were made by Nubia Star Drives, the producer of most of Naboo's ships, these top-of-the-line engines reached a max acceleration of 2,500 G and 70 megalight per hour, with a top atmospheric speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour, which made it faster than almost all starfighters, and would leave other capital ships in the dust, while being more than twice the Venator, which was known for its speed. And though the Venator was quicker in hyperspace, the Class 1.5 hyperdrive puts the Providence right in between the Venator and ISD. To achieve this, the entire aft section was filled with primary and auxiliary reactors, while there were also subsidiary reactors and hyperdrive fuel silos located towards the bow, right below the command bridge, which provided a 180-degree view of the battlefront, and was packed with the best sensor and navigational equipment credits could buy, as well as a suite of dedicated computers to track everything going on inside of the Providence, track the starfighters connected on the surface of it, and of course how they were deployed out in space. With scanners that could reach out to search through entire solar systems and send out encrypted messages through hyper relays all across the galaxy in an instant, with incredibly complex arrays filling up this spire, an area that was connected by 5 turbolifts, with the uppermost part of the spire containing the private quarters of the warship's commanding officer. On Dooku's Providence, they nicknamed it the Wizard's Tower, as he would set it up like a meditation chamber. And just like how Sidious could choke out people via holo, Dooku would try to radiate his will into populations through a unique form of propaganda that combined force suggestion and high-tech broadcast equipment. In the Old Republic times, there was the practice of battle meditations, where powerful force users could increase the will of their fighters.
Bastila is no longer using her battle meditation against us. The tide has turned.
So it's interesting to wonder if the Providence was ever used for this purpose during the Clone Wars. Like the rounded shapes of the Mon Cala craft, the Quarrens used a streamlined modular design to construct the Providence, with a large cylinder at the center, and then more tubes to circle around that one, cutting away where they connect to create a really powerful and aerodynamic design. A unique geometry that dispersed the weight better than most competitors. And just because they spent a lot of time in space, all warships were still designed to travel through diverse planetary atmospheres as well, with emergency deceleration panels that can be used to rapidly slow down, so that if you wanted to, you could take full advantage of its speed and slam the brakes with a combo of reversing the thrusters. And this isn't explicitly stated anywhere, but most ships could also go underwater, especially the Mon Calamari design, and so it's reasonable to think that's true for the Quarren designs as well. This hull is also covered in hundreds of smaller sensors and comms that work to communicate with the droid starfighters that could connect to just about anywhere on the outside of the ship for quicker deployment, or if the mission required them to pack on short term while you really filled up that hangar.
General Grievous' ship is directly ahead.
The one crawling with vulture droids.
But besides that, the standard complement was 120 vultures, 120 tri-fighters, 10 hyena bombers, usually all lining the hangar and connected to overhead racks, while right underneath this section is where the 160 MTTs, and roughly 280 vehicles in any combo of AATs, Hailfire droids, OG-9 spider droids, and M9 432 crab droids. With all these land vehicles usually packing into a C-9979 landing craft that transferred down to a planet's surface like with the Lukrehulks. The 900 crew members included organic officers, but was mostly droids, while it could transport 48,247 passengers, which is how these things were used for a great PR role when they evacuated whole settlements from the lawless pirates or corrupt Republic forces. And along with them, they had 1.5 million deactivated, stored battle droids packed in as well, with a 18,000 metric ton cargo capacity, which was used to move war materiel or relief aid for CIS worlds. The weapon systems and shielding were powerful enough to match, designed to be so strong that a single Providence could maintain a planetary blockade through expert use of the starfighter complement, speed, and firepower. Many of these guns were charged at a higher rate, and the number of guns in each battery were designed to pierce through the deflector shields of most ships out there. With its 14 port and starboard heavy quad turbolaser cannons, 34 dorsal and ventral turret mounted dual heavy laser cannons, 12 port and starboard twin light point defense ion cannons, and 2 forward-mounted battleship heavy ion cannons, as well as 102 proton torpedo launchers, with each carrying 3 torpedoes. And then you had 12 heavy flak guns and 10 heavy tractor beam emitters placed along its port and starboard side, which all makes for a brilliant and great purpose-built dreadnought. Remember, it is incredibly fast, and its speed would be shocking to even the most veteran pilots out there, something that forced the Republic to play catch-up early on in the war. All these heavy-rated weaponry are for punching through capital ships while leaving the anti-starfighter role to the point defense cannons, using less energy since they are just ion cannons, and so they could leave an enemy starfighter or vessel dead in space, letting the vultures or hyenas blow them to bits, allowing for the Providence to focus on the main enemy craft. The 2 heavy ion cannons are forward-facing, for a full steam-ahead attack that would short out the enemy shield generators and unleash its proton torpedoes, with that large forward beak-like rostrum for ramming into a ship if the need arose. If the enemy was to the side, the heavy cannons could overwhelm the shields, and let the port or starboard tractor beams keep the target in place for a barrage of torpedoes and then let the droid fighters swarm and envelop them. While on defense, this enormous credit investment was protected by a state-of-the-art thermal shielding, which was able to handle long barrages of even heavy turbolaser fire. Now there were some variants like the Providence carrier, which enlarged this hangar, likely stripping away the passenger and maybe even the B-1 droid troop sections, as well as the simply named larger model, which is almost exactly double the size of the standard version. At 2,177.35 meters long, or 1.35 miles, it was nearly twice the Venator, longer than an ISD, but still half that of a subjugator. Having a supersized version of the same ship might seem odd, but they did the same thing with the Requisant too. And the standard size Providence was actually shorter than the standard Requisant, despite being more powerful, while being less than half as wide as a Venator, and about 1.5 times taller, though that height is mostly in these spires. And if it showed up here on Earth, it would be between the height of the Eiffel Tower and Empire State Building. You'll see as we look through its history that it is often the command ship of large CIS fleets, being the home base using its vast array of sensors and protective cloud of fire to act like a fortress, a wall other CIS vessels could retreat behind if need be, and from which the commander would coordinate the entire mission. Though none of the major CIS capital ships would be present during the Battle of Geonosis, or more accurately the evacuation of Geonosis by CIS leadership, days later General Worm Loathsome would head the siege of Christophsis, in the CIS's hopes to cut off the Republic access to the Corellian Run, sending a fleet that included 23 Munificents, 6 Lukrehulks, and a Providence to coordinate them all. While the General would lead the fight planet side, this particular Providence was the Invincible, the flagship of the infamous Admiral Trench. Republic Admiral Yularen recognized the Arch Admiral from before the war, at a time when Trench was the commander of corporate fleets. His command of this supersized Providence is evidence that he was the best admiral in the CIS. Anakin would attempt a rescue mission to Christophsis, and Trench showed why his style paired so well with this powerful dreadnought.
The command ship is bearing down on us!
Though the command ship, he sees that he can crush this smaller fleet of 3 Venators and 3 Pelta-class medical frigates. It's obvious that they are attempting a blockade run, not trying to clear out the entire blockade, and so he uses this ship's speed to close the gap in hopes of forcing them to retreat. The sheer firepower of the Venator demanded respect, so it isn't that Trench thinks this trio can't do anything to him, but by being so aggressive with this larger variant, he can make the Republic Admiral realize that there was no hope at just blowing through a gap in the blockade. Best case, they would lose most of their ships just engaging this single Providence. When Kenobi arrives with his Venator, the Negotiator, he assures his Padawan that they had a secret weapon, and they need to retreat for now. Frustrated, Skywalker does comply, and Republic forces retreat behind the moon. T-Series droid TI-99 recommended they pursue, but Trench disagrees.
They are escaping. Should we go after them?
No! Our orders are to blockade, not chase. I have won this round. Recycle the shields and let the cannons reset to a full charge.
He knows the biggest advantage is the thermal shielding, and the power of those heavy cannons and torpedoes. The prototype stealth ship would emerge from behind the moon and pass right by the Munificence on its approach to Christophsis, while Trench was ordering the bombers to be launched to finish off Bail Organa's Republic forces. This worked to pressure Kenobi to rush to Bail's defense and engage, which leads both Skywalker and Yularen to agree that Kenobi was wrong here, that Trench was baiting him, and though Skywalker is the only one crazy enough to think to use the stealth prototype against this supersized dreadnought.
Sir? You heard me, Admiral.
What are you doing?
And even Trench is surprised.
This is unusual. What can they be planning?
Minutes later, he can tell something is off, and spots the ship the second it decloaks.
There! A cloaked ship!
The Republic knew to target the command bridge right up front, but the shielding did its job.
Your puny torpedoes are no match for my thermo shields.
While the cannon fire tries to hit them, and Trench can tell by this expert piloting that his enemy is a Jedi pilot, not a clone. The ship was able to go stealth again, and Trench knows he just has to wait, while also launching some psychological weapons.
You have an impressive new vessel, but I warn you, I have dealt with its kind before.
Whether it is personal cloaks or these cloak shipping technologies, there have been a long history of their use, but they were never that widespread. Trench's experience defending corporate space was invaluable, seeing all sorts of odd tactics and technologies from various star systems, and he's likely the only person on either side to have had history taking out cloaked ships.
Maybe he's tracking the magnetic signature.
The only way to test this theory was to let the missiles get a lock on them, and when the clone engineers confirmed that it was via magnetic signature, as the stealth ship turns towards them, the smaller craft was not as easy to hit with the heavy turbo lasers, and was so fast that within seconds it was barreling towards the bridge, and Trench knew his only hope was with the shielding.
Raise the shields!
We cannot. The shields are still recharging.
Made to slug it out in capital ship battles, the enemy ship wasn't supposed to be able to close the gap in between shield generation, something that proved fatal when faced against the brazen tactics of a smaller, faster craft. And once the Invincible was out of the fight, the blockade quickly became disorganized and the Republic was able to protect their allies on world. A year later, the CIS was going on a war crime spree, using smaller fleets anchored by a Providence to conduct hit-and-run attacks on Republic medical space stations throughout the galaxy. It might seem like an odd role for the powerful dreadnought, but morality aside, it was a creative use of its overwhelming power and speed, popping out of hyperspace, blasting right through whatever shielding it had, without much concern for smaller defense forces, and then slipping away through the blue void. Grievous would lead the assault on Kamino, but not from the invisible hand, though this unnamed Providence would take up the intended role as a command ship for the overall fleet, serving the same role during the Battle of Sullust, where Sidious ordered Dooku to execute his assassin. The CIS ships focused their fire on this Providence in an attempt to kill her. They're again seen using their overwhelming power to capture Even Peel, and later used to capture Adigalia by boarding her Venator, before blowing it apart with this same trio of ships tactic that we saw with the hit and runs on medical stations. This isn't confirmed, but perhaps smaller Providence-led fleets were launched to blitz any Republic assets caught lacking a sufficient fleet. Intel Sidious often leaked to Dooku, so these ship trios were acting like special forces, assassins/kidnapping squads. When the Umbaran seceded and threw in with the CIS, an enormous fleet was rapidly deployed here to establish a blockade, which, though not perfect, the blockade greatly restricted the forces that were able to make it on-world, causing the Battle of Umbara to be one of the bloodiest for the Republic, with officers on the Providence coordinating the dozens of support craft that filled the skies. And though in the Battle of Dathomir we don't really see much of the orbital support, Dooku and Grievous weren't playing around when it came to ending the Night Sisters, sending a fleet with 4 Munificents, 2 Requisants, 2 supply ships, and a Providence, all to end a tribe of witches with no navy. When the CIS developed an encryption module that allowed them to crack Republic transmission codes, they placed it inside a powerful dreadnought with a full fleet of support. connecting the module to an excellent suite of sensors and hyperwave transmitters to try and track Republic movement all across the galaxy. The super tactical droid Otto was the commander of this fleet and had his prize tech stolen when D Squad infiltrated the Providence. By 20 BBY, Grievous's well-honed blitz method got him the greatest win yet, destroying the flagship of his archenemy Kenobi when they swarmed his ship and forced the Jedi to set it to blow after being overwhelmed. A year later, we see 5 of them in defense of Ringovinda, and Dooku would arrive in his personal fleet to force Clovis's hand in a move that would end up pressuring the Republic to take control of the banks. When Skywalker's fleet arrives, Dooku fled and what could have been an epic but deadly space battle was avoided. In the final months of the war, it would act as the command ship for Grievous's assault on Maul's Shadow Collective, and then Trench's final battle over Anaxis. The Republic shipyards here were some of the most important in the galaxy, and after escaping death over Christophsis and surviving the Battle of Ringovinda, his new flagship, the Invulnerable, was leading the assault with 2 other Providence dreadnoughts, 7 Munificents, 2 Requisants, and 6 Omni support vessels. This assault would last for weeks, with Trench's secret weapon being the strategy algorithm designed by Rex and extracted by Echo. The clone who was thought long dead, but had been reduced to a husk, a biological computer hooked up to a CIS system that would mine his mind for valuable Republic intel. When Echo was recovered, and Skywalker with Clone Force 99 were able to sneak onto the flagship, Trench was finally killed, and the Jedi used the Providence class's self-destruct feature to turn its sheer size and reactors against the fleet, igniting a chain reaction as debris from the Invulnerable barraged all the allies in its path. In what would prove to be the final days of the war, space battles were increasing along major hyperroutes, and reinforcements were sent to crush Plo Koon in the 442nd Siege Battalion's push to liberate Cato Neimoidia, which was followed by the single largest battle of the war, when over 1,000 CIS craft, led by Grievous upon the Invisible Hand, took this blitz tactic to another level. Just like how it worked to take out med stations and kidnap Jedi generals, scaled up, the principles were the same. The relatively untested Coruscant home defense fleet was quickly rendered useless, as Grievous barreled through the orbital defenses, down into the atmosphere, and captured the Supreme Chancellor. Getting him back into the Invisible Hand, the supposedly most powerful man in the galaxy was now in restraints, at the mercy of Grievous and Dooku. Just as Sidious planned, the Republic's Open Circle fleet, along with Kenobi and the Chosen One, would arrive just in time to cut off the CIS escape. After navigating through clouds of droid fighters, they were able to deactivate the deflector shields that protected the hangar, and make their way through the ship. Dooku didn't realize that his beheading was also right in line with the plan, but the broadside volley from the Venator Gwalara shook things up, blasting through the massive dreadnought and setting off proton bombs to create a chain reaction that caused the repulsor fields and power systems to fail, sending the ship into a nosedive as it was no longer countering the gravitational effects of Coruscant. And you can see a glimmer of the shielding struggling to keep up. As it plummeted, loose ships and massive MTTs were launched across the hangar, but reversing the stabilizers and Grievous's quick call,
Fire the emergency booster engines!
did help to level out the ship, and he used the in-ship security features like ray shields and droidicas to help capture these Republic VIPs. While the fight in the command bridge resulted in Grievous's escape through the window, forcing an emergency viewport wall to engage to seal the room, and the cyborg would get away by launching all of the escape pods at once, in order to minimize his odds of being shot down or captured. But as the Invisible Hand kept barreling through the atmosphere, more systems were failing, and the entire aft section rips away, leaving only that original central tube that the rest of the Providence tubes are built around. This main section is expertly set down by the galaxy's best pilot for what only could be described as
another happy landing.
While Coruscant celebrated the heroic rescue of their beloved leader, roughly 250,000 people were killed by the falling debris of the Invisible Hand, mostly this main back section, which could have easily taken out several skyscrapers. And symbolic of the charade of war, once the dust cleared, the Emperor was on his throne, and Republic and CIS craft all went to the same grave, on the junkyard world of Braca. Enormous efforts went into dismantling all sorts of ships, and this is a breeding ground for corruption and black market opportunities. The Invincible and Lucid Voice ended up here, and with some clever and covert movements, Birch Teller's rebel group were able to Frankenstein themselves a smaller but still powerful version of a Providence. This was long before the Unified Rebel Alliance, and this group was light years ahead of other resistance fighters who were using an odd laser cannon or have a good slicer in their midst. This Teller Providence was 920 meters long and had 12 turbolasers, 10 point defense ion cannons, and 6 proton torpedo launchers. Perhaps even if they could have stolen more than this, they likely wanted to keep it as streamlined as possible, so that they actually had enough fuel and munitions to use it. Pure efficiency, it must have been the most powerful rebel craft sailing the stars at this time, 14 BBY. Throw in that the Empire wasn't expecting anything like this, and you can see why they were able to get away with Grievous's old strategy for some time before it came to the attention of Tarkin. Because outside of that firepower, their comms and sensor jamming suites were still functional, and used to cut off communications for backup, stop the spread of propaganda, and slice into hollow-wave transmitters to broadcast the true events of Imperial war crimes, stuff the news would never cover. While other times their armament was used to just blow up the hyperwave transmitters, there must have been countless rebels that would have been indirectly saved by these efforts, without even knowing who Birchteller was or what his gang was up to, just thanking the force that stormtrooper backup never showed, or some TIE fighter patrol peeled off to deal with this mysterious communications failure. But with the attack on Sentinel Base, the secret Death Star construction facility that Tarkin was in charge of, he would get to figuring out who this enemy was, and knew that some of the IDs from the Clone Wars era must have still been in these Frankenstein parts.
Analysis of data received by the Command Center's friend or foe indicator confirms that the capital ship is a downsized version of a Separatist Providence-class cruiser carrier, modified with modules taken from CIS frigates and destroyers, which the Seps usually mounted aft rather than forward, appear to have come from the cruiser Lucid Voice.
And as you might expect, Tarkin made sure that they would pay, and this respectable foe was added to Tarkin's long list of vanquished enemies, with the ship being destroyed in 14 BBY at the Gulf of Tatooine. Though there was at least one more Providence, this being the dedicated carrier variant that came into the naval forces of the Alliance to restore the Republic, the now unified Rebel force, and it was painted with their bold red color. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, this original cross-section is actually a source of a lot of canon material, like having the first mention of the Lucid Voice, as well as a ton of other details on how the ship works. The design was inspired by Zeppelins, and this sound was meant to reference the unique Zeppelin sound. Some depictions in video games put the bridge all over the place, from being in the center to the top of the spire, and this is one of the few ships or vehicles that had their stats dramatically changed from Legends to canon, almost double the speed, but my points earlier about it being surprisingly fast still stand, and even in Legends it was still faster than the Venator. And if you want to look into it more, a lot of these details come from these books. So that's it for the Providence class Dreadnought. Become a member to help support us and unlock those perks, while hitting that like button, commenting down below, sharing the video, and subscribing if you want to see more are all great ways to help out too. But most important of all, remember, the Force has a love of irony, so make sure your ship has a humble name, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will break down the rare Secutor class Star Destroyer, seeing its intended role during the Clone Wars, how it was used by Tarkin's rival, and went on to serve the Reborn Emperor. The Secutor class was designed by Kuat Drive Yards during the Clone Wars, and was intended to replace the Venator, with the Venator itself being designed at a time when the Clone Wars was still a secret. But once the clone was out of the lab and the galaxy was engulfed in war, Republic military brass would get involved in the process on Kuat, with their engineers learning from battle reports, captured CIS ships, and stolen intel on Separatist craft and tactics. The question we should ask is if the Secutor succeeded in its role. Did it check off all the boxes to make it better than the Venator for war with its particular enemy? A question that was asked by a lot of tax-paying citizens and Republic senators fighting against the increased military budget. Because to start, the cost was nearly 4 times the Venator, 200 million versus 59, and was about half the cost of the supersized Providence variants like the Invincible. The overall length was about twice its predecessor, at 2.2 kilometers, or 1.36 miles, making it 1.3 times the later Imperial Star Destroyer. With a Class 2 hyperdrive, it was tied with the ISD, but slower than the Venator when traveling through hyperspace, which may point to the Republic feeling that the difference in response time for these capital ships wasn't as necessary as they thought it would be, with Republic footholds spread throughout every rim and even in hut space. Or it simply wasn't possible on this larger, more power-hungry ship. And since you can see with the Acclamator here being the smallest and fastest, and they were still able to put a Class 1 in the Victory, but you lose all that in the larger Imperial craft. We do see that the Venator's role as a star cruiser with an emphasis on starfighter complement was something the Republic was trying to keep. The standardized ranking system called the Anaxis War College system gave it another designator, the Battle Cruiser, because of its size. But it still had a focus on starfighters with these 2 large ventral hangars, and a much greater complement with curious changes to the firepower, with 15 heavy turbolasers, 15 light turbolasers, 15 battleship ion cannon batteries, 6 medium ion cannons, and 12 tractor beam projectors. This is nearly double the heavy turbolasers, which were more designed for overloading the shields of capital ships and performing orbital bombardments of cities. It drops the odd medium dual turbolaser cannons for a good distribution of light turbolasers for enemy transports, frigates, and corvettes. But the most shocking is the loss of anti-starfighter weaponry, having none of the point defense laser cannons, which were crucial for keeping off swarms of vulture droids and hyena bomber runs. While the Secutor also drops the proton torpedoes. These were usually perfect for ripping through vessels once you took down their shields, and since you could fire a variety of specialized torpedoes, you had all sorts of options from flak-like explosions to deep penetrating bunker busters that were useful everywhere from planetary caves to space stations and asteroids. Since the CIS's military philosophy was to field overwhelming numbers of droids, B-1s on the ground or clouds of starfighters blocking out the stars, everyone knew a Republic vessel had to account for this. Which leads me to believe that Darth Sidious was guiding the development of this ship, ensuring that he had a new line ready to go after the threat shifted from droid army to policing your own populations. As this armament was ideal for destroying cities, taking out the odd capital ship that some rebel might steal, or some planetary defense force might be able to turn against him, and with so much focus on ion cannons, it's like what we see with the ISD and other Imperial ships. I mentioned that they want to capture these rebels alive, and use their massive suite of novel and highly effective torture methods. That way you're not just taking out a crew in a single ship, but you might get the intel needed to destroy the entire rebel cell. And I believe you see this same role with the complement, because though it tried to focus on starfighters, the Venator had about 3 times the starfighters of the Secutor. So again, we see that this newer ship was expected to fight less enemy fighters, but still did have a relatively high number, about twice the ISD. So it was still a carrier for the Empire, but not what you would expect during the Clone Wars. At this time, the Empire was the one with the swarms of fighters. Now the 144 TIEs that would come screeching out of the Secutor were there to prevent the escape of rebels trying to flee via shuttles or escape pods. And same goes for the scum trying to squirt out of a hidden base, or even potentially sympathetic citizens trying to escape an Imperial lockdown after rebel activity was detected. None of this ship's details point to it being intended to be a better Venator, but a ship for a different enemy altogether. But since this would have been obvious to anyone involved in its design, I think it's a nice look at how people like Tarkin and Palpatine would get involved in military matters like this. Likely under vague references to top secret intel, or they could just claim that the CIS was about to change their tactics, and most likely of all, no one dared to question the directives coming down from the top. Same goes for the Allegiance class, which was about the same size but with no complement, and aimed at pure destruction, deployed to space stations or paired with larger fleets, where ion stun options and starfighters could be provided by other craft. When that rebel base or troublesome city was detected, we see the aspects of the Secutor that made it more like the Acclamator. Most obvious was the overall shape, which was this more pronounced triangle, but still with the Venator-style double bridge. And unlike any other ship, the towers were moved to be in a more central position. The Acclamator was perhaps the greatest planetary invasion vessel ever produced, with an incredible amount of troops, vehicles, and cargo capacity for war materiel. It is unknown how many vehicles were on board the Secutor, but AT-AT walkers are listed, and likely smaller variants like the ST and DP, with 14,000 clones and later stormtroopers. The ISD also saw a much greater troop complement than the Venator, pointing to another Imperial theme that was the insane jump in crew requirements. 40,000 in the Secutor, 37,000 in the ISD, compared to 700 in the Acclamator and 7,400 in the Venator. It's that tactic of pulling as many citizens onto the Imperial side as possible, and then using those stormtroopers to fill up a city and strike fear into the population. It didn't matter if they were less trained than the clones. Like droids, the sheer number of them could prove deadly, and seeing the shiny white bucket heads everywhere you went helped to make rebellion seem more futile. Of course, having all these crew members sitting around knowing they were doing busy work to make up for the fact that the ship could run on about a quarter of the men did help to breed laziness and complacency, which sometimes helped to prevent rebellion, but would sometimes backfire and give ambitious and persistent rebels an opening, making most imps cowardly, easy to bribe, and even would push some to be drawn to the Rebel Alliance's pitch that they could engage in a fight that would give their lives meaning. At the start, I said to keep in mind that this was pitched to be the replacement of the Venator, and to ask if it achieved this. In a dark way, no matter what you think of its role as a capital ship, it did fit its role better than the Venator. There's no doubt about it, simply by being 4 times the price, fulfilling the true purpose of the Clone Wars, and therefore the true purpose behind every piece of equipment, ship, vehicle, and clone. To take a republic that had no military at all, and turn it into a culture that was willing to give up its rights out of fear, funnel credits to Palpatine's loyalists in building this military-industrialized complex that would work to provide government jobs to the citizens of this future empire, growing the fighting force with the promise of stable jobs and stable star systems, and tying as many citizens' paychecks and quality of life directly back to the Emperor and the crony corporations, cutting down on any chances that they would side with a crazy rebel force trying to shake it all up just for some ideal. The first time the Secutor saw service was in the earliest days of the Empire, at a time before the ISD replaced the Venator. The details of this particular skirmish shown are murky, but do point to it being used against Separatist remnant forces right after Order 66 and the deactivation of the droid army. What's more is that this quasar carrier was designed for the Empire by Sorosub. but one may have been taken by the Separatist or early rebel forces. By 14 BBY, 5 years into the Empire, it may have been on his Secutor class named Conquest that the Navy Intelligence Agency's Vice Admiral Dodd Rancet came up with a very dangerous gamble at adding blocks to his chest. Rancet was growing resentful watching his career stagnate and the Emperor's old chum Tarkin rise through the ranks. He used the NIA's intel to coordinate the growth of Birch Teller's rebel cell, which was perhaps the largest cell of this time, with certainly the most powerful ship, commanding a Frankenstein Providence-class dreadnought. With Rancet's leaks, Teller would be able to get away with a string of attacks that grew to be far more than just frustrating. And to make Tarkin specifically look foolish and impotent, Rancet helped the Teller gang steal the Carrion Spike, Tarkin's pride and joy, and the only Corvette like it, with state-of-the-art cloaking technology, and even the name was special, with the Carrion Spike being the place where Tarkin was formed from a scared little boy to a fighting man. Losing this ship was devastating, as rumors of this failure threatened to make Tarkin the laughingstock of the Moffs. As personal as this loss was to Tarkin, it was also a high enough level threat to the Emperor that Darth Vader was assigned to help Moff end this rebel cell. They did eventually realize Rancet was playing both sides, and by this time, the second stage of Rancet's plan was in effect. He was about to betray his rebel friends and become an Imperial hero, telling Birch Teller that the path was clear for an epic strike on Karaida, home to the most prominent Imperial Academy and surrounded by an important shipyard and space station, the repaired and improved descendant of Valor Station from the Clone Wars. Teller was once a Republic intelligence officer, and he sensed the trap. Since he knew that holding on to the Carrion Spike for too long was never really plausible, it was just too hot and hard to maintain. He took a page from the old CIS playbook, sending it on a collision course with Karaida. It would pop out of hyperspace and come barreling towards the world, and Rancet was at the bridge of his Secutor, the lead ship of the Karaida flotilla, and ready to let the conquest save the day, ordering the crew to open fire, only to be cut off by Darth Vader. What was supposed to be the Emperor's personal boogeyman acting as witness to Rancet's victory, ensuring his rise in rank and toppling of Tarkin, quickly turned into the ominous cyborg reading out his death sentence. Vader ordered the crew to scan the Carrion Spike for life forms, and seeing that it was empty, and already having the communications that he was expecting its arrival, Vader was certain that he had the traitor. And since Teller thought he was being played and sent it empty, it made Rancet look like he had no aims at actually killing off the rebel cell, just that he was going to help them fake their death. For this, the Vice Admiral was escorted to an escape pod and fired away from his flagship. Every crew member from his own Secutor to the flotilla, space station, and maybe even some young cadets down below, all watched as Vader made a powerful display of what becomes of traitors, no matter how high-ranking they were, ordering the Secutor to open fire and turn Rancet into space dust. A spectacle that was sure to spread throughout the entire Empire, and likely every cadet that passed through here would hear the tale of how the sharp-minded Tarkin and horrifying Dark Lord would root out any foe, be they Sep, Rebel, or fellow Imp. Over the following years of the Galactic Civil War, the Secutor would continue its service, but never in the numbers that we see with the Victory, Imperial class, or Super Star Destroyer class. Some were at Naval Station Valaducia, while others are known to be called in to snuff out rebel outposts, not being with their own fleets securing solar systems, but attached to other battle groups when the mission saw fit, likely when those ion cannons and troop numbers were needed. What is very interesting is that despite how rare they were, by 10 ABY, 6 years after Endor, a Secutor was seen as part of the fleet that protected the deep core world Biss, the secret location of Emperor Palpatine's resurrection program, and Luke would pass by this fleet on his way to confront the resurrected Emperor. So that's it for its breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, the ship actually started off as a fan-made ship by Ansel Asio, based on a background ship seen in the Dark Empire 2 comics from 1992. Ansel said he likes the design because it reminds him of the B-2 Flying Wing, and it became canon when approached by Lucas Licensing for use in the Essential Guide to Warfare. It was later used in the Age of Rebellion sourcebook, and then became a major part of the story in the canon Tarkin novel, with more details coming from Ships of the Empire and Rebellion in 2021. Truly one of the most interesting behind-the-scenes arcs for any ship. And in Latin, Secutor means pursuer or gladiator with sword or shield. So that's it for the Secutor class Star Destroyer. The best way to help me out is to hit that like button, leave a comment on what you thought or future suggestions, subscribe if you want to see more, and if you can, become a member. But most important of all, remember, unless you're the son of the Chosen One, never bet against Tarkin, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This breakdown will use every source available to completely understand the Dreadnaught class heavy cruiser, a brainchild of Rendili Star Drive that stands as a testament to the art of warship design in the galaxy. Introduced around 119 BBY, its longevity and widespread use across various factions including the Galactic Republic, Galactic Empire, New Republic, and even local governments speaks volumes about its versatility and enduring relevance in space warfare. The Dreadnaught's role as a battleship, patrol vessel, and convoy escort underscores its multifaceted capabilities in both offense and defensive engagements. In terms of design, the Dreadnought class deviates significantly from contemporary ships like the Mon Calamari cruisers and Imperial Star Destroyers. While these vessels were either specialized for specific roles or epitomized the brute force approach, the Dreadnought class was a master of adaptability. The 600-meter-long Leviathan was not just a symbol of military might, it was a tool for planetary occupation, showing its utility beyond just space battles. Its manufacturing cost was substantial at 7,200,000 credits, which reflects the advanced technology and resources invested into its creation. However, the black market value soaring to 35,555,000 for used models shows that high demand among factions that were not officially sanctioned to possess such military hardware, including notorious groups like the Hutts. In comparison to its counterparts, the Dreadnought class was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of power and a floating fortress capable of holding its own against newer models. And despite its introduction over a century before the Battle of Yavin, its presence in fleets across the galaxy signifies its unwavering dominance in the field of space combat and control. And that's why it's become one of the most iconic and effective ships ever known. The physical structure and internal systems reveal a design that balances offensive capabilities, cargo capacity, and power management, albeit with some noted inefficiencies. The Dreadnaught's keel stretches nearly 600 meters with a distinct clam-like bow, with a width of 116.5 meters and a height of 129.7 meters, including that lower sensor array, all add to its striking profile. But it isn't just for intimidation, it all plays a crucial role in the ship's operational capabilities. The hull of the Dreadnought is studded with a cluster of weapons blisters, a testament to its designation as a heavy cruiser and its role in frontline engagements. While it may be considered a downscaled warship compared to the more aggressive designs of the core worlds, its armament is nothing to scoff at. This spread of weapons allows the Dreadnought to hold its own, of 10 medium turbolaser batteries, 5 at the fore and 5 at the aft, 20 light quad turbolaser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, 20 heavy laser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, and there is also a common modification to have an ion cannon or warhead launcher firing concussion missiles, with this ion ability allowing them to capture ships without destroying them, and these warheads often containing flak for an anti-starfighter defense. It's said that in terms of firepower, a group of 3 to 5 Dreadnought-class cruisers could collectively outgun an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer. A key feature of the Dreadnought class is its massive cargo hold, located in the forward ventral portion of the ship. This hold, complemented by additional cargo spaces towards the center, allow for a substantial cargo capacity of 9,000 metric tons. This makes it not just a warship, but a capable vessel for transport and supply missions, with enough consumables to sustain operations for 1 to 2 years. The strategic placement of these cargo areas in front of the main reactor and secondary power generators showcases a design that considers the balance between combat readiness and logistical support. The ship's practical design also included docking ports on either side, allowing for efficient resupply and crew transfer operations. Additionally, several escape pods were integrated into its structure, ensuring crew safety in emergencies. Its propulsion system was marked by its 6 ion engines, providing a modest megalight speed of 13. This speed, while not groundbreaking, is sufficient for the role it's expected to play. We saw that it was armed to the teeth, but its defensive systems were equally robust. Deflector shield projectors, located inside some of the hull's blisters, provided substantial protection against enemy fire, with shielding rated at 1,920 SBD and a hull rated at 1,056 RU, meaning the Dreadnought was well equipped to withstand significant damage in combat. The placement of the primary and secondary sensor transceivers towards the stern of the vessel, on both the dorsal and ventral sides, was a design choice similar to that of the CR-90 Corvettes, ensuring comprehensive situational awareness. Despite its formidable armament and defense, it did have its share of technological limitations. Its sublight and hyperspace speeds were considered subpar for its time, with an initial Class 4 hyperdrive rating. This rating was a notable drawback, as it limited the ship's rapid response and strategic redeployment abilities. It also suffered from computer failures, a flaw that could jeopardize operations during critical moments. And not knowing when this could happen must have been incredibly stressful for everyone on board, not to mention anybody depending on them showing up to save the day. Furthermore, when compared to contemporary designs, it did fall short in terms of firepower and shielding efficiency. But remember, those first versions came out 100 years ago, and so the later versions received upgrades to a Class 2 hyperdrive, bringing them on par with most capital ships in terms of speed, though they did keep a backup Class 6, making sure they have redundancies and reliability. Though again, another mark against is that its power plant is noted for being inefficient, with a peak power output of approximately 1.9 to 10 to the 24th watts, which indicates a high energy yield, yet the inefficiency of its generators could lead to higher maintenance needs and operational costs. But one of its most striking aspects was its demanding crew requirements. To operate at optimal performance, each vessel required a crew of 16,000 members. This high crew-to-kilometer ratio, perhaps the highest among all modern starships, presented considerable challenges. Recruiting and supplying such a large crew turned each dreadnought into a logistical nightmare, stretching the resources of any organization that deployed them. In response to this issue, computerized, slaved-rigged dreadnoughts were developed, drastically reducing the crew requirements to about 2,200 members. This dreadnought made them more manageable and cost-effective, albeit at the expense of some operational flexibility. And so the later versions of the dreadnought around the Clone Wars and Galactic Civil War became quite respectable, with extensive and varied weaponry, robust defense systems, and practical design features, giving it a truly formidable presence. However, those computer failures, especially in the models that had heavy automation, could prove devastating and show that even the most iconic ships in the galaxy were not without their flaws. Initially, the dreadnought was not designed for carrier duty, however, as the ships aged and underwent upgrades and retrofits, their roles evolved. Central cargo holds were converted into hangar spaces, significantly enhancing the ship's combat versatility. During the Clone Wars era, dreadnoughts commonly housed the predecessors to the TIE fighters, known annoyingly as the TIE starfighters, and later Imperial dreadnoughts often carried the standard TIE fighters. Non-Imperial variants, such as the Longshot, were equipped with other snub fighters like the Cloak Shape. Notable examples like the New Hope accommodated a diverse array of craft including X-Wings, assault shuttles, lifeboats, and at least one HWK-290 light freighter. The Leviathan, known for its anti-pirate operations, featured an expanded hangar capable of holding up to 60 starfighters, typically I-7 HAL runners, along with shuttles and ATPT walkers, especially in the Katana fleet variants. A unique feature of the dreadnought was the absence of a visibly distinct bridge section. Instead, command decks and crucial crew stations were sheltered within the main armored superstructure, primarily located on the dorsal side of the bow. This design choice prioritized the protection of critical command functions over having organic eye visibility on the battlefield. It's kind of crazy that we don't see this design used more often, given how many times the exposed command bridge was exploited. In terms of sensor and navigation capabilities, the Dreadnought class was equipped with medium-range primary and secondary sensor transceivers. The standard-equipped navigation systems ensured that the vessel could operate effectively across various galactic regions. While these systems might not have been the most advanced, they were reliable and suited the multi-role nature of the Dreadnought. And turning to its history, we'll see that it was steeped in galactic conflict and technological innovation, making it a pivotal vessel in the annals of space warfare. Developed by Rendili Star Drive for the Republic Judicial Forces and as flagships for planetary security forces, the Dreadnought class drew its design inspiration from the larger Mandalorian Candosi-type Dreadnought, a legacy of the Mandalorian Wars of the Old Republic era. This heritage and its introduction at least 80 years prior to the Clone Wars positioned the Dreadnought as a long-standing stalwart in the Republic's arsenal. During its early service, the Dreadnoughts were instrumental in quelling major conflicts. However, their operational shortcomings, particularly the enormous crew requirements, quickly became a problem. The Galactic Republic military responded to this challenge by developing a slave circuitry system, dropping it down from 16,000 to 2,200, which made logistics officers and recruiters a lot happier. The most notable implementation of this tech was in the Katana fleet, consisting of 200 heavy cruisers. Tragically, this project met a disastrous end when the crew were afflicted by a hive virus, leading to a catastrophic event where the entire fleet, linked together through that circuitry, performed a random hyperspace jump, resulting in the loss of their entire crew. The Dreadnought also featured prominently in the Rendili Home Defense Fleet and the ambitious Outbound Flight project, which aimed for extragalactic exploration using a design that incorporated 6 dreadnoughts. Beyond the Galactic Republic, these ships were a staple for local forces, especially in areas where larger, more advanced warships were inaccessible due to financial or industrial limitations. In the Outer Rim, where the Trade Federation's restrictions limited access to advanced military hardware, locally produced or modified Dreadnought-class cruisers served as a vital part of planetary defense fleets. For instance, the Utapawan Security Force used them as anti-piracy vessels, though their largest Rendili cruisers were still substantially smaller than a Trade Federation battleship. During the Clone Wars, they saw extensive use during pivotal battles such as the Battle of Duro, Rendili, and Coruscant, with advanced assault ships and star destroyers often reserved for clone crews and elite Republic officers. and so the dreadnoughts were usually crewed by normal humans and aliens, either from planetary security forces or voluntary militias. The Republic Navy often paired them with the smaller, more agile Carrick-class light cruisers for escort duties. This combination of heavy firepower and durability of the Dreadnought class, with the speed and maneuverability of the Carrick, created a balanced and formidable fleet composition. A notable example of this deployment strategy was the case of the Dreadnought-class ship Mass Ramdar. This vessel, along with 3 Carrick-class cruisers, formed the backbone of Home Fleet Strike Group 5. This strike group was an integral part of the Coruscant Home Fleet, whose primary mission was to safeguard the Republic's capital. Some were refitted to carry the newer TIE starfighters during the Clone Wars, adapting to the evolving nature of space combat, and then of course the Imperial Navy kept this on with the TIE fighters, and this new chapter of extensive service history, going from fighting an overwhelming droid army to hunting down criminals and rebels. Because the Galactic Empire inherited so many of them, but was also obsessed with their new toys, the abundance of old dreadnoughts led to their widespread deployment, particularly in less critical sectors. Battle squadrons in these less important systems often had a Dreadnought-class cruiser as their centerpiece, in lieu of the more modern ISDs. This ensured that the Empire's might seemed to stretch everywhere, even areas deemed less strategically vital. Recognizing the potential of these vessels, the Imperial Starfleet initiated significant upgrades to enhance their operational efficiency and versatility. This is where you get the upgrade to the Class 2 hyperdrive, and the cargo mods holding squadrons of starfighters became the norm, allowing a relatively small fleet to lock down any obscure planet. And this cruiser's resilience and utility were dramatically highlighted 50 years after the loss of the Katana fleet, when Grand Admiral Thrawn recovered 178 ships from that old lost fleet. These vessels, with their abundance of cloned Navy crewmen, played a crucial role in Thrawn's strategic offensive against the New Republic. The recovery and subsequent utilization of these ships underscored their continued relevance and impact on the ongoing galactic power struggles. Garm Bel Iblis, a key figure during this period, also demonstrated the tactical value of dreadnoughts. Maintaining a personal fleet of 6 Katana fleet dreadnoughts, he was able to capture an additional 15, including the flagship, the Katana itself. He's one of those that equipped it with ion cannons, allowing him to snowball his fleet's power as he captured functional vessels. Though the final ship of the Katana fleet met its end in the battle for control of this fleet. The defense forces of Utapau, known as the Utapauan Security Forces, were also utilizing their dreadnoughts, though they were actually downscaled versions, being significantly smaller than the massive Lukrehulk class battleships, which did show the adaptability of the dreadnought design, and manufacturer being able to meet the needs of different planetary defense forces. By the end of the Clone Wars and the transformation of the Republic into the Galactic Empire in 19 BBY marked a turn for many Republic vessels. A notable incident involving a Republic Mark dreadnought emerging from hyperspace near an abandoned Republic supply depot really highlights this transitional period. Broadcasting a distress call, unaware of the formation of the Galactic Empire, the vessel carried young clone troopers, the whole crew shocked and confused at their new place in the galaxy. In 2 BBY, its relevance in galactic conflicts was further exemplified during an insurgent action led by the smuggler Neville Signy on Baton, who utilized dreadnought support vessels in their battle against the Empire, specifically targeting Admiral Thrawn's naval forces during the siege of the Creek Path mining and refining complex. Although these vessels were part of the insurgents' attack squadrons, they ultimately faced defeat against the Imperial forces, including Thrawn's flagship, the ISD Chimera. Throughout the Galactic Civil War, they would see heavy use by both the Empire and Rebel Alliance, though it did become increasingly rare due to combat stress, accidents, and just general wear and tear after all these decades. With the Empire locking down Rendili, the scarcity and replacements of parts further contributed to its decline in prevalence. But luckily for the Rebels, many damaged or decommissioned dreadnoughts were left abandoned, and even only being able to repair a few was an enormous boom to the budding Alliance. With the Dreadnought's ability to carry a full squadron of starfighters in its hangar, especially useful for the Rebels' hit-and-run tactics. This period also saw the emergence of the Assault Frigate Mark II, a class of capital ships evolved from extensive modifications to the Dreadnought. These alterations resulted in a ship that bore little resemblance to the original Dreadnought class, including structural alterations and removals, and ultimately a reduction in crew requirements, along with increased maneuverability and speed, maintaining its armament, but it did lose some on defense in terms of the thickness of armor plating and even level of the shielding. So from the scaled down versions on Utapau to being transformed into the Assault Frigate Mark II, you can see this is a highly adaptable ship. One of the Rebel vessels, the Enigma, was rumored to be a haunted ship, plagued by unexplained power fluctuations, the mysterious breaking or disappearance of new parts, and even the vanishing of some crew members while aboard. While these occurrences could have been the work of some Imperial saboteur, some crew members believe the ship was truly cursed, with reports of ghosts seen wandering its corridors. This blend of technological issues, which had always plagued the line, with this new layer of superstition only added to the mystique of this classic ship. During the blockade of Lothal by Grand Admiral Thrawn's 7th Fleet, the Imperial support vessel, a class including the dreadnoughts, would play a significant role. However, that blockade was breached by the rebel light freighter Ghost, which managed to sneak through by attaching itself to a cargo freighter in the Year 1 BBY, which would lead to the final attack on Imperial forces, where the entire blockade, including Imperial support vessels, was destroyed by Purgle, the massive hyperspace-capable creatures, all a part of Bridger's plan to liberate his homeworld. In 4 ABY, the Dreadnought class continued its service into the Rebel Alliance, as demonstrated by a raid on Imperial refining platform M36 in the Outer Rim territories. Rebel soldiers, led by a Pau'an Major and assisted by Jedi Commander Luke Skywalker, used the stolen Imperial vessel 49AX-3 for this operation. This mission, although initially jeopardized by an Imperial II class Star Destroyer, was successful, thanks to Skywalker's intervention and clever diversion tactics using a private shuttle to distract enemy TIE fighters. And Galactic Emperor Palpatine attempted to use a Force vision to demoralize Skywalker, showing him the Rebels' dreadnoughts being destroyed. However, Skywalker managed to escape the Emperor's manipulation, allowing the successful escape of the Rebels aboard 49AX-3. In its early days, the New Republic relied heavily on the dreadnoughts, utilizing a mix of donated, captured, or recovered vessels. This reliance was a practical solution, given the limited resources and urgent need of a capable fleet. However, the formal decommissioning of the dreadnoughts came with a new class project, a strategic shift towards more advanced and efficient ship designs. No more energy-wasting engines, or wiring so bad that it sparked ghost stories. Despite this, dreadnoughts remained active during the Yuuzhan Vong War, utilized by both the New Republic and its successor, the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. What's really interesting is that some dreadnoughts found a unique end as building material for the Hidden Temple during the Sith Imperial War in 127 ABY. And so you see its rich legacy, which is all sparked by Rendili Star Drive's practice of licensing local starships to produce their own variants. This approach led to a diverse range of dreadnought models being built and fielded across the galaxy. Notable were the smaller versions used by the Utapauans and the extreme models used by the Quarren engineers of the Mon Calamari shipyards. These engineers, who later defected to the Confederacy of Independent Systems during the Clone Wars, were instrumental in developing the Providence-class carrier destroyer and the upscaled Separatist dreadnought. These ships were refined versions of the Rendili dreadnought, and of course significantly contributed to the Separatist cause throughout the war. In conclusion, the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser, through their adaptations, conversions, and diverse variants produced under licensing, left perhaps the most profound legacy of any ship in galactic history, spanning multiple governments and eras over 200 years, underscores the remarkable flexibility and enduring significance of the Dreadnought. So that's it for its breakdown, and as for cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff, the first new canon mention of the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser was in the 52nd issue of Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, a magazine by De Agostini, published around December 30, 2015. It was visually depicted in the Star Wars Destiny 2-player game expansion, using artwork that was originally from the 2014 Star Wars Age of the Rebellion core rulebook, illustrated by Adam Lane. The Star Wars Destiny card Hangar Bay Imperial Fleet features this ship and was unveiled by Fantasy Flight Games website on August 30, 2017, before the product's launch. The Imperial support vessel's design in the episode was inspired by the Imperial Dreadnought from the Thrawn trilogy, Legend series by Timothy Zahn. The Dreadnought was first introduced in the trilogy's second book, Dark Force Rising, in 1992, but originally appeared in the 1989 Imperial sourcebook by Greg Gordon for Star Wars The Role-Playing Game. And so it's retained its look all these years across all these different media, not really changing in the original or new canon. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. And check out these other videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the Rendili employee who crafted the ghost stories to cover up their shoddy workmanship definitely deserves a raise, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? We'll be pulling from every source available to break down the Lancer-class frigate, the ship that could have saved the Empire, but just ended up proving how inept they were. The Lancer-class frigate, manufactured by the renowned Kuat Drive Yards, is an exemplary model of starship design, tailored specifically for anti-starfighter warfare. With a cost of 4,760,000 credits, it's a significant investment, equal to much larger ships, but you'll see how its capabilities and features justify the expense. Measuring 250 meters in length, 57 meters in width, and 60 meters in height, it's a sizable vessel designed to operate as a part of larger fleets or as an independent platform for starfighter defense. Its size allows it to accommodate a considerable amount of tech, weaponry, and crew, giving it a formidable presence in any engagement, Its propulsion system allows for a maximum acceleration of 4 megalight per second, reaching a top speed of around 20 megalight. While this speed may not compare to the swifter T-65 X-Wing or TIE fighters, which can reach 100 megalight per hour, the Lancer is not primarily designed for speed. Its role is more focused on providing anti-starfighter support and is meant to stay with the larger and slower capital ships. And if you're wondering how top speed in space makes any sense, don't think about it too much. Just chalk it up to resistance from colliding into midichlorians, floating their way through space on their way to the next hero to provide plot armor. It's equipped with a hyperdrive, and some models have a Class 1, while others are fitted with a Class 2, along with a backup Class 15. This variation allows for flexibility in deployment, having fleets that are all in the same class of hyperdrive, that way they can more quickly respond to emerging threats, pairing Class 1s with other larger Class 1 capital ships. Its shielding is rated at 576 SBD, or shield barrier density, providing robust protection against enemy fire. Its hull is equally sturdy, rated at 304 RUs, or resistance units, ensuring the vessel can withstand significant damage even after that shield goes down. It comes with a standard navigation computer, essential for precise calculations required for hyperspace jumps and in-system maneuvers. But its most notable feature is its armament. 20 point defense AG-2G quad laser cannons. That's 80 individual point defense cannons in total, and they're all strategically distributed across the hull. 5 quads each at the 4 port, starboard, and aft sections. Some of these cannons are capable of retracting into the main hull and reducing the frigate's profile in combat or when traveling. Point defense cannons are crucial for defending against starfighter assaults and incoming missiles, making the Lancer class an essential asset in protecting larger capital ships and convoys. The Lancer also houses a complement of 2 shuttles, enhancing its operational flexibility, whether for deploying troops, conducting reconnaissance missions, or shuttling cargo and VIPs. The crew requirements were substantial, with a standard crew of 810, including 40 gunners. However, the ship can operate with a minimum crew of 375, demonstrating the efficiencies of its systems and that it relies on some automation, something you'd think you'd see a lot more of in the galaxy far, far away. Additionally, it carries 40 troops as passengers, which does allow it to carry out its own very limited scope of operations. Though I can't stress this enough, and you'll see that the imps seem to forget this too, it was designed to be embedded in larger fleets. With a cargo capacity of 300 metric tons, a weight equal to 368 dewbacks, we get the funny stat that it provides consumables lasting from 1 week to 6 months. I guess that just depends on their discipline, as that's a 24x difference. But if we assume 6 months of Jawa jerky supplies, you can see that it's well equipped for extended deployments, capable of sustaining its crew and operations for considerable periods without resupply. And if the larger fleet that it was escorting was out for longer than this, then it could use those shuttles to ferry supplies from the larger ships like ISDs. With that focus on point defense, removing the threat of starfighters, it played one of the most vital roles in fleet compositions. The combo of firepower, respectable shields, and operational flexibility made it a valuable asset in any galactic conflict, proving again why Kuat has been king since the time of the Old Republic, producing high-quality, specialized starships for diverse needs. The surest pick for your stock portfolio, and the only ones that ever win these galactic wars. But taking a look at this schematic, we can look at the bow to see the dual decks, with the top one being the computer and sensor control bridge, while the main bridge with pilots, gunners, and the ship's commanders is located below. Right behind the bridge, we see the main deflector shield projector, a smart location for maximal strength around your nerve center, and even your docking port, which is located right above. This is a really unique spot to put a port. It might look normal-ish for many ships, but could be a very odd sight with others, having a ship sticking right out of its head, as it were. While the internal hangar bay is down below. And here you can see the retracted cannon, and moving over the dorsal side we hit the sensors, with these larger dishes mirrored on the top and bottom being the targeting computer array. This device is not described, perhaps it's some top secret Kuat creation, but it's not in all models, and thus could be a part of those with the much faster Class 1 hyperdrive system, either in the unit itself or a radiator to shed heat. Or it could just be another form of sensor array, making sure they get the max use out of their anti-starfighter weaponry, with tracking multiple nimble fighters requiring a lot more data and calculation than just heavy turbolaser cannons on capital ships slugging it out. Now these large bulbous ovals are not shield projectors, but power storage capacitor bays, showing the enormous energy generated for all those weapons, respectable hyperdrive, and this massive quad assembly of ion thrusters. With this unit here being the overload chamber to help control and vent any dangerous fluctuations, especially when the system was under attack. With these energy storing systems being hit by ion weaponry and the downstream effects of this damage, while still trying to generate energy and return fire, navigate through the space battle and dense asteroid fields or debris clouds. The earliest iteration of the Lancer class was first deployed a few months after the conclusion of the Clone Wars. During this period, Imperial starship strategy predominantly focused on ship-to-ship combat, hunting down CIS warlord holdovers that might have an odd Recusant or Munificent, but since Vader shut things down on Mustafar, the threat of droid fighters was essentially removed, and they weren't worried about the threat posed by smaller, more agile starfighters, just making sure they took out these old capital ships. This oversight became particularly evident as the Rebel Alliance pilots began exploiting the weakness of larger Star Destroyers, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as trench run disease.
It's risky, but flying fast and close to the Star Destroyer's hull should get us to the other side safely. Hold. Now, fire all boost thrusters.
This is one of the most useful tactics in the Rebels' strategy, flipping the Tarkin doctrine on its head, not being afraid of the much larger ships, but using their bulk against them. Pilots executing the TRD would fly close to the surface of a large ship, using its hull trenches to shield themselves from enemy fire. These trenches, designed for structural purposes rather than combat, provided unintended cover for the nimble fighters. By hugging the ship's surface, very few guns could actually fire at them, and those that could were all heavy turbolaser cannons, which were primarily designed for ship-to-ship combat. Big, massive bolts, but would never be accurate enough or fire fast enough to hit these fast-moving targets like snub fighters. The effectiveness of this approach was enhanced when starfighters were armed with heavy ordnance like proton torpedoes and concussion missiles. They could perform surgical strikes, hitting a key area, and maybe if it didn't take out the entire ship, it at least immobilized it and took it out of the fight for months, if not longer, while the rebels carried on with their main objective. Of course, the most successful application of the TRD was during the Battle of Yavin, and the Imperial Navy's response involved two key strategies: the acceleration of production and deployment of the TIE Interceptor, which was faster and more agile than its predecessors, and the development of the Lancer-class frigate. It was specifically designed as an escort ship to counter screens of starfighters, with hopes of shutting down this TRD tactic. Though the fast-moving rebel opportunists did find ways to still use it, most notably in the assault on the Fondor shipyards.
Stay toward the middle of those structures and keep low. Most of their guns can't hit you there.
And of course again during the Battle of Endor. By targeting sites that were under construction, or the enormous Executor-class ships, they still applied the TRD to deadly effect. Commander Wedge Antilles, reflecting on the First Battle of Borleas, noted that while the actual success rate of snub fighters destroying an ISD was relatively low, the psychological impact of the Death Star's destruction had instilled a deep-seated fear of this tactic among the Imperial commanders. Rogue Squadron got so good at this tactic that they were able to maneuver around the defenses of the Lasankia, a super Star Destroyer, using their advanced targeting systems to guide heavy salvos of torpedoes and missiles into the enemy ship. This tactic usually involved a triangular three-ship formation, with the two rear fighters protecting the lead fighter, which was the one equipped with the most potent weaponry. This formation allowed the lead fighter to focus on targeting, while the others provided cover by absorbing incoming fire, and hopefully firing back and taking out the enemy. It was Admiral Andres that proposed the use of Lancer-class frigates to counter enemy fighters, showing that it was the missing piece that would allow the more dominant Star Destroyers to focus on larger ship-to-ship engagements. And while the Imperial Navy Command approved this strategy, it was often considered to be the most effective creation of the Imperial military. Still, they were literally overshadowed by the grand projects like Super Star Destroyers and exotic planet killers. If you thought the imps couldn't get any dumber, of course, the Lancer-class design sacrificed capital-grade weaponry and shielding. It was supposed to be embedded in a fleet, but this meant that it was vulnerable to other capital ships. Again, their slow speed was because they were escorting the ISDs, capital ships that could be packed full of TIE interceptors, and so without them, there was no way to pursue the faster starfighters. When the Empire sent the Lancer class out on its own, the Rebel pilots could just avoid it. With high construction cost and substantial crew requirements, the Imperial Starfleet deemed the Lancer class too expensive for widespread fleet integration. And so many of the ones that were produced were relegated to roles in planetary defense, rearguard operations, and anti-piracy patrols, particularly in the Outer Rim territories. You could imagine how this would have driven Grand Admiral Thrawn insane. As petty moffs and regional bureaucrats were sending Lancer-class frigates on wild goose chases hunting down local pirates, putting them on offense, and while those used on defense to guard operations like spaceports or some planet-side bases could be easily taken out by the growing number of capital ships in the Rebel Alliance. As Alderaan made sure that ships kept being stolen by rebels, with amazing Corellian designs falling into their hands, not to mention all the Mon Cala capital ships. All the rebels had to do was locate a Lancer, either through local intel or even having starfighters just observe them at a distance, being smart enough not to engage, just report back to one of their capital ships, who could pop out of hyperspace right on top of the thing, harmlessly absorb all the point defense laser cannon fire, as there was absolutely no risk of point defense cannons overwhelming something like Mon Cala capital ship shield generators, and so in a few salvos the Lancer was blown into space debris. The strategic value of Lancer-class frigates was not fully realized until the rise of Grand Admiral Thrawn in 9 ABY. Even then, he used them in a unique way, knowing how to push them into a more offensive role, leading quick, raiding missions against key New Republic worlds, but only because he knew that the New Republic was using starfighter-based defenses. So it was like the reverse of what the rebels were successfully doing to the Empire. If you knew that a cloud of X-Wings was all that was protecting some outpost, now the Lancer could be the one to pop out of hyperspace right on top of them, blow the X-Wings to bits, or scare them off while the shuttles go down and carry out the objective, while being smart enough to quickly retreat through hyperspace before the New Republic capital ships could respond. As the Empire waned and the New Republic gained ascendancy, defeating the remaining Imperial warlords, several of the Lancers fell into the hands of the New Republic Defense Fleet and were integrated into planetary defense fleets, though most were set to be decommissioned. Even then, it did influence the development of the New Republic's Ranger-class gunship, making sure they had a ship specialized for an anti-starfighter role. One of the most notable uses during this era was in Morith Duel's defense of Kessel, utilizing 2 Lancer-class frigates, and during the Yuzon Vong War, the NR recommissioned many of their Lancers, finding these anti-starfighter capabilities invaluable against the Yuzon Vong's Coral skippers. As you can see throughout its long service history, it really evolves from an underutilized asset to a key component at various times when used correctly under leaders from the Imperial era, Imperial Remnant, and New Republic forces. And approximately 3 decades after the Battle of Endor, it found new life and purpose within the First Order. In this period of Cold War, as Leia was monitoring the rise of something in the unknown regions, Commander Poe Dameron made a significant discovery of 2 Lancer-class frigates being under the control of this mysterious new military force. Rising from the ashes of the Galactic Empire, they leveraged existing military assets, and hoping not to repeat the failures over Yavin and Endor, they wanted to make sure they had anti-starfighter capabilities. And when Poe discovered these, it was not just a frightening revelation for the Resistance as a whole, but very personal for him as a fighter pilot. Though of course those midichlorians did find their heroes and adorn them in the proper plot armor, making sure to negate the effect of these Lancers. As for behind the scenes facts, there are a lot of design similarities with the Carrick and Dreadnaught, but all 3 of these ships come from different manufacturers, so this might point at some degree of corporate espionage or just flat out imitation. The Lancer, produced by Kuat Drive Yards, for the anti-starfighter role, or the Carrick-class light cruiser, designed by Demorian Manufacturing Corporation, and the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser from Rendili Star Drive, play a more standard capital ship role. It would be a very silly-looking fleet, but really these 3 would be paired excellently, each having unique roles and characteristics. We get the story of Poe finding them in the 2015 novel Before the Awakening, written by Greg Rucka, and this is how it comes back into the new canon. All the more detailed original canon or Legends history was first mentioned in the Star Wars Rules Companion and made its first appearance in the novel Dark Force Rising. The schematics and technical details fleshed out in the Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, as well as the Age of Rebellion core rulebook. You can also check out Starships of the Galaxy and the Imperial sourcebook to learn more. Make sure you head over to Fractal Sponge. It's where you get a lot of these magnificent renders. I'm sure a lot of you guys have already been there, but I had to make sure to mention it. There's truly a ton of amazing things on there. If you made it this far, please hit that like button and check out these videos. I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, no ship's stat is stronger than the plot, and the Force will be with you, always.
Tyranny is normally stationed at Kuat, the Imperial shipyards?
What's up, meta nerds? We'll be pulling from every canon and legend source out there to do a complete breakdown of the Tantive 3/Sundered Heart, a CR-70 Corvette. The CR-70, manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, is a venerable class of starship within the CR series line, renowned for its balance of speed, durability, and versatility in various galactic conflicts. Designed as a Corvette, this model initially retailed for 2.9 million credits, though the price dropped to around 1 million for used models, reflecting its widespread adoption and subsequent availability in the second-hand market. Its design philosophy hinged on modularity, allowing for various configurations tailored to specific mission profiles, from diplomatic envoys to light escort duties. This flexibility made the CR-70 a popular choice amongst various factions, from private security firms to smaller planetary governments, who appreciated that balance of cost, performance, and CEC's reputation for reliability. The length of 120 meters and width of approximately 49 meters place it in a size class that strikes an optimal balance between larger capital ships and smaller transports, making it twice the length of the Gazanti and about 4 X-Wings across. This size allows the CR-70 to house adequate crew, equipment, and armaments, while remaining nimble enough for complex maneuvers in both space and atmospheric conditions. Its relatively compact frame also enables it to dock at a wider range of spaceports and facilities, which is often a crucial factor most people overlook. Its max atmospheric speed of 950 km per hour, or 590 miles per hour, is impressive for a ship of this class. Only 100 km per hour slower than an X-Wing, a bit slower than a Venator, and markedly quicker than the Arquitens. This high speed makes it particularly effective in atmospheric conditions, be it for rapid deployment of personnel, evading enemy fire, or engaging and returning fire. The ship's shielding system is of course key to its defense, where these shields not only withstood enemy fire, but also protected you from harsh space conditions, be it solar flares, asteroids, or debris fields, providing essential protection for both the crew and ship's vital systems. This is particularly important since stock it came without any weapons, but at least with the shielding it could survive in hostile environments long enough to either escape or receive support. This lack of weaponry points to that millennium of relative peace before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, where the Republic had no standing military. However, the modular design of this ship allowed for aftermarket weapons to be installed, catering to the needs of those requiring more combat-ready vessels, which we'll look at in a bit when we turn to the history. Navigation was handled by a standard navicomputer, a staple in all interstellar travel, providing the necessary calculations for precise hyperspace jumps. The inclusion of 2 high-capacity escape pods, cleverly disguised as cannon turrets, is a testament to the ship's design ingenuity. These pods provided a means of emergency evacuation for the crew, ensuring their safety in dire situations. This feature also underscores the importance placed on crew survivability in the overall design philosophy of the CR-70. And speaking of the crew, it required a minimum of 18 crew members for standard operations, but could accommodate up to 150. This flexibility in crew capacity made the ship adaptable to various roles, from a lightly manned cargo transport to a fully staffed military command vessel. And same idea with the passengers. The capacity of up to 600, again depending on the configuration, made it suitable for large-scale troop transports, evacuation missions, or as a civilian passenger liner, adaptable to the needs of any mission or operator. With a cargo capacity of 5,000 tons, the CR-70 was more than capable of handling substantial logistical tasks, be it transporting supplies, equipment, or vehicles. This capacity, combined with its speed and range, made it an excellent choice for critical supply runs, especially in blockaded or remote areas. The provision of consumables for an entire year is another feature that highlights the CR-70's capabilities for extended missions without needing to be resupplied. This autonomy was crucial for long-range recon missions, deep space exploration, or when operating in enemy territory where resupply was not feasible. And though it's unclear what those provisions were, it's unlikely that this meant 3 square meals for 600 plus people for an entire year. More likely it's a lot of shared bags of Orga root spiced Ewok jerky. The inclusion of other systems like a ventral docking ring and boarding ramp provided additional operation flexibility. The docking ramp allowed for the attachment of secondary vessels or modules, while the boarding ramp facilitated easy access for both cargo and personnel, just adding to its overall utility. And it would be via this Kenobi could stow his spoil of war and rivalry when he took Grievous's Belbelub 22. The introduction of the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite represented a significant development in the evolution of Corellian Corvettes. This suite, offered at a cost of 50,000 credits, was designed to bring the older CR-70 Corvettes in line with the newer CR-90 model, both in terms of technological advancements and combat capabilities. This upgrade was a strategic move by the Corellian Engineering Corporation to maintain the relevance and effectiveness of their earlier models in the rapidly advancing technological landscape during this time of war. The use of CR-90 Corvettes by the Galactic Republic, especially in the lead up to the Clone Wars, highlights their importance in galactic affairs. With the CR-70 being an older design, it was generally less equipped for combat compared to the 90. However, the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite addressed the disparity. Essentially, this modification transformed the CR-70 into a vessel similar to the CR-90 in functionality and performance. The installation of the Vanguard C-20 retrofit suite was a complex process, requiring trained professionals and taking approximately 2 to 3 weeks. It involved significant alteration to the ship's structure and systems, For instance, it extended the ship's length to 150 meters and increased its maximum acceleration to 3,400 G, significantly enhancing its speed and maneuverability. The addition of an energy flux device for countermeasures and a secondary boarding ramp near the engine block were notable improvements. The retrofit also included the installation of 4 large covers over the engine area. These covers served a dual purpose. They likely improved the efficacy of the shield generator, being lined with a series of shield projectors, and also provided an additional layer of physical armor. In the event that the shielding was breached, these covers could absorb and dissipate incoming fire before it reached the main body of the vessel or engine array, thereby enhancing the ship's survivability in combat. In terms of armament, the upgraded CR-70 Corvette now featured 2 Tamanbak H-9 turbolasers and 4 laser cannons, marking a significant step up in its offensive capabilities. The standard crew requirements increased to 46, reflecting the additional complexity and operational needs of these upgraded systems. As CEC shifted to producing the CR-90 Corvette as its standard model, owners of the C-70 were cut a deal and given the option to get this aftermarket modification suite. This strategy helped with brand loyalty and helped to continue the use and relevance of the CR-70 in various roles, making it a practical military option. The effectiveness of these upgraded CR-70s was demonstrated in Zero ABY when several of these modified ships were used by the Alliance to restore the Republic during the Battle of Octuptarra. Their participation in such a crucial engagement illustrates the enhanced capabilities and reliability even deep into the Civil War era, proving to be versatile and formidable vessels for over half a century. The CR-70 Corvette Sundred Heart, under the command of Senator Bail Organa, played a crucial and storied role during the turbulent times of the Clone Wars and subsequent rise of the Galactic Empire. The ship's history is intertwined with some of the most pivotal elements and figures of the era, and became to symbolize far more than just a transport vessel. During the Clone Wars, Senator Organa frequently used what was at this time still called the Tantive III, to travel between Coruscant and his homeworld of Alderaan. And following the devastating attacks on the Jedi Temple by the 501st Legion, Senator Organa departed Coruscant, and he embarked on a daring and noble mission to rescue as many survivors of the Purge as possible. Utilizing a stolen Jedi homing beacon, he successfully contacted and rescued 2 of the last surviving members of the Jedi Council, Jedi Master Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi, who had narrowly escaped the Order 66 attacks on Kashyyyk and Utapau. The Tantive III, or Sundered Heart's next significant mission, involved returning to Coruscant. There, Yoda and Kenobi sought to alter a Jedi beacon at the Jedi Temple, turning off the beacon that was calling them home and preventing them from falling into the Empire's clutches. Concurrently, Senator Organa attended the Grand Convocation Chamber, where he witnessed the declaration of a new order by Emperor Palpatine. What followed was a battle unlike anything seen since the Old Republic era, with Organa rescuing Yoda following his failed duel with Darth Sidious in the Senate Chamber. The ship's role in galactic history continued as it traveled to Naboo with the body of Padme Amidala, who had tragically passed away on Polis Massa after giving birth to her twins, Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa. It was aboard the Sundered Heart that the future of these twins was determined. Leia would be adopted by the House of Organa on Alderaan, and Luke by the Lars family on Tatooine. This period also marked significant developments for other key figures. Yoda, having encountered the Force ghosts of Qui-Gon Jinn, resolved to train Kenobi in the ways of communicating with Force spirits during their respective exiles. And to ensure the safety and secrecy of the twins' locations, Organa ordered that Captain Ramus Antilles wipe C-3PO's memory. All of that happened on this ship, and was followed by R2 and C-3PO being assigned to the Sundered Heart.
Okay, we have to cause as much destruction as we can, and be quick about it. 3PO?
Yes, sir.
Have R2 monitor Imperial comm channels and scan for any chatter about our mission.
The ship's storied history continued with significant modifications and notable missions under the command of Captain Ramus Antilles, at some point undergoing that substantial upgrade with the Vanguard C-20 retrofit, but they also installed a more powerful engine bank. Captain Antilles came to command of the Sundered Heart after remarkable circumstances. He received the ship as a gift, an acknowledgement of his bravery and resourcefulness in running aid and medical supplies past several Imperial blockades. This act of valor underlined the increasingly perilous environment in which the Rebel Alliance operated and the critical role of skilled and daring individuals in the struggle. Under Captain Antilles, the Sundered Heart was in the Battle of Kuat, an exceptionally daring and strategically significant operation. It helped destroy 6 Imperial shipyards orbiting Kuat, and was instrumental in paving the way for the operation to steal the X-Wing prototypes. These prototypes would prove to be one of the most useful assets captured by the Rebel Alliance, especially at this time, providing them a much-needed edge in starfighter tech. Furthermore, the Sundered Heart relied on some of that versatility when it came to the rescue of INCOM scientists who were being transported to the spice mines of Kessel. This rescue operation not only saved valuable lives, but also protected critical technical expertise from falling into the hands of the Empire. It would be particularly useful for maintaining their new X-Wing squadrons, with these fighters being designed by Incom. The ship's combat prowess was further displayed in the Battle of Atziri, marking another chapter in its legacy of resistance. However, during Operation Skyhook, Captain Antilles was piloting the Tantive 4, a CR-90 Corvette, as he was operating from an official position within the Greater Rebel Alliance. So he didn't just use the ship that was gifted to him, but the Rebel military's newer model. The Tantive 4 would get the Death Star 1 plans away from Scarif, only to be quickly intercepted in what would be dubbed the Battle of Tatooine. Tragically, this battle resulted in the capture of the Tantive 4 and the death of Captain Ramus Antilles at the hands of Vader. So that's it for the breakdown. As for behind the scenes fact, the Tantive 3, also known as the Sundered Heart, holds a unique place in Star Wars canon, especially in its identification and representation across various media. For one, you're probably going to see people in the comments saying it's pronounced Tantive, which does seem to be technically correct, but it's just silly. Initially, it appeared in the 2005 film Revenge of the Sith, and there was a widespread assumption that this was the Tantive 4, what we see open in A New Hope. Then Leland Chi, who holds the role of Keeper of the Holocron Continuity Database at Lucasfilm, later clarified that the ship seen in Revenge of the Sith was not the Tantive 4, and they gave it the name the Sundered Heart. This clarification was drawn from what is now called Star Wars Legends, the original canon, and then it got the name Tantive 3 solidified in the 2016 edition of the reference book Star Wars Complete Locations, and still kept his old Sundered Heart name in the Star Wars Helmet collection. The Sundered Heart's first appearance in the Star Wars universe was a hero unit for the Rebel Alliance in the 2006 video game Star Wars Empire at War. It was in 2010 that Leland Chi confirmed a retcon that established Senator Bail Organa's ship from Revenge of the Sith to be the Sundered Heart, and also appeared in the Star Wars Dark Times comic series. If you want to learn more, you can read Starships of the Galaxy Saga Edition, the Clone Wars Campaign Guide, or Blueprints Rebel Edition. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Subscribe to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the pirates have laser cannons, so you should too. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will cover everything from the arms and armament, strengths and weaknesses, history and impact on the galaxy, pulling from all these resources to understand the Arquitens class light cruiser. The capital ships of the Grand Army of the Republic had been in production for years before the Battle of Geonosis, and while there is no official start date, it is only the Acclamator class that was available in huge numbers when the Clone Wars began. But the Venator and Arquitens would be flying away from the Kuat Drive Yard's assembly lines within weeks, and would quickly be seen in every theater of the war. At a cost of 4 million credits, it was only 7% the cost of the Venator, and about half a pelta and 1 million more than the Consular. At a length of 325 meters, a 135 meter width, and a height of 56 meters, it was more than a quarter the length of a Venator, 1/3 the width of an Acclamator, and about as tall as 5.5 ATTEs. Its max acceleration of 1800 Gs makes it more than half the acceleration of the Venator, powered by the same trio of engines that are in the Consular class, giving it a top atmospheric speed of 750 km per hour, making it relatively slow compared to just about all other capital ships. And this difference in colors from the engine has no official explanation, but is believed to be from a different fuel source. Much like how the different types of Tibonet and blasters can be blue or yellow, some ships of the same exact class are shown with different orange or blue engine glows. And while its Class 2 hyperdrive rating puts it about average in general, keep in mind that this time of the galaxy had some of the fastest capital ships in history, with the Venator having a Class 1, something usually only seen in starfighters, and the Acclamator had an incredible Class 0.6, which put it in the league of the Slave 1 and Millennium Falcon. Its shielding was generated by projecting layers of deflector shields like an onion, but they hoped that the outermost layer could be refreshed by the time it took you to work through all these layers. The hull itself is likely built in the same style as other Republic capital ships, with layers of overlapping Durasteel plating. But there is a quote from Grievous mentioning that it is well armed with a thick hull, though whether it's significantly more thick than the others is unclear. And the arms he's mentioning came in the form of 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 4 heavy port and starboard quad laser cannon batteries, and 4 variable munition launchers for torpedoes and missiles. Though some would pull off the ventral laser cannon trick seen in the Venator, something General Skywalker came up with and first implemented, which used the laser from the SPHA to melt through ground positions and enemy ships. A unique feature is that all these weapon batteries could be retracted into the hull for a more streamlined profile during atmospheric flight. But I would imagine they would also do this so that they could keep them from being damaged when passing through toxic smog or highly electrically charged alien atmospheres, or through the ice and rocks of planetary rings and asteroid belts. why risk damaging the weaponry when you can safely put it behind the durable armor plating? Inside, the bridge looks to be about 10 meters deep and 20 meters wide, with panels providing all sorts of battlefront data, and comm stations to reach allies in nearby systems, even all the way back to Coruscant with hyperwave transmitter technology. And though it looks like this door is connected to an elevator, it seems like it's just a hallway, which must connect to the elevators towards the rear. And the pilot's cockpit itself actually looks like something you would see in a freighter, with these 2 captain chairs in this cove. While it hosted a total crew of 100, including the enlisted troops inside, but could also accommodate 100 passengers, and had a cargo capacity of 1,200 tons, equal to the weight of 1,472 dewbacks. This weight was usually used for rations, not can-do meat, and it would be used during blockade runs to help resupply Republic bases, or help out local populations. And its complement of starfighters from the Clone Wars era is oddly unknown. But since we know that the Imperial era one had 3 TIE fighters, 2 Lambda-class shuttles, and various speeders, it must have had space for a combo of smaller fighters like the Delta and Eta, or it could be used for just a few ARC-170s, maybe some new-class shuttles, and perhaps even LAAT gunships. Now, it is called a light cruiser, but it is classified as an escort class like the Pelta and Charger, not a true cruiser like the Venator and Dreadnaught. During the rescue of Ethkoth and the space battle of Seleucami, Kenobi would use his Arquitens, the Surrogator, to lead an assault with a trio of Charger C-70s in order to distract Grievous's flotilla while Skywalker's team boarded the flagship. While he taunted Grievous, the rest of the Republic fleet popped out of hyperspace.
The enemy ships are faster and more maneuverable. I suggest caution.
As the Chargers zipped around the CIS capital ships, Kenobi inched the Arquitens closer, prompting Grievous to think that he had outmaneuvered the Jedi.
Give me a tractor beam lock on Kenobi's ship and prepare a boarding party.
Kenobi tells Cody that this is to make sure Grievous was focused on them. And moments later, the complex series of tractor beam projectors that line the Recusant class were able to force a docking, and the space battle was about to turn into an intense close-quarters firefight. The 212th boys were in position to ambush the boarding party, but the agility of the commando droids overwhelmed them, and forced a reunion with these Clone Wars rivals. Sabers clashed and the fight spills into the bridge, where the blades would slice through crucial computer systems. And after Grievous tactically withdrew from the fight, the Recusant opened up and destroyed the Arquitens' engines. Eventually the docking tube would break off as well, and the ship was experiencing a chain reaction of failures that would take the lives of these brave clones.
The reactor's been breached! I can't lock it down!
But they would get their revenge from the grave, as enormous chunks of fiery debris crashed into the CIS ship and hit the C-9979 Grievous was using as an escape ship, forcing a crash landing and near capture down on the surface. The Arquitens would prove crucial elements to all major fleets, using their smaller size and powerful weaponry to position themselves in perfect spots to disable and destroy much larger CIS capital ships. Being seen during the defense of Camino, the Battle of Sullust, and Admiral Barton Coburn used them expertly as a mobile attack platform, so that Wolfpack could use their jetpacks to free the Togruta and the slave processing facility on Kadavo. Later they can be seen during the Battle of Ringovinda, and even after the war they would serve the Imperial Navy, spreading peace by destroying Separatist holdouts, pirate startups, and using that laser attachment to slice through rowdy civilian centers whenever they spoke out against their leader. This was the story on Imperial-held Umbara, the location of one of the most powerful and earliest rebel cells led by Night Swan, using Republic weapons and vehicles alongside hacked battle droids and Vulture droid starfighters. During the pacification of Umbara, a young Thrawn might have been killed if it wasn't for the expert application of the Arquitens, the Thunder Wasp, which was able to destroy the Vulture droid transmission station and force these rebels to retreat. As Night Swan continued his campaign against the New Order, Thrawn would come to truly respect this rebel, when even he was surprised by the unorthodox defense of an island outpost. The rebel dropped his shield cycle to disable all 3 Arquitens with a perfectly hidden ion cannon, forcing the imps to hold off, and the shield generator proved so powerful that it was impervious to the Arquitens' bombardments. But Thrawn's quick thinking to direct all the cannons to sweep towards the island caused an enormous wave, which flooded the outpost and short-circuited the generator. A battle that showed everyone the genius of both Night Swan and Thrawn. The Chiss would finally get the upper hand once he had his flagship the Chimera, an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer that Night Swan had calculated his feat could overcome with this perfectly launched ambush. Thrawn had his 3 Arquitens, filled their center and sides with repair barges to make it look like the Chimera was protecting them. But once the rebel fleet was between the Imperial ships, the barges exploded to release dozens of TIE fighters that quickly overwhelmed the rebel forces and secured an Imperial victory. A couple years prior to 4 BBY, the Imperial Navy recalled every Arquiten still in service across the entire galaxy, bringing them to Kuat drive yards to undergo a refit unlike any other Republic ship. The refits would cost 1 million credits, changing the armament to 4 turret-mounted twin light turbolaser batteries, 8 quad laser batteries, and adding a medium tractor beam projector while keeping the 4 launch tubes. It would lose 95 meters in overall length, and they put a superstructure over the engine array, while the bridge too was also altered in its shape. The side-mounted turbolaser batteries were swapped out for 8 escape pods, and towards the bow there was this lateral entry for jump troopers. These were dubbed the Arquitens class command cruisers, and they used the space in between the prongs to perfectly dock the Sentinel class shuttle and Lambda. Late into the Imperial era, the rebel groups were learning sneaky ways to use the Imp's strength against them, with one famous incident being seen during the attempted capture of the Shadowcaster, where Sabine and Agnaud let a shuttle filled with explosives be caught by the tractor beam and pulled near the command ship. Once it exploded, it destroyed the projector and forced the Imperial crew to focus on managing the damage and allowed the rebels to escape in their main ship. While one of the lowest uses of this proud Republic craft came in the form of the Acclamator jail. As Dr. Afra described it, it was, quote, 8,000 tons of wrecked warships held together with an attractor node, hauled about by a cruiser on string. The Empire used these hulls of ships like prison wings, and they would house what was called the Convict Army, or a Kresker Penal Legion, which were all kept in line via implants and hub droids. If you got more than 10 meters away from the droid, your implant would explode. If you chose not to fight, your implant would explode. And so you had to rush the enemy position as a literal crime wave, with heavy losses and no chance at you joining up with the enemy that you were sent to slaughter. But one day, without warning, the crew quickly abandoned ship, jettisoning away on those escape pods, and the drifting Arquitens smashed into the prisons. Many were killed while others were stranded, and when the Empire came back around to set it on a collision course with a planet to liquidate this entire project, Vader intervened with his Executor Imperial Star Destroyer, holding it still with his tractor beams so he could hunt down his old ally. But when he couldn't capture Dr. Afra, he let the prisons smash into the world, killing all the prisoners and any unlucky life caught down below. After the Battle of Endor, the Empire was scrambling to maintain order, and an attack on Fondor shipyards would create a major shortage of these cruisers from then on out. But at least one was seen on Vardos and Takodana as late as 5 ABY. And with the ones still remaining, or at least those sections still available, the Imperial Remnant forces under Moff Gideon would create another heavily modified variant of the Arquitens, called the Class 546 Cruiser, using these same 3 engines, but adding these 4 secondary sublight engines, giving it a much greater top speed and acceleration, making it an even better fast attack cruiser, like a mix of Arquitens and Acclamator. They filled up more of this gap, while hollowing out the interior for enormous hangar sections, allowing the nimble TIE fighters to exit via port, starboard, or be accelerated via the launch tube at the center, right in between those prongs, creating a unique set of challenges for anything it came across, and was perfectly adapted to this time of a fractured galaxy, where TIE fighters might still be plentiful to come by, and responding to New Republic scouts and local warlords was best done with quick, overwhelming force. So that's it for the Arquitens class light cruiser. As for behind the scenes facts, we can assume that this is one of Dave Filoni's favorite ships, inspired by concept art from episode 3, because everything he touches seems to get a variant. Being introduced in the Clone Wars, you get the Command Cruiser in Rebels, and the Mandalorian gets the 546. A lot of these stats come from the Dawn of the Rebellion roleplay sourcebook, Ultimate Star Wars, and actually the Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, which is packed full of stats on a ton of other ships as well. If you like this video, you'll be sure to like these videos. Likes, comments, and shares are the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more, check out the membership, but most important of all, remember, if you want to see more variants, just make sure Filoni gets more shows. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Where's my air wing?
What's up, meta nerds? Let's break down the Cantwell class arrestor cruiser, something that we were teased with way back when the Han Solo movie came out. Now it's been really fleshed out, oddly being one of the new canon ships with a ton of info, from cost to armament, complement, crew, role, history, and behind the scenes facts. In 19 BBY, the Clone Wars was coming to an abrupt end, and from then on out, the propaganda machines went to work playing a delicate balance between showing how great their leader was at ensuring peace, and that the rebels were so dangerous and powerful that the military branches needed endless budgets, often run through black books, away from oversight from the Imperial Senate. This is how massive projects like the Death Star were funded, but a rather practical ask by the Department of Imperial Justice and the Imperial Navy was for credits to be allocated for a warship specialized in capture operations. This would prove useful from the police force at your local spaceport all the way up to MOFs who wanted to be able to capture rebel suspects alive, providing them valuable intel, and could work as a nice public spectacle as these enemies of the Empire were paraded across the media. 3 years after this request was put in, Kuat Drive Yards started pumping out the Cantwell class arrestor cruiser. This specialized craft would cost 2.2 million credits, making it a pretty good deal, about half the Arquitens, and likely around the same size with this cruiser designation, so I'd put it around 400 meters or a quarter mile long, putting it in between the Arquitens and Dreadnaught class heavy cruiser. Unlike nearly every other Kuat creation, the pointed bow is flipped, now tapering off to the aft, where there are 3 of the same Dyne 577 radial atomizer engines like we see in the Arquitens. The bridge design and layout are similar to most other Imperial capital ships, but with a much greater array of antenna and comm equipment relative to its size, while being designed around these 3 massive tractor beam emitters. It also had 3 turret-mounted twin heavy ion cannons, 12 light laser cannons, and a complement of 24 starfighters, a 12 TIE squad in each of these hangars on the port and starboard sides, which would also house at least 1 TIE boarding craft and various shuttles, landing craft, and utility vehicles, likely for setting down on ports, following a ship down to the surface, or searching through debris. A TIE boarding craft looks a lot like a TIE bomber, and some commanders did give up this TIE fighter space for bombers or TIE brutes, depending on the kind of enemy they expected to run into. That boarding craft would carry 20 stormtroopers, specialized in breaching and close quarters combat, like a space SWAT team raiding ships, which is really something I hope we can see in a gritty, rebel-centered series like Andor. Like most Imperial ships, we get that insanely overpacked crew at 2,770, which includes everyone from commander to mechanics, chefs, and pilots, but it was also said to carry 144 troops, and could move up to 4,050 passengers, though I doubt that was ever used, more a stat meant to represent the interior square footage, just in case for some reason you had to pack on a ton of people, like some sort of emergency evacuation. But the best way to understand it is to break down everything that happened in this scene, and the first thing I have to mention is that especially at this time, 14 years into Imperial reign without major unified rebel activity, the threats are all seen as just a bunch of disparate local annoyances, to the point that the ISB is debating if any of this is connected, or just local opportunists and criminals. And it's still 3 years before the official founding of the Rebel Alliance, and 5 years before the Battle of Yavin. So if you're wondering why some of the ship's features aren't utilized, I would cite the Rebels' greatest weapon, Imperial complacency and arrogance. The commander of the Cantwell felt that there was no way Luther's little hauler could resist them in any way.
This is an Imperial patrol.
So this ship is not just being relegated to ports or major hyperspace lanes, but is used to patrol star systems, without any seeming complement or large fleet nearby, meaning they sensed that they could easily handle anything they might come across, and every ship they spotted would be put through a routine scan.
Stand by for transponder scan.
This actually comes right after messing with its comms, and is likely due to at least the tractor beams themselves and the enormous energy that was being directed at the ship. But I suspect that that great sensor array on the bridge was there to cut off all outgoing communications. That way the target couldn't warn any other rebels or criminals, while opening up a single channel of communication directly to the arrestor, and using that beam to keep it exactly where you wanted, putting the officer in complete control of the situation. The transponder that is being scanned is like a combo of a license plate and VIN number on a car. Earlier we saw Andor messing with the ID of a ship, which at a cursory scan just had to match the type of ship, like putting a legit tag from a white Honda Civic onto a stolen white Honda Civic. If you just run the tag, there's nothing alarming. Well, if you really got into the transponder data, you would find all kinds of stuff on the history of the vessel, just like a VIN number, and in Starships it's showing the owners, ports you visited, hyperspace coordinates used, all kinds of stuff like that, which might also be in the Navicomputer, and that's why it's harder to manipulate, but not impossible, like how we saw Cad Bane erasing data during the Clone Wars.
Looks like Bane erased his navigation records, but not his fuel computer.
The terms used and exactly how this works across different media isn't always the same, but what Luther's AI is doing here is like removing a VIN and engraving a new one that is matched to the same type of registered vehicle. Just like how you'd have 2 cars that seem legit and would only be detected if somehow they were both run at the same time. In the galaxy far, far away, they had to fake this digitally.
I need an active transponder ID. Preference Aldron.
In our older video breaking down how the Empire was implementing a sort of blockchain, a way to record the movement of everything, from currency, people, and even items, especially ships, This does show the weakness of applying that to physical items. Just because the digital ledger cannot be modified or hacked, Luther's AI is doing the same thing as looking for a real license or real VIN number for a similar hull or craft. Alderaan 129-12505 probably matches up to a clean craft legally registered, and so the blockchain technology only makes it so that some rebel sympathizer at the Imperial DMV office cannot just go into the computer and change things after the fact, or secretly print off new IDs. Everything's recorded on the blockchain, but they can leak out the lists of existing legal craft, and the rebels can just try and impersonate those. Also, another really cool detail is that the use of Alderaan registration is partially why the planet was destroyed. Not putting all the blame here on Luther, that goes to the Organa family for sure. But for the entirety of the Imperial era, all the higher-ups and intelligence branches, up to Vader and the Emperor, knew that Alderaan was the most powerful entity helping out the rebel groups. So many leads led here that Vader once locked the planet down to investigate, but since it was one of the greatest legacy worlds of the Republic, with tons of attention, credits, and connections, the Empire couldn't just push them around like some unheard-of Outer Rim world. The Organas ran charities to fuel rebel groups, like we see Mon Mothma doing, and they just had the worst luck of ships and weapons being stolen from their planetary defense forces, while the Organas themselves were the most vocal opposition to Imperial authority. So it's just a nice touch here that he's calling for an Alderaan ID. And even if that tag did match, when the tractor beams engaged, he knew he was in for a more thorough search, and that it would likely reveal his rebel connection.
Tractor beam has been engaged, Hallcraft. Please power down your stabilizers.
Sorry, Patrol, I'm a one-man show here. I have to manual these stabilizers.
It's a nice look at the physics here and Luther's genius. While the Imp is suspicious, it is believable that the Autocraft's thruster is simply trying to counter what an autopilot computer would read as a dangerous gravitational pull. And so the thermal scans showing that a single engine was firing, and Luther saying that he's a one-man crew and has to figure out how to override this autopilot feature manually, is really believable and buys him some crucial seconds to prep his weapons. We also see thorough Imperial protocol, in that they were about to fire a tracking beacon. Like seen used with the Inquisitor's TIE Fighter, it would be able to broadcast a ship's location from almost anywhere in the galaxy. That way you wouldn't lose them even if they jumped to hyperspace.
Please disengage any propulsion units and prepare for tractor beacon.
The ID does go through, matching some craft.
Get a boarding team ready.
Prepped and ready, sir.
ID confirmed, sir. Alderaan Trade Alliance.
Cancel the boarding?
No. We can use the practice.
But the tractor goes from a level 1 up to a 2, and then when the thrusters go full force, this stealth luxury ship is powerful enough to get the cruiser to jolt forward, and panic sets in on the bridge as the beams are put to their full level 5 force. You can think of the arrestor as playing a similar role to the interdictor, just at a smaller scale, as tractor beams do work by altering space-time itself to create a gravitational field, but the sheer scale of the interdictor with its 4 gravity well projectors creates what's called an interdiction field, which would prevent a ship from jumping to hyperspace since the computer would think you were still in a planet's gravitational pull. The tractor beam operators are considered a specialized gunner, with this being a lot more complicated than just pointing and shooting. You had to calculate the beam and direction in order to counter the resistance from the enemy craft, and it could be used to manipulate the craft to bring it exactly where you wanted it, keeping them far away and letting your fighters and boarding team deal with it, or lining it up for the perfect ion cannon shot, or bring it into ports or a larger fleet, where you could pass off the craft into the tractor beams of a space station or ISD. The ISD's tractor was used to capture Princess Leia, and for reference, the Death Star had 768 tractor beams, which made it easy to capture the Millennium Falcon even at such a great distance.
Does he think he can get away?
Hinting at that overconfidence I mentioned, and when Luther's unique flechette-style weapon is unleashed, the projectiles rip through the main tractor beam projector, and when the raiding party is launched, we see a sparse complement. The hangar could accommodate the full 24 TIEs, but is only running with 3 fighters and 1 boarding craft. The bulky TIE BR is easily blown away, while the automated turret whips around and one-shots the fighter. Luther buzzes the cockpit, which is full of paralyzed imps, who are certain that a pair of these feared TIE fighters is surely enough for a janky pirate hauler, and neither the laser cannons or ion cannons are ever fired. To be fair, the heavy ion cannons would have almost zero chance of hitting a smaller craft like this while it's zipping around, but even the light laser cannon gunners are either in shock or just waiting for orders, or the weapon systems weren't even ready, as the commander talks about boarding just for practice, and since they have such a sparse complement, they surely are not used to combat. Even though he said it was a pirate zone, this could just be a blanket claim used by authorities to conduct searches. I know this sounds funny and I could see why you might disagree, but I think it's just pure luck that this was near the planet Saw Gerrera was hiding out on. Saw was the most wanted criminal in the galaxy at this point, had already conducted raids so violent that other rebel cells were avoiding him, and some even called him a terrorist. And Luthor didn't expect to run into any imps out here, and so everything points to this being an untested Imperial unit in the middle of nowhere. And with the use of his beam weapons to destroy the final TIE fighters, the Cantwell commander is left to stare at his failure. Like those TIEs, his career had just gone up in smoke, and he would be demoted and sent off to some even more remote and obscure sector of the galaxy. Ironically, this Captain Elk might still be in charge of a Cantwell class, just at one of the Imperial shipyards or construction zones, deprived of any chance at glory in combat, simply using the tractor technology to keep traffic lanes in order and ensure that materials were safely transferred, as intel confirms that arrestors were used for this very mundane purpose as well. In the last video, the Dauntless, I mentioned how it was devoid of my favorite feature, the tractor beams. So I thought it was awesome to see this thing in action on screen, especially since it was shown in the concept art from the Solo film. And there was a whole scene written where the Falcon was going to be captured by one, but this ended up being cut, and all we got is this brief appearance in an Imperial recruitment film. But in the novel adaptations of the movie, we get the story of Han Solo at the Corvette Academy, being a member of Onyx Squadron that flew TIE Brutes, and were assigned to an arrestor cruiser. When they came across the path of pirates flying the incredibly agile Z-95 headhunters, the Brutes were no match. Solo's ship was damaged, and he had to make a crash landing into the arrestor's hangar, where he would take out 2 friendly TIEs as well. This got him sentenced to a tribunal, and demoted down to an Imperial army grunt, and shipped off to one of the worst battlefronts in the galaxy, the mudfields of Mimban. This ship has one of the most interesting backstories and importance in Star Wars ship lore. This was the original design for the Imperial Star Destroyer, then called the Sith Cruiser. These triangular ships were to be the Empire's main starfighter before the TIE Fighter was created. Colin Cantwell worked with Lucas and Ralph McQuarrie to create everything from the X-Wing to the Death Star. It was called the Sith Carrier because even by the 4th version of the script, the enemy was called the Sith, not the Empire. And sketches and later concept art show that these dishes were more like big death ray beams. But once it got this tractor beam role, it was named the Arrestor, but also the Cantwell class in homage to its creator and 40-plus-year-old design. Now most of the stats come from this book, Starships and Speeders, which is a must-have for anyone interested in these kinds of videos. And if this matters to you, it is new canon, as it came out in 2020, but is packed with all kinds of amazing craft that you normally only see in Legends guides. If you want to pick it up, there is an affiliate link down below. But the best way to help me out is to hit that like button, share the video, leave a comment and suggestion for future videos, check out this playlist and the membership. But most important of all, remember, if you see that all the rebels are using your address, it might be time to move. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Dauntless Heavy Cruiser reporting.
What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the luxury yacht turned warship, the Marshim/Dauntless class heavy cruiser. Looking at its size, complement, armament, and comparing it to other capital ships, seeing how it fought off the Empire and its remnant forces. This heavy cruiser was manufactured by Sorosub Corporation, the Sullustan megacorp that came to take over this world, with nearly every citizen here working for Sorosub, securing lucrative Imperial contracts, but also bringing a heavy Imperial presence. They would pump out all sorts of high-tech goods from comlinks to repair droids, fighters and land speeders, and larger vessels like the luxury 3000 space yacht, Quasar Fire Carrier, and their largest creation, the Dauntless class. At a length of around 1,200 meters, or 3/4 of a mile, it was close to a Venator and about half a Secutor. It was around the Venator in height at about 250 meters, and at 350 meters wide, it was about 64% the width of the Republic cruiser. What's really unique about this heavy cruiser is that it was intended to be a luxury vessel that Sorosub converted into a warship during the Galactic Civil War, and it would actually see frontline combat during several battles after the destruction of the first Death Star. In that year, the Sullustan Resistance was finally able to take control of Sorosub. Since this company controlled all economic action on world, the Board of Advisors was essentially their government. So when leader of the Sullustan Resistance, Tantive, became the CEO, he was essentially the global leader. And he would play nice with the Imperial overlords to not draw a planetary invasion, hiding his allegiance to the rebels, making it seem like the takeover of Sorosub was more like a workers' rebellion, not a general rebellion against the Emperor. Though secretly, he made sure that leaks made it to Mon Mothma, so that movements of ship deliveries could be stolen. A tactic that was practiced by an ever-increasing number of companies the later you went into Imperial reign. This is why the stats of this ship are so odd, as it is essentially a super yacht or cruise ship turned into a battleship. not purpose-made with Imperial standards like Kuat Drive Yard products. These hangars on the side here, and possibly towards the bow, would have been intended for smaller shuttles to travel to your planet-side mansion or favorite spaceport, with room for smaller support vehicles for security and your entourage. But when this was repurposed, this space was able to accommodate 4 starfighter squadrons, or 48 fighters in total, which are said to be various combos of X-Wings, Y-Wings, A-Wings, and B-Wings. Though that number is far less than the ludicrous stats for the Venator, it isn't that far off from the ISD, and could carry more than twice the troops of the Republic's cruiser, with 2 regiments or 5,296 rebels. Even if that is just half the ISD, hopefully those troops would be better rested and with greater morale, with some luxury cabin touches still left over, not the drab industrial grey bunk beds that the bucketheads were sleeping in. Another hint at its luxury yacht origins is this odd fin. It's not a rudder, but similar to these structures on the Providence class Dreadnaught, which were packed full of state-of-the-art sensor equipment, allowing it to stay in contact with allies wherever it found itself, providing excellent encryption and hollow-wave comms so that the original owners wouldn't have to miss the big pod race broadcast, and be able to stay private when talking to their tax haven bankers. This was one of the most useful features when the Marshim was converted into a warship. Another helpful feature already built in were the incredibly powerful reactors and ion engines that you would expect in a luxury vessel of this size, being a nice base to plug in other things like weapon systems and upgraded shielding. Keep in mind that any craft of this size would be durable enough to handle starfighter combat, even when it wasn't meant for war. There was always the threat of pirates, and just building something this large required the structure to be durable enough to survive the chaos of long-distance space travel. Everything from asteroids, solar flares, and diverse and turbulent planetary atmospheres. Think about how a large ship on Earth may be able to survive heavy caliber fire or even some explosions, just by virtue of how it needed to be built to survive the seas. Like this oil tanker that was hit by 3 RPGs and just shrugged it off. And similarly, just like how if some parts were compromised, with water flowing in, you would have measures in place to try and seal and contain that leak, just like how a civilian space yacht would have the ability to seal off bulkheads to stop an air leak, which of course is what you'd also want to have in a warship. They would add to what would have already been a thick hull, Sorosub slapping on additional layers of Durasteel armor, and they upped the shield generator power, before packing on a still classified number of turbolasers and ion cannons. Though the number of these weapon emplacements is unknown, we do get a description of, quote, excellent countermeasure systems. So I think it's reasonable to think that it had a similar armament to the MC-80, which also did not rely on missiles or torpedoes for firepower. So around 30 heavy turbolaser batteries, 30 heavy ion cannons, and to make up for the lack of relative starfighter support, I would think less laser cannon batteries and more point defense systems. Perhaps 40 laser cannon batteries and 60 point defense, since those would require less energy, and even the Venator with its huge complement of starfighters still had 64 PDLCs. Though it does seem to lack one of my favorite features of a ship, the tractor beam projectors. It probably had something minimal for moving small debris and guiding ships to dock, but nothing military grade as they are not listed. Their first reported use on a battlefront was in the service of the Ishitid Planetary Defense Fleet. The Kalikidan, a spiritual leader and head of these people, decided to join the rebels after Luke and Leia personally traveled to Tibrin in order to plead the case for a unified alliance. They posed as diplomats from Naboo's House Barenko, under the guise of talking trade deals, but Luke was captured and brought aboard the ISD, the Stormbringer. Leia was able to save him, but under a hail of blaster fire they were able to sneak into an escape pod and fire off away from the ship, but were helpless and just moments away from a free space cremation when the Tibrin Navy intervened. 3 Marshim-class heavy cruisers were sent on the direct orders of the Kalikadine to save his new off-world friends, and they quickly raced out from behind the dark side of Tibrin's moon, unloading on the ISD before it was able to get its shields up. The mile-long Kuat craft was melted through by the heavy turbolaser cannons, before these rounds struck some critical systems like fuel reserves, weapon systems, or the reactor, causing a massive chain reaction that vaporized the 10,000 plus lives on board, without the Marshim trio suffering any damage. With this quick closing speed and ability to rapidly deliver overwhelming fire, makes it a real shame that we don't see it in action more often, and we just get vague mentions of frontline use. And the fact that Tibrin was even allowed to retain a navy was proof of more of the Empire's close allies. These worlds seen as so obedient they were taken for granted, like Sorosub, were the ones that provided the greatest threat to Imperial rule after the Battle of Yavin, when Mon Mothma was able to prove her idea of a rebel alliance that could deliver an unthinkable victory, exposing that the Empire was building a planet-killer battle station, and that if there was ever a time to fight back, it was now. After the Battle of Endor, these Dauntless/Machine ships would help keep the Imperial remnant on the run, a mission objective that never seemed to be truly completed. By 13 ABY, the New Republic Defense Fleet deployed a single Dauntless named Endor to patrol near a remote planetoid RZ7-6113-23. In the bridge, we see that its design was unlike those of Kuat or Mon Cala, with a sleek, open, 3-level design, having a command pit and second story with viewing windows, while all the data from those complex sensor arrays were displayed on these screens, allowing them to pick up on a single TIE SR, or Scout variant, which did have a hyperdrive, but was so far out in the middle of nowhere that the captain of the Endor suspected that a mothership or base must be hidden nearby. As they pursued at a distance, they saw the craft accelerate towards the planetoid, which the sensors were still saying was completely devoid of life. But a tech does shout out that he found a large energy presence on the surface. This must be the base, and the captain starts to think how foolish it was for the TIE to fly into its sensor range, and then immediately run home to give up the hidden base. But in a split second, he realizes that he was the fool. Ordering an immediate reverse, a tech says that they were now being targeted, and he realizes it was a trap. A single massive bolt is fired by a gun that seems to be on a scale of a V-150 Planet Defender, like seen on Hoth, but instead of an ion blast, this odd Imperial remnant cannon was a capital ship killer. And just as those Marshim had once taken out an ISD before it could get its shields up, now this Dauntless was hopeless. The bridge crew spent their last few seconds watching this fireball race towards them, a direct hit to the bow that set off a chain reaction that consumed the Endor. These Imperial holdouts called themselves the Restored Empire, and this Dauntless was just an early casualty in their war to destroy the New Republic and unify the Imperial remnant forces. While the final use of this ship was at least as late as 29 ABY, where almost every available ship was pressed into service to defend the galaxy from the invading Yuuzhan Vong. So that's it for its history and breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, the background of this ship seems to be based on the timeless tradition of converting merchant ships into warships, which is pretty straightforward as you can always add weaponry, and anything can act as a troop carrier if you want it to. A practice that is probably as early as warfare itself, stretching back to the ancient world, and some of the most notable examples being the English fleet that fought off the Spanish Armada, and in World War II with civilian craft on all sides being converted at different stages of the war. The Dauntless class was first introduced in the PC game Star Wars Rebellion in 1998, and expanded on in the comic Crimson Empire 3 Empire Lost 1, as well as the New Jedi Order sourcebook, while it was brought into canon and synchronized with the Marshim class heavy cruiser in Star Wars Adventures 2017 Issue 5. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, leave a comment on any thoughts or suggestions for future videos, subscribe if you want to see more, and check out our membership. There's tons of other ships in this playlist, but most important of all, remember, if you can invent an always-on shield generator, you'll be the richest person in the galaxy. And the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Acclamator class assault ship. We'll see the context surrounding its creation, a size comparison, take a look inside the ship and understand how it all worked, and then cover its history and all the different variants from the Clone Wars to Imperial era. Let's start with the context. When a Mun banker named Higo Damask traveled to the extragalactic world of Kamino to feel out the possibility of creating a clone army, the most difficult obstacle was to work with the human genome, being an ever unpredictable species, while the easiest part was manufacturing the millions of arms, armor, explosives, and ships and vehicles from the ATRT to Venator. As Kuat Drive Yards and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering had been in the business of plunging a galaxy into war for more millennia than most species had space travel. As Old Republic Fleet Admiral Ago once put it, quote, "Since the dawn of the Republic, Kuat Drive Yards has been the exclusive supplier of many of our greatest warships," end quote. Roughly 800 years before the Clone Wars, the incredibly mineral-rich wild space planet of Rathana was discovered, and promptly bought up by KDY. Here, the subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering would be essentially just an extension of the parent company, layers upon layers to avoid Republic intervention, operating for far longer than any politician, and amassing more wealth than entire star systems, causing many to feel companies like Kuat Drive Yards were the true rulers of the galaxy. Much like the way Higo Damask, secretly a Sith known as Darth Plagueis, would also guide galactic affairs from the shadows. When the cloners placed the largest private order in history in the year 31 BBY, just months after the Battle of Naboo, within the company, all work on these machines of war fell under the top-secret Project Icefang, and they even undertook the arduous task of maintaining what became in essence their own private hyperspace lane, directly from Rathana to Kamino, going through the Rishi Maze. Keep in mind that canon novels like Master and Apprentice, and tons of Legends books as well, note the intense drama around systems and their hyperspace lanes, how difficult it was to maintain smaller lanes as celestial objects move through space, and how the Republic often did not put up enough credits to maintain some systems, effectively cutting them off like an old town losing a railroad stop. And so think about the power of Kuat drive yards to maintain this private lane on their own. In the stilt cities of Kamino, Rathana creations like the ATTE were used in their massive training facilities, while the Mandalorian trainers of Jango's Khoi Valdar worked with the clones to train on these vessels in Kaminoan space. I think we often overlook just how incredible this must have been for those Mandalorian mercs, but for a time the entire Republic military was first in their hands. So just imagine the glee these warriors had being able to play with toys of this size. At a length of 752 meters, or nearly half a mile, it was 2/3 the length of the Venator, and more than twice the Arquitens, while being 460 meters, or more than a quarter mile wide, which was 84% that of the Venator, or 27 LAATs across. And it had a height of 183 meters, or 600 feet, making it about 69% that of the Venator, or equal to 19 ATTEs. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be more than twice the length of the Nimitz-class carrier, 8.5 football stadiums across, and twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. And there's no official stats for this, but the size of the ramp seems to be about 29 meters or 95 feet across. I'm basing that on the cross-section and what we see with the Zillo Beast and vehicles coming down the ramp. Now let's take a look inside, but first we have to get past that armor, which is layers of Durasteel infused with neutronium. Almost every ship used Durasteel in the hull, but the Acclamator is the only known ship to be infused with this energy-dispersing material. Moving inside, let's start our tour with the power systems. Unlike the larger Star Destroyers, the main Hypermatter Annihilator reactor does not protrude, and we can see the frame structure that holds it in place. This ring is the fuel inlet manifold, which connects to these series of Hypermatter fuel tanks, and we can see a subsidiary backup reactor located here. This fuel is so dense that it is magnitudes heavier than the rest of the ship. And while this fuel is so energy efficient, the insane power requirements of these enormous ships needed to generate shields, jump to hyperspace, and power these incredible engines means that they did need to be regularly refueled, either at space stations or with things like the Ultor-class replenishment ship, and later Imperial tanker, which have been around for years in Legends. Out of this reactor was this channel that emitted streams of particles out of the thrusters. The main thruster has the emitter split up into 8 electromagnetic thrust vectoring panels to control the direction of flow, while the auxiliary thruster is less powerful but enables the Acclamator to have greater maneuverability. Power generated for the rest of the ship is channeled through this power core, and this chamber is not subjected to the artificial gravity generators, while these tubes would take this energy out to other systems. Moving to the aft, we see these power system cooling neutrino radiator grills, which channel out heat from the reactor, the anti-grav repulsor generator, which is the tech that helps the ship float and get off the ground, and the grills also help disperse heat generated from the hyperdrive. Now this system produced a max power of 2 × 10 to the 23rd watts, while the shielding was 7 × 10 to the 22nd watts, with the thrusters pumping out a max acceleration of 3,500 G, and a top atmospheric speed of 1,200 km per hour or 746 miles per hour, making it equal to the incredibly fast TIE Fighter, and faster than the Venator, which is often praised for how quick it is. While in hyperspace, it's even more impressive for its role, being able to scramble the enormous complement of troops and vehicles across the entire galaxy faster than every capital ship, even every starfighter. It was quicker than Slave 1 in both atmosphere and in hyperspace, with only the Millennium Falcon under Han's modifications at peak being slightly faster in hyperspace with a 0.5 class rating. And this combined with all the fuel packed on board gave it a hyperdrive range of 250,000 light years, meaning it could cross the entire galaxy and back 2.5 times. For easy maintenance at Republic shipyards, the engine could be removed by itself via these engine servicing release hatches, and there was the power system maintenance vents. As for the armament, you can see the 4 heavy missile and torpedo launcher tubes, which could fire the standard loadout of 100 high-yield proton torpedoes and 20 assault concussion missiles. Spread across the surface were 24 point defense laser cannons for taking out starfighters, and 12 quad turbo laser turrets for every other type of ship from transports to capital ships. And when a target did not need to be captured, or if the enemy forces were in bunkers deep underground, several Acclamators would come together to execute a base Delta Zero fleet bombardment. This used the nuclear bomb level power of turbolaser batteries to liquefy rock, turning the crust of worlds into molten slag that would melt through until it reached the enemies. We can only see this one regional shield generator node, but these would have been all along the edge of the ship. And this bridge is much more slender than other Kuat models, and most of the bridge is actually in an area that has no windows, and instead provides tactical information via a holographic display, though there was still this small strip of windows towards the front, while the rest of this entire section was dedicated to sensor arrays. Now, looking at all these decks, there appear to be about 17 in total, having everything you would need for long voyages in space: mess hall recreation areas, storage for consumables that could reach 11,250 tons, equal to the weight of 13,235 dewbacks. There were logistic and strategy conference rooms for generals to meet in, but most of these rooms were the barracks for the 700-man crew, and 16,000 clone troopers. To put that in perspective, that's 8 times the troops aboard a Venator, and 1.6 times that even on the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, which shows just how perfect this ship is for its role. Not to slug it out in ship-to-ship combat, but to lead invasions intended to take entire planets. Which means an entire corps could pack into just 3 of these, and still have tons of room left over for auxiliary troops or local allies. And we haven't even talked about the vehicles yet. Along the periphery of the hangar were the 48 ATTE walkers, 36 self-propelled heavy artillery, and 320 speeder bikes. While the majority of the hangar floor would accommodate the LAAT gunship variants, which would be organized into their own landing zones, these alternating numbered rectangles on the floor. And there was a rail system that the gunships could attach to move them to different service areas, along with the descending lift platform that took them to a lower maintenance bay, which could also be used for any of the other vehicles. Ships could enter and exit through several of the side hangar openings, though the main gunship exit was the ventral opening through which LAATs could leave side by side, while the larger carrier would have to exit single file, with the troops and vehicles exiting via the main ramps that open up on each side for rapid deployment, and could be used in concert with the repulsor system to hover in place without landing, so that almost any landing pad could be used even when it couldn't set down, like we see on Kamino. When it could touch down, these 3 enormous stabilizing legs would keep it level on any terrain. And what helps to hold this all together are the acceleration compensators and tensor integrity fields located at the forward and aft, which helps to offset the gravitational warpings of the repulsor lifts and the intense G-forces. Now, the first clone forces ever to be deployed were transported via the at least 12 Acclamators that delivered the LAATs, which would race into the Petronaki arena to rescue what was left of the Jedi Strike Team. After this successful opening to the Clone Wars, a massive military display was organized on the upper levels of Coruscant, showing the might of their new army, a sight so impressive that Masamita was temporarily lost in their beauty. The success of the Acclamator at Geonosis immediately sparked a race for Republic military contracts, with Kuat's greatest rival since the Old Republic, Rendili Star Drives, jumping into the fray and hoping to carve out a piece of the pie with spy ships and starships. But Kuat and their subsidiary Rathana were watching the credits roll in as the war raged on, with 1,000 Acclamators ordered in just the first weeks, at a price of 110 million credits each, which is nearly twice the price tag on a Venator. And there were specialized versions like the Nevuda B, which carried 156 V-19 Torrents used during the Battle of Munificent. And over the course of the war, almost every invasion would involve Acclamators, with Venators securing the star system and preventing reinforcements from making it to the surface. They would see notable uses on Christophsis, Teth, Seleucami, Kamino, Sullust, and then to Umbara, Kiros, and Naboo. We saw its enormous hangar and cargo capacity used by Commander Wolf to deliver aid to Aileen, and during the capture of the orbital ring of Ringovinda. Though during the Battle of Ryloth, we saw that the CIS tactical supercomputers that were the T-Series droids did find a weakness in this ship, using the fact that the J-1 fired solid projectiles instead of plasma balls like a turbo laser, meaning they were less likely to be absorbed and diffused by the energy shield or the neutronium-infused armor plating, finding the perfect area near the thrusters to incapacitate the invading Acclamators. Toward the end of the war, they would produce the Acclamator II, which was inferior in every way, from a certain point of view, as it carried less vehicles, less troops, but it did require a much larger crew. That might seem like another bad thing, but when we see that this is a 28x multiplier, I think we're seeing more evidence of Palpatine's strategy to tie the population to the military. I've mentioned this in a lot of Imperial vehicle breakdowns, but the crew requirements shoot up in the Imperial era where no one can really make sense of them. My theory says that this makes sense when we look at things like the Tarkin and Thrawn books that show how the populations were made loyal, that the military was seen as a stable source of income for many otherwise hopeless people of remote parts of the galaxy, as the Empire pitched itself as at constant war with chaos, seen in the form of local criminals and anarchist rebel terrorists. They would make it seem like they were forced to take over businesses like Price's families on Lothal, and citizens would see signing up for the service as the best way to get out of your dangerous and poor city. So Palpatine took massive amounts of citizens away from the criminals and rebel recruiters of their hometown, stuck them in Imperial ships with strict command structures from loyal superiors, and now these people from all over the galaxy saw their success tied to the success of the Empire. Many regular Acclamator 1s were scrapped, or would see the sad fate of being retrofitted into a pure cargo vessel called the Imperial Cargo Ship, something that was the target of rebel attacks, most notably the hijacking of 4 of these in the year 0 ABY. And perhaps these, or other modified variants, are what Darth Vader once described as acclamators that had become slave ships, though some in their original form still operated in the more remote areas of the Empire, while Kuat drive yards continued to dominate with a line of Imperial-class Star Destroyers, and the Victory, which was considered the spiritual successor to the Acclamator. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in Episode 2, with details coming from the Attack of the Clones Incredible Cross-Sections and Complete Cross-Sections books. There are some discrepancies, as they say that the bridge was completely windowless, while in the Clone Wars the depiction has a few windows. And in the original Battlefront 2 we can see it in a frigate role, though almost all other sources have it not used for capital ship combat when it could be avoided. Though of course the armament was powerful, and could if it needed to. And then for the details on the context of this ship, there's some from the Darth Plagueis novel, but a lot of it comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare. So that's it for the Acclamator. If you like videos like this, the best way to help me out is to hit that like button, leave a comment, and share it with somebody who might like it. Those are all the best ways to promote this video in the YouTube algorithm. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see more, and check out the description for things like Meta Nerds merch, but most important of all, remember, when your enemy will melt through your planet's crust just to get you, just turn yourselves into the laser sword magicians. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Give me a tractor beam lock on Kenobi's ship and prepare a boarding party.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Recusant class light destroyer. We will cover its history before, during, and after the Clone Wars, examine the larger variant that was more than twice its size, do a tour of the interior and exterior, and understand its armament, complement, role within a CIS fleet, and even end on some behind-the-scenes facts. If you learn anything new, please hit that like button, as it really helps to promote the video in the algorithm, and shows me you want to see more videos like this. And comment your thoughts on the Recusant, as well as what you'd like to see in future videos. But with that, let's head to the Outer Rim world of Dak, to see where this thing was first constructed. To most in the galaxy, this watery world was known as Mon Cala, named after its more popular species, the Mon Calamari. But Dak was the name the natives called this world, a place that was home to a rival high-tech people, the Quarren. These two species had been at war for most of their history, with the Calamari usually winning and lording over their more aggressive neighbors. But around 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, the planetary government was able to keep the peace long enough to focus their efforts on constructing enormous shipyards in orbit above Dak. Together, these two once enemies could create high-tech works of art. Incredible spacecraft that allowed them to colonize the worlds and moons in their solar system. Despite the shared effort by the Quarrens at every level from welder to engineer, space freighter to planet homesteading, the shipyard that would come to be renowned throughout the entire galaxy was called the Mon Calamari Shipyards. Even just calling it the Dak Shipyards would have gone a long way to show unity. And over the next 1,000 years, the tensions between these two species never died down. And when the entire galaxy was fracturing in the mid-20s BBY, the Quarren were finding their interests more aligned with those pushing for secession from the Republic. The Mon Calamari declared that their world would remain loyal, and this separation along species lines resulted in the latest of countless civil wars between these people. Count Dooku made sure that these Quarren would be taken care of, and many of the species would flee their homeworld and establish the Free Dak Volunteers Engineering Corps on a Commerce Guild-controlled water world of Mintuine. But before they fled, they made sure to take some designs for potential warships. The future leaders of the CIS would work together with these Quarren to ensure that they had everything they needed to build vessels for the coming war, connecting them with the Techno Union and Horish Kessel Drive in order to produce the Recusant class light destroyers. I should note that just because it was designed by the Mon Calamari shipyards, does not mean for sure that this was a Quarren stealing a Calamari design. It may have been drawn up by the squiddy hands of a Quarren who felt that his people were being ignored or oppressed by the centralized leaders. And if that was true, it would make the backstory of this ship a sort of metaphor for the Clone Wars. This destroyer was built around cutting-edge automated droid brain technology, which is what gave it its skeletal appearance, as many systems and sections for crews were not needed, allowing it to operate with only 300 crew, which themselves could be droids, while it could store an additional 40,000 battle droids. There were still several habitable decks located in this main area, but the majority of this ship is dedicated to the cargo, which would store the droids, weapons, and supplies for the CIS. This main section would contain the reactor that was claimed to annihilate 8,600 tons of fuel per second when traveling at its max speed and firing all of its weapons. The armored shaft that connects the main body to the engine array would contain a series of power and fuel lines, energizing these 3 sublight engines, which could get the Recusant up to a mass acceleration of 2800 G. Something that was 300 G faster than the Providence, but 200 slower than the Venator, something Grievous and his T-Series tactical droid were well aware of.
The enemy ships are faster and more maneuverable. I suggest caution.
Its hyperdrive was rated as a Class 2 with a backup Class 12, putting it in the range of most capital ships. But like most things, it was slower than the remarkably quick Venator, and it had a max range of 30,000 light-years, which is half the Venator and about 1/8 the Acclamator. Like almost all spacecraft, it is equipped with an energy shield, and the armor is rated at 430 RU, which puts it in the range of the Nebulon B. One of the most unique features were these double-layered armor plates. Even if it was hit by armored penetrating missiles or heavy turbolaser fire, that would smash through this and into the second layer, an excellent way to block shrapnel from blasting through the decks. Though it does beg the question why this idea wasn't used around this weak junction between the engine array and the main body. It seems like you could have just easily made a series of tubes over the sections to have the same effect, but over an even more crucial area. As for the armament, the official numbers available do seem to be describing the larger variant, and so with that we'll start by looking under the bridge to find a massive heavy turbolaser cannon. There are 5 more of these heavies in the forward fixed or rear fixed position, along with 6 more that are on turrets, and then an insane amount of anti-starfighter weaponry in the form of point defense laser cannons. You can see some running along the vulnerable spine of the ship, which was its way of protecting against bombers going after this weak spot. But in total, all over the ship, there were 30 dual laser cannons, 12 dual light, and 60 single light point defense laser cannons. As for its complement, the Requisant, Munificent, and Providence all took advantage of the fact that their forces were made up of droid starfighters. Less of a need for a formal hangar bay when your pilot is built in, and is perfectly fine with being exposed to space indefinitely, magnetically attaching to any available surface, ready to swarm anyone that gets too close to the hive. But this design went even further to leave these empty spaces behind that armor plating, making a Durasteel grid that kept the area strong, but also left a lot of space for vultures and hyenas to attach and keep themselves out of incoming fire. Visiting ships would have to use the multiple docking tubes on the port and starboard sides, but the larger variant did have a decent sized pair of hangar bays added, and Grievous decided to get even more creative by having a C-9979 landing craft attached to the underside. They are not officially listed, but at least the larger variant did possess a tractor beam array that was powerful enough to bully an Arquitens, and even at least a heavily damaged Venator. Using this, Grievous's strategy would be to pull the enemy vessel toward one of the docking tubes, with the Republic vessel in a tractor lock.
Give me a tractor beam lock on Kenobi's ship and prepare a boarding party.
While many of the Requisant's own cannons could still fire on the ship that it was docked with, which was great against the Republic, but also for destroying ships of anyone that was summoned to meet with Grievous, just in case negotiations didn't go as planned. Because while many worlds freely chose to secede, Dooku and Grievous were not against using this tactic to encourage world leaders to join the Confederacy. Also, since it was almost always paired up with multiple Munificent-class frigates, they could scramble around dealing out their heavy firepower and pushing enemies towards the Requisant's heavy turbolasers, and/or herd them closer to that powerful tractor beam's effective range. All of this was controlled by the bridge that would be commanded by a T-Series droid, with specific ship tasks being controlled by standard B1s. Interestingly, not the OOM pilot droids that we see with the Providence and Lukrehulk. Something that may be a hint at the power of this droid brain that this entire ship was designed around. An automated AI system that these other droids could easily interface with, and which the Separatists felt fine entrusting with a T-Series. Though the larger variants do seem like they always have an organic commander as well. The entire bridge is covered in these large transparent steel windows, a design which allows for an incredible visual of the battlefront, perhaps better than almost any other capital ship of this era. Another interesting detail is that this video comm system in the ship has a rare style that we see in the Lukrehulk, meaning that this must be a Horish Kessel Drive feature as they helped to build this vessel and were the sole shipwright of the Lukrehulk. Moving to the dorsal side, we see this forest of antenna that allowed this to communicate with a seemingly endless swarm of droids, as well as tracking enemy communications and securing their own transmissions while sending and receiving from CIS assets located across the galaxy. This sloping, rounded off angle of the armor plating was designed to help better circulate the energy shields. And the ship could also store 10,000 tons of cargo, a weight equal to more than 12,000 dewbacks, while having enough supplies that it could last out on a mission for up to 2 years at a time. And here is one of the few times where we can see the smaller variant next to the larger one we saw used by Grievous. This standard one is 1,187 meters, or 0.74 miles long, making it about 4 ARC-170s longer than a Venator. It had a width of 157 meters, or about 515 feet, making it about 1/3 as wide as the Republic's cruiser. And it had a height of 163 meters, or 535 feet, making it about 61% as tall as the Venator, or about 8 sandcrawlers stacked on top of each other. While the larger variant was 2,544 meters, or 1.58 miles long, making it about more than twice the length of the Venator, or 1.5 times an Imperial Star Destroyer. If they showed up here on Earth, the standard version would be about 4.5 times that of the Yamato, the largest battleship ever built, or about 1.4 times the height of the Burj Khalifa, while the larger variant would be about half as wide as Manhattan, or about 3 times the largest cruise ship, the Symphony of the Seas. After this destroyer started coming off the assembly lines on Mintuine, one of the things they noticed was a critical failure of that droid brain that streamlined most of the ship's processes. There were numerous collisions within the CIS fleet in these early weeks of the war, causing a panicked rush to update this AI system. It is unclear if the Republic was ever aware of this issue, and throughout the remainder of the war we wouldn't really see it, with one exception I'll get to in a second. Even after this update, one of the quirks that remained with the AI was their bloodlust. All of the Requisit's AIs would continue to fight against a target without giving up until it or themselves were destroyed. And luckily for the CIS tacticians, the T-Series or organic commanders would be able to override this default reaction. Throughout the war, we would see the larger variant in the cyborg hands of Grievous, using it over Seleucami and Camino. Many were protecting the CIS capital world of Raxus, and one shows us that it had enough firepower to take out the larger Providence class during the betrayal of Ventress. And many would be seen during the epic final moments of the Clone Wars during the Battle of Coruscant, where we do see that old AI bug kicking in, with some Recusants crashing into Munificents. But when you consider the fact that this whole war was created by and played on both sides by Darth Sidious, it is interesting to wonder if this was a bug or a feature. An Order 66, if you will, that could be switched on even with ships. Later this same year, in 19 BBY, a group of Jedi were able to commandeer a Requisant and flee Kashyyyk. Most of these vessels were destroyed by the Empire, but a few were repurposed into their navy or sold off to the Corporate Sector Authority, one of the few areas of the galaxy that was powerful enough to retain its independence during the Imperial era. Though with this process, at least one fell into the hands of the Rebellion, being seen in a major rebel fleet in the year 0 ABY. Though it did have to be extensively modified to allow for a larger organic crew that was now calling this Separatist ship home. The legacy of the Requisant would fade over the following decades, but we see it one last time in the year 137 ABY, where it was used to make up the secret Jedi retreat on the planet Tyvos, the hidden temple of the Jedi during the Sith Imperial War. So that's it for its breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Some of the lore is definitely trying to make it seem like these were Commerce Guild ships that were always used for trade and that were repurposed for the war effort, with the ships being donated from all sorts of allies across countless worlds. But then other lore establishes that the Quarren took the plans from the Mon Calamari shipyards, and that it was always purpose designed for a warship to carry droid forces. I really like that original idea of them being repurposed commerce ships, and the only way I can think to smooth over these contradictions in the lore is to play with the timeline a bit, because it is true that the Republic allowed major companies to protect their interests with ships that were in effect war vessels, in order to combat the rise of pirates. And something that just has to be Republic propaganda is that it takes 4 to 6 Requisants to take out a single Venator, and 1,000 to take on a Mandator II class star dreadnought. The first time a Recusant was depicted was actually in the game Republic Commando, and then it was in Episode 3, followed by tons of appearances in novels and comics. As for sources, in canon we have the Visual Encyclopedia, Complete Vehicles, Rise of the Separatists, and Star Wars Armada, while Legends has the Essential Guide to Warfare, Complete Encyclopedia, Cross Sections Book, and Complete Locations. So that's it for the Recusant class light destroyer. If you made it this far, please hit that like button as it really does help to promote the video and shows me that you'd like to see more of these types of videos. Comment what you like about the Recusant and what you'd like to see in future videos. Subscribe if you want to see more, and check out the description for links to things like ships and vehicle playlists. But most important of all, remember, good AIs follow orders, and the Force will be with you always. To think these two beautiful ships could have been the next generation of Star Destroyers in Sidious's 1,000-year empire. What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a quick breakdown of the Sovereign class Super Star Destroyer. Palpatine envisioned that the ISD and a few SSDs would secure the transition from Republic to Empire, squashing any rebels that popped up in that first generation, of course along with the help of the Death Stars. And then for the next 100 years, peace would be secured by these two massive ships, the Sovereign class and the Eclipse class. We covered the Eclipse in the last video, a ship that had a super laser that was weaker than the Death Star, but could still one-shot any capital ship, even the Executor class, and it could break through a planetary shield. Though it wouldn't turn a planet into space dust, it would cause such geological and atmospheric destruction that the world would quickly become inhospitable. That same weapon is inside of the Sovereign class as well, and even if it was a little bit weaker, it wouldn't have been by much. And so personally, I thought the ending of the new trilogy, where Darth Oprah just gave every Star Destroyer a Death Star laser, this was also the plan in Legends way before Disney, whether you like it or not. And when we look at the Sovereign and Eclipse, it likely proves that this weapon system couldn't have been much smaller, as this is essentially a shrunken down Eclipse, but it still only loses 2.5 kilometers, going from 17.5 kilometers down to 15, or 9.3 miles. This makes it so you have a pretty steady decrease in size down from the Executor class. As for its weaponry, it only loses 50 heavy laser cannons, but keeps the same number of turbo lasers, ion cannons, and tractor beams, while also having its gravity well projectors. It also went down to 480 TIE interceptors, making up 35 squadrons, and 60 bombers over 12 squads, along with 75 AT-ATs, but notably no prefabricated bases. The crew dropped by about 107,000, it would lose 20,000 troops, and 200,000 tons worth of cargo, which also have their consumables down to 5 years. So that's still an overwhelming amount of force, more than enough to take out almost anything in the galaxy, and begs the question why the Eclipse had to be made. And though not exactly the same, the Sovereign even retained the bow that could slice through enemy ships or space stations, even if this top part might be a bit of a problem. But what's also striking is how much sleeker this ship is than the original Star Destroyer line, from the more rounded aft to the more gradual slope of the sides that provide better stacking of the guns. And of course, even with all this redesigning, they still didn't move away from the exposed and iconic bridge position. Much like its big brother, the Sovereign was started in the same year as the Battle of Yavin, and would not be completed by the time of the Battle of Endor. But unlike the Eclipse, it did not go on to have any epic adventures. The only way we even know about the Sovereign class is because the Rebel Alliance captured the Imperial Handbook. And despite mentioning both of these next-gen ships, General Carlos Riecken didn't believe either of them had any hope of becoming a reality. He was half right. While the Eclipse would terrorize the galaxy for a brief time, even though the Kuat staff was able to get the Sovereigns over to the secret shipyards of Biss, they were still never completed. Though at least 3 got so far along that they got individual names: the Autarch, the Despot, and the Heresiarch. So I know this is a shorter video, but a lot of people wondered what exactly the Sovereign was. It's a ship that was so potentially important. In an alternate timeline, this would have been the ship that ensured Imperial rule across the galaxy, and the main capital ship standing guard against extragalactic threats. We cover so many ship works of arts and all of their awesomeness, that I wanted to make this short video explaining what exactly the Sovereign was, and what went wrong with it. Why it may be a ship that you might have heard of, but now you understand why you don't see or hear too much about this ship, even if it was awesome on paper. The only behind the scenes fact is that it was first mentioned in the Dark Empire sourcebook, and then in the Imperial Handbook and the Essential Guide to Warfare. And shout out to Unusual Suspects over on DeviantArt. We really brought this ship to life, because before that there was only this single image. even though again it was planned to be such an important part of the future of the Empire. If you like this video, be sure to leave a like and comment, it really does help with the YouTube algorithm, and subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, some economics teacher on Naboo must have really convinced a young Palpy that a galactic economy runs on ship making, and the Force will be with you, always.
That's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen, Uri.
What's up, meta nerds? This video will cover the Eclipse class dreadnought, and to get this out of the way early, there is a canon version of this ship, which is incredibly important to the survival of the Imperial Remnant and rise of the First Order, but everything seems to point to that just being your standard Super Star Destroyer of the Executor class. I will cover that in a separate video soon, but this video will be a complete breakdown in history of the awesome Legends Eclipse, the super weapon that was one of the most powerful creations in galactic history, and by far the most powerful of the Galactic Civil War era. And we'll even touch on the short life of the Eclipse too. Well, let's start with its purpose. Admiral Conan Antonio Madi tells us that the Eclipse class, and its sister ship class, the Sovereign, were a part of the Emperor's 100-year plan for the galaxy. When these could come to replace your standard Star Destroyers and even Super Star Destroyers, then Palpatine could be certain that there would be no chance of rebellion, or even extragalactic invasion. So these would act as one step below the Death Star, being more mobile and practical for ship-to-ship warfare, while being able to destroy a city in an instant, or even the entire planet if wanted. Like all of the Star Destroyers, this behemoth would be constructed at the orbital shipyards of Kuat Drive Yards, officially starting construction in the same year as the Battle of Yavin. The entire ship would be built around the super laser weapon. By this point, the prototypes of the Death Star hidden in the Maul installation were proving just how powerful this weapon was. This green composite beam had blown apart a Star Destroyer in a single blast, disintegrated a rebel-held Lukrehulk named the Fortessa after only firing the beam at 4%. And in this same year they would see it fired at full power, turning the entire planet of Alderaan into space dust. The idea of placing one of these super lasers inside of a ship came shortly after this, seen in Admiral Victor Strang's flagship, the Conqueror. The midsection of a standard ISD was hollowed out to fire this composite beam, but the problem was that this had even worse defenses against rebel ships than your normal ISD. If rebels took this thing out, you lost that incredibly expensive super weapon. So in typical Palpatine fashion, he decided that this weapon should be placed in a vessel that would be large enough to act as a mobile space station. I do wonder if Thrawn would have accepted this as a happy medium, as he thought concentrating all of the resources in a single Death Star was foolish. I'm sure he still would have seen this as overkill, but at least making several eclipses would have been a better way to spend your time and credits, as these could still crack the mantle of planets and leave them in ruins. Not blown to dust, but everything from the seismic to atmospheric activity would turn the world hellish, resulting in the death of nearly every living being on world. So it wouldn't erase it from the map, but I think the psychological effect would be similar, if not worse, as the rebellious worlds would then act as smoldering warning signs to anyone who might have been flirting with the idea of treason. It was determined that the Eclipse would have an incredible length of 17,500 meters, or nearly 11 miles long. That's about 11 Star Destroyers, or an ISD shorter than the Super Star Destroyers of the Executor class. It's also 117 CR-90s back to back. It would be around 8,510 meters, or 5¼ miles wide, which is nearly 9 times an ISD, or about 3 Lukrehulks across. And at a height of 5,910 meters, or 3.7 miles, it was 12 times the height of the ISD, or equivalent to 61 Zillo Beasts. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about twice the size of Manhattan, and 7 times the Burj Khalifa. Or another way to think of it is that it would be more than half of the way down to the bottom of the ocean. Now, though the super laser was the focus, this gradual sloping of the sides and this sharp bow up front are two features designed to ensure that the Eclipse can dominate in a space battle. There are an incredible 550 heavy laser cannons, 500 turbo lasers, and 75 ion cannons all spread out across the surface of this ship, stacked in layers right above each other to make sure that each of these guns could always get their shot on target. And this would be more than 8 times the guns on a single ISD. So this one ship had the firepower of a large fleet without even counting the super laser. A funny way to think of it is that you had that big Imperial fleet over Endor along with the Death Star, and so the Eclipse by itself is like a mini version of all that packed into one single ship. But wait, there's more. It had 100 tractor beams, 10 times the ISD that could bully around rebel corvettes, and it had 10 gravity well projectors. These rounded parts not being the bulging reactors like we see on other Star Destroyers, they're actually these that we see on the Interdictor. So keeping with that fleet comparison, it would be like if you added to your fleet 2.5 Interdictor class destroyers, which had the ability to both rip ships out of hyperspace or prevent the enemy from making the jump into the safety of the blue void. The bridge would be located in your typical Star Destroyer spot, but would have its own unique shape. It contained the comm tower, the communications array, and the main sensor array, a suite of technology that would have been more advanced than most space stations or busy trading ports, as the sheer number of ships that would launch from the Eclipse was incredible, and its intended role as a single ship that could shut down whole rebel fleets and even planets meant it had to account for thousands of variables concerning both enemy and civilian craft. This area also contained a large, specialized team of deflector shield operators, as it's the only ship I've seen that actually identifies a separate deflector shield command. What I find hilarious is that they placed it above the bridge, in the most exposed part of the ship, just a little extra incentive to make sure they were on their toes, and the first ones to die if systems were to fail. The charge for the laser would use the full length of the ship to build up a composite beam, and is something that may indicate that this is the bare minimum length possible. Jokes aside about how Sidious always seems to be overcompensating with his ridiculously large ships, perhaps with this weapon system, the ship really did have to be this big. At the rear, we see the 6 enhanced sublight engines, though what enhanced means exactly is still kept an Imperial secret. This is what gives the Eclipse and Superstar destroyers their red ion glow instead of blue, which helped to give this city-sized ship a maximum acceleration of 940 G, which is 4.5 times slower than a TIE fighter, about 1/3 that of a Venator, and about 76% that of the Executor class Dreadnaught. And its hyperdrive was on par with most ISDs, rated as a Class 2. So this thing can get across the galaxy quicker than most cargo ships, and even tied with some starfighters. Now as for its complement, there were enough ships here to black out binary star systems. No normal TIE fighters, just specializing in the elite TIE Interceptor for an anti-fighter role, and bombers for an anti-capital ship role. 50 squads of interceptors, totaling 600 individual ships, and 8 squads of bombers, totaling 96 ships. There would also be a vast number of shuttles, not just used to travel from capital ship to capital ship, or even down to a surface, but actually to quickly travel across the Eclipse itself. It also contained 100 AT-ATs and 5 prefabricated bases. You can see that these bases were not simple war tents, but massive fortresses that could lock down a whole city. These craft would be contained in hangars scattered around the ship, and you can see in this one cluster just how many hangars there were and how they were all stacked on top of each other. While the ventral side of the Eclipse contained the larger aft launch bay that could take in things like gunships and corvettes, while this fore launch bay was large enough to take in a Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would have been overkill, but I imagine it wouldn't have been too good for Rebel morale to see this sort of super-duper Star Destroyer give birth to a baby Star Destroyer, when you know that the baby was more powerful than most things in the Rebel fleet. Now, as you might expect, to run all of this, you needed a large crew, which might as well be called a population, as the Eclipse was really a city in its own right. Some reports have the minimum crew as low as 88,500, but fully operational, it would need 708,470 crew members, of which 4,175 were just operating the weapon systems. They would be accompanied by 150,000 troops, and a Royal Guard Legion, a Comp Force Assault Battalion, which was a unique combo of special forces but also bordering religious zealots, and their intense love of the Emperor and the New Order. They were known to be Palpatine's eyes and ears everywhere they went, keeping officers and admirals in check. It also had Imperial Sovereign Protectors, the elite of the elite chosen out of the standard Royal Guards, and they would only answer to the Emperor. To feed all these people, it had storage of 600,000 tons of material, which is the weight equivalent to 750,000 dewbacks. And it was said that there was enough consumables on board to last them all 10 years. Just to give some comparisons for that, the population of the Eclipse gets close to that of the entirety of San Francisco, and around 4 times the total population of Tatooine. It's equivalent to 143 Nimitz-class carriers, and more than the total active duty of both the US Army and US Navy combined. While the cargo would be roughly equivalent to 24 large container ships. It should also be noted that the entire ship was covered in this reinforced black durasteel and quadranium alloy. This of course helped with incoming attacks, but could also be used as a weapon of its own with that bow. It was purpose-made to smash into enemy capital ships and space stations. Think of how ridiculous it would be if you were in your secret rebel base in some remote part of the galaxy, and had the sun eclipsed by this thing as it emerged from hyperspace, and just plowed through your facility without firing a shot. We also have to mention how it could break through planetary shields in a single burst. Though its one-shot sniping of enemy capital ships is impressive, it's the planetary shield breaking that really impressed admirals. Because the orbital bombardments from Star Destroyers work, but they just take a lot longer, giving the enemy time to escape through secret passages, prepare for defense, or call in reinforcements. Or in extreme cases, you have what happened to Thrawn, where rebels had set up a series of shields that could absorb the blast long enough for the other shields to regenerate. This layer creating something that effectively could not be taken out by anything that the ISDs had. So it could shoot your capital ship down, it could blast through your planetary shield and destroy your entire city, or it can just plow through your ships and space stations. So the Eclipse really did have it all covered. Its construction started in 0 BBY, and Palpatine would visit the construction site of the Eclipse often. Located over Kuat drive yards and with a powerful Imperial fleet on constant guard, this was one of the safest locations in the galaxy. Thus, the Emperor would use one of its rooms as an important meeting location and place vaults full of valuable information. It might seem odd to set up in an unfinished ship that is still currently under construction, but we actually saw the same thing with Darth Vader, who was living in the Executor and even training his apprentice Starkiller, all inside of his Super Star Destroyer while it was being built. At the same time, the Eclipse II was also being built over the core world of Biss, while the Tarkin superweapon was also being completed. That started out as another prototype Eclipse, but was converted into this platform that still hosts the similarly powerful super laser. One of the most powerful criminals of the Galactic Civil War era was Tiber Zahn, and he had an intricate network of spies that alerted him to this monstrosity being built over Kuat. He kept an eye on it for 4 years, but that planetary defense fleet over the Empire's primary shipyard never showed any signs of weakness. It wasn't until the Emperor's death during the Battle of Endor that some Imperial forces were finally being pulled from Kuat. Without missing a beat, Zahn led an attack to try and raid the Eclipse, drawn by the rumors of the secret vaults of the Emperor himself. As he arrived, he was met with a well-known smuggler turned rebel general.
What is your purpose in this sector?
We heard of the Alliance's glorious victory at Endor and have come to join.
The rebellion wanted to use the confusion over the death of the Imperial head of state to launch a quick capture of the Imperial shipwright world, and they were willing to take the help of Zahn and his consortium forces. Together they were able to create an opening for the crime boss to board the still unfinished Eclipse. Though much of the hull was still not completed, the super laser was fully operational, showing that the Imperial engineers had created a deadly masterpiece. Its green laser was not only taking out Star Destroyers in a single shot, but it had remarkable accuracy. The targeting system at the bow of the ship allowing it to strike anything within a wide circular arc, hitting ships that are off to its sides, and pinpointing single craft out of a cluster. An Executor-class dreadnought, the Annihilator, would show up, only to be one-shotted as well. In a previous attack on Coruscant, Zahn was able to secure the passkey from the Imperial archives, and with it, he finally had access to these mythical vaults.
There is more wealth in these hidden vaults than even I can imagine.
He may have been tempted by the power, but Zahn knew that the credits were all in information, and that there was no way he could make off with this ship.
I've no need to keep the half-constructed Eclipse, and it presents a target even the rebels couldn't miss.
But you should never underestimate rebel incompetence. The Imps would be able to secure the ship and retain control of Kuat until 8.5 ABY. But more than 4 years after the Battle of Endor, this ship was still not completed, meaning that it took longer than the Death Star project. The New Republic would finally launch a large enough invasion of Kuat that most of the Kuat employees and loyal Kuati had to pack inside of the Eclipse and make the jump to Biss, the core world where Palpatine was still secretly ruling his empire, defying death through his mastery of cloning tech and Sith alchemy. From this new body, he would oversee the completion of the Eclipse in Eclipse II, and the ship would act as a mobile command post for the Empire, where the Imperial Remnant would plan their war strategies. A year and a half later, in 10 ABY, Palpatine would make his first major offensive against the New Republic, deploying the World Devastators to Mon Cala, which really shows his hatred of the Fishfolk, as Mon Cala was going to be the second target of the first Death Star, and the first target of the DS2. Though this battle would result in an NR victory, the Eclipse went on a terror streak throughout the galaxy. Word spread that this was the personal flagship of the Emperor, and so every time it showed up, everyone was scrambling to just flee. Frustrated at this, the next attack would be on the Republic headquarters at Dasucha 5. Using its vast array of comm systems, the Eclipse was able to flood every frequency with the Emperor's message to Leia. The rebels could not get a distress signal out, and so Leia gave in to his demands. Luke was being pulled by the dark side, and was at the Emperor's side throughout this whole campaign, originally hoping to bring down the Emperor from within his operation. But when Leia came before them, she was able to convince Luke that they could fight him together. To show just how powerful the dark side was, Sidious created a force storm, a ripping torrent of pure dark side energy that was set to consume the NR fleet. But together, the children of Anakin were to focus on the light, creating a wave of power that turned the storm towards the Emperor's prize ship. The two Jedi escaping just moments before the decade-long creation was ripped into space debris. But the Emperor's spirit would incarnate once more. Again leading from Biss, he was able to complete the construction of the Eclipse too, taking it to the homeworld of the Sith on Korriban, and nearly destroying an NR fleet during the Battle of Onderon. Here, Lando and R2 would work together to take control of the ship's hyperdrive systems, and the galaxy's longest-lived hero would save the day once more, with R2 recalculating the ship's hyperdrive to have it emerge at the exact coordinates of the Galaxy Gun, another one of the revived Emperor's planet-killing superweapons. When it popped into real space, the collision was instant and catastrophic, bringing a final end to the Eclipse line. This would also mean the near extinction of the Royal Guards as well, with those on board being the last alive, though a few, including Kirkanos and Karnor Jax, would carry that legacy forward. And this explosion also sent a Galaxy Gun shell at Biss, destroying the world and killing all of the Emperor's remaining clones. So that's it for the Eclipse, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. A lot of this footage was gameplay from people playing on YouTube with different mods of Empire at War. All of them are linked down in the description, as well as the sources on some of the fan art used. It was originally introduced in Empire at War Forces of Corruption, and I just wanted to point out how absurd it looks on the minimap. The designers based the look of the bow and how it was used on the rams of ancient Greek and Roman ships. And there are a ton of discrepancies across different lore books, and even how it's seen, with the Eclipse 2 ending up with more engines, and a lot of those mods had different amounts as well. The length is off from the Dark Empire sourcebook to the complete encyclopedia, but what was presented is what is most consistent. The majority of the works have the same stats, and so those are the official ones listed and what I used. Additional information comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare, Starships of the Galaxy, and the Imperial Handbook. But most important of all, remember, there's always a bigger ship, and the Force will be with you. Always. You can always count on the Fishfolk engineers. What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to be a complete breakdown of the obscure but incredible MC-40A light cruiser. We'll cover all of its stats, do some comparisons, and learn its history. So let's dive in. It was manufactured by Mon Calamari Shipyards, the same creator of all the Mon Cala ships with the MC title, but also things like the Viscount and starfighters like the Amphisub. At a length of 600 meters or 1,969 feet, it was the same size as an Interdictor-class cruiser, and about half the size of a Venator. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be nearly twice the length of a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, or twice the height of the Eiffel Tower. Its armament was impressive, with 14 turret-mounted medium turbolasers, 7 on each side, 2 forward-mounted concussion missile launchers, with a total payload of 50 missiles on board. The medium ion cannons numbered 18, with 4 on each side and 5 each at the forward and aft. And finally 6 heavy tractor beam projectors, 2 on each side, and then 1 forward and 1 in the aft. This is a great combination of weaponry, and I really like how it's specialized for their naval tactics, not just purely offense. It has more ion cannons than turbolasers, and went with the heavy tractor beam projectors. Both decisions are incredibly rare on any capital ship, and show that the captain would likely open up with volleys of ion cannon, disabling the enemy ship's engines and shields, use those heavy tractor beams to push around or lock in place Imperial ships that might be more than twice its size, all while blasting away with the turbolasers until the enemy was finally in position to be completely destroyed by those concussion missiles. Its portside hangar also had room for a squadron of starfighters, which usually meant 12 units, and as we can see, it would often employ Y-wings. This too is a great pairing, releasing those bombers after your ion cannons took out the enemy shields. All this makes for a really nasty surprise for any Imperial that might overlook this simple seeming craft. And we can't ignore its speed. In hyperspace, it was faster than an Imperial Star Destroyer, with a Class 1 hyperdrive and backup Class 15. That means a ship like this could be across the galaxy with the speed of top starfighters. And its megalight speed, or how fast it travels through space, was faster than the MC-80, but still slower than most Imperial craft. To compensate for this, they had those beautiful Mon Calamari made shield generators, which are able to absorb incredible amounts of turbolaser fire, something that would screw up the tactics and timing relied on by Imperial captains, giving this relatively obscure ship an element of surprise, as its focus on those tractor beams, ions, and missiles, with this effectively larger HP, allowed it to really cause some havoc in Imperial fleets. It did take an enormous crew of 3,770, but this doesn't include a battalion of 650 soldiers. It also had consumables on board to last all of these people 2 years, and would only cost 15.5 million credits. That's about 1/10 the cost of an ISD, and about 1/7 the MC-80. So really a lot of bang for your buck. Or calamari flan, whatever you're paying with. As for its history, these ships would escape Mon Cala after the Imperial invasion, being a part of what is called the Mon Calamari Exodus fleet. Shipyards would be set up in space, and we see the Rebellion took full advantage of all of this ship's features. The MC-40A would often act as the anchor of smaller rebel attacks on larger Imperial fleets. Its shield allowed it to act like a blockade buster in some locations, and there are specific reports of how it would use those tractor beams to lock an enemy in place and then maneuver towards their aft, away from all those powerful forward-facing guns, and lay those rockets into the area just forward of the engine arrays on Star Destroyers, the area containing the main reactor, among many other crucial ship functions. It also served with Rebel Special Operations groups, its beefy shields absorbing and drawing the most Imperial fire, while the hangar could be outfitted with different craft to best serve the mission purpose. Basically, it would move your enemy into a better spot with the tractors, throw the whole enemy crew into chaos as the ion charges made all their systems go haywire, perfect for setting them up for infiltration and extraction by Rebel Spec Ops. This combo wasn't restricted to just ship-to-ship missions, but all those traits were used by Rebels to attack space stations and even planetary targets, with those ion cannons being able to knock out some city-sized shield generators. While its Class 1 hyperdrive meant that at a moment's notice it could quickly respond to new Rebel intelligence reports, things like the transport of some VIP or window to attack, and then be on the other side of the galaxy with the same speed as a starfighter through hyperspace. But it was also used to protect the Rebellion's crucial assets and VIPs. If somehow the MC-40A was the recipient of an ambush by Imperial Spec Ops, this shield, tractor, ion combo worked to break away from the combat and make some distance, maybe use the ion bolts to knock out the Imp's hold on you, and safely make your way through hyperspace to fight another day. It is said to have been used up past the Battle of Hoth and Endor, even fighting off the Yuuzhan Vong. So I hope you can see why I think it's a shame that we see so little of this ship, but at least we see that it retained all of its awesomeness in canon. Maybe you'll see it in some future show, but right now it's only appeared in canon in the books Starships and Speeders, and that's where a lot of these stats were retained, being previously laid out in the book Strongholds of Resistance, and making appearances in the Star Wars X-Wing and TIE Fighter games, as well as the comic Legacy War Issue 5. The only thing that really changed was that in Legends its shields were relatively normal, a 1696 SBD rating, which is on par with something this size. But in canon, while not given a number, it states that it had exceptionally strong deflector shields, which allowed it to slug it out with much larger ships. So that's it for the MC-40A light cruiser. Be sure to comment your thoughts on this ship. Do you think it fits a good role, or would you just go with some of the larger MC ships? But most important of all, remember, Mon Cala engineering plus Rebel hit-and-run tactics are the stuff Imperial nightmares are made of. And the Force will be with you, always. When a Star Destroyer is overkill and your Nebulon Bs keep getting stolen, go with the escort frigate. What's up, Meta Nerds? Today's video is all about the Imperial escort frigate, also known as the escort carrier. The escort carrier was used exclusively by a specialist branch of the Imperial Navy, known only to a few as the Imperial Storm Commandos.
Whatever they are, they're launching ties. Imperial escort carriers. Imperial what? They're not part of the regular Imperial Navy. They're exclusive to the Imperial Storm Commandos.
A lot of the details have been kept an Imperial secret, but there are some really interesting details we know about this ship. Based on its appearance compared to Rebel snub fighters, it looks to be about 150 meters or 492 feet long, about the same as a Rebel blockade runner. Its height is around 41 meters or 134 feet, making it about 1/12 the height of the Imperial Star Destroyer. And at a width of 71 meters or 233 feet, it was a little less than twice as wide as the CR-90. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about as long as 16.5 school buses, or half the length of the Nimitz class while being nearly twice as wide, and be about as tall as a 13-story building. Compared to some other frigates, you might think this thing is relatively small, but it packed some amazing firepower. Right up top were a pair of single-barreled cannons, which based on their power output must have been some heavy turbolasers, as we see them easily blow apart this GR-75. On the ventral side, protecting the hangars, are two double-barreled weapons, though their power output is unknown. While at the very tip of the bow we see these additional two turrets, which were most likely medium turbolasers, or could fire ion shots to make a 1-2 combo with those bigger turbolasers up top. And all this firepower actually had some Rebel pilots refer to this thing as a gunship.
Looks like some sort of gunship. Rebel scum.
All of these weapons made the escort carrier great for taking on smaller Rebel capital ships or escort vessels, like the CR-90 and Hammerhead Corvette. but its lack of point defense lasers left much to be desired when it came to fending off rebel fighters. Again, because of the secretive nature of the Imperial escort carriers and the storm commandos that operated them, we don't know this ship's top speed in space or in atmosphere. But we can imagine that these 3 vertically arranged sublight engines must have been somewhat quick, as the storm commandos were often tasked with secret missions sabotaging the plans of rebel scum. And rebel accounts do tell us that it's slightly slower than your average X-Wing, while also commenting that it had decent speed for its size and was able to pull off some impressive turns and maneuvers. Now it's time for the carrier part. The midsection of this ship is one big hangar bay, which would often be full of TIE fighters and TIE bombers, along with the Storm Commando's preferred TIE hunters. The total amount of TIEs that could fit inside of this thing is unknown, with accounts ranging from 8 fighters to 72, which would be an entire starfighter wing. The heavy firepower, decent speed and maneuverability, along with a large complement of fighters, was perfect for the Storm Commandos, as they were most known for kidnapping rebel crews, taking any escorts out with its laser cannons, and then sending a boarding party over on the fighters, picking up VIPs like rebel leaders or even their scientists.
Whoever that was, it looks like he's escaped with our scientists.
And when you wanted more stealth instead of just a smash and grab job, it took advantage of the fact that the TIE Hunters were one of the few TIE variants to come with a hyperdrive, and thus could follow the escort carrier into battle on its own, or use the carrier as a rendezvous point, traversing much of the distance in the carrier, and then making a short hyperspace jump to its final target. So that's it for its stats and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The Imperial escort carrier was most prominently featured in the video game Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike. Rogue Squadron encounters the escort carriers on several locations, including the Rings of Geonosis, and at the Imperial shipyards at Fondor. Captain Sarkley, a rebel pilot turned Imperial officer, commanded his own customized escort carrier as he rounded up scientists from across the galaxy to work on Imperial projects. His escort carrier would be destroyed by Wedge Antilles over Geonosis, and this ship has been officially brought back into canon via the novel Tarkin, where an Imperial escort carrier is mentioned in the pursuit of the Grand Moff's very own personal Corvette, when Tarkin's Carrion Spike stealth ship was stolen by rebels. So that's it for the Imperial escort carrier. But most important of all, remember, you gotta watch out for asteroids when flying close to Geonosis, and the Force will be with you, always. The ship that came to symbolize terror throughout the unknown regions and eventually the entire galaxy. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Knights of Ren flagship, the Night Buzzard. I can actually cover this without getting into Rise of Skywalker spoilers, but I will be pulling from the new visual dictionary and the Kylo Ren comic. It originally started off as a prison transport, classified as a dungeon ship on the planet Osiriton. The company that made them was Osiriton Assemblages, and they operated on this incredibly remote world in the unknown regions. It is unclear who ran this prison, but if it was the New Republic, then that would make their not responding to the rise of the First Order even more unforgivable, because the Knights of Ren launched a major prison break and stole this transport on their way out. This was before Ben Solo became their leader and took the title Kylo Ren, but it seems like most of the other Knights were there. The Night Buzzard had a length of 35.94 meters or 117 feet 11 inches, making it about 3 times the length of an X-Wing, and about a Jawa shorter than the Millennium Falcon. At a height of 5.88 meters or 19 feet 3 inches, it was about a Chewie shorter than the Falcon, and more than half as tall as an AT-ST. And I have to estimate the width as being about 10 meters or 33 feet, around the same as an X-Wing, but less than half that of the Falcon. If it showed up to an edgelord convention here on Earth, it would be nearly 3 school buses long, stand as tall as a 2-story building, and take up nearly 3 lanes of traffic. But a lot of what we're seeing is the heavy modification performed by the Knights. The whole body, the sensor arrays on the bow and dorsal dish, the engines, and probably some of the armament was original. But they covered the whole thing in this deep black paint job that most likely had some jamming capabilities, something that we do see with other ships. They added these additional layers of Durasteel plating to cover some vital areas, and you can actually see that some of these shrouds overlap. Now the engines were said to have been, quote, crudely modified to generate more thrust, but it ended up producing more heat than the insulation was meant to absorb, and resulted in the thick smoke that it spews when flying. Remember, just because these are spacefaring ships, they're not only in space. They're constantly going in and out of various planetary atmospheres. But the armament was incredibly powerful, pointing to either heavy modification here as well, or that penal planet expected attacks. We have a starboard laser cannon turret, this midship laser cannon turret, and at the rear this heavy laser cannon turret, as well as a pair of rear-facing fixed laser cannons. Now I find it absurd that the Knights of Ren, the personal agents of the supreme leader of the First Order, are still riding around in a ship from years earlier that has been so heavily modified to the point that systems are failing. Like all that black smoke and excess heat, they're really risking engine failure if not a complete ship failure. But at least we see that this ship has all of its firing arcs covered, even the rear, and has specializations to deal with diverse threats. Too often we see ships that will most likely be attacked by starfighters having only big turbolaser cannons. If you attack the Night Buzzard, you'll be fired on no matter your attack vector, and there's something for nimble starfighters, mid-sized ships like transports, and even proper military frigates could be punched through with that double-barreled heavy laser cannon turret. Because there are so many members of the Knights of Ren, it can always have fresh hands on deck, requiring only a single pilot to operate, and being protected by 4 gunners. Kuruk was a rifleman on the battlefront, but the team's go-to pilot for the Night Buzzard, and they would keep some of this ship's prisoner transport touches, and use them to bring captured VIPs to the First Order or Kylo personally. All of the Knights of Ren have mild force powers, and they would use these to torture and interrogate some prisoners, with some eventually losing their lives to the crew's ceremonial weapons. Most notably by the terrifying knight named Aplek and his ancient Mandalorian executioner's axe. So that's it for the Knights of Ren ship, the Night Buzzard. If you want to learn more about them, I have a link to the visual dictionary down in the description, and the only cool behind the scenes stuff is that this Mandalorian axe was on display in Dryden Voss's collection, perhaps hinting that Maul's syndicate was either discovered or destroyed by the Knights of Ren, some decades before the events of the sequel trilogy. And I think it's kind of interesting that this is called a dungeon ship, and that we have these massive dungeon ships of the Dark Empire comic, from which so many other things from the Rise of Skywalker were based on. Let me know what you think of this ship down in the comments. But most important of all, remember, there's nothing more terrifying than a smog-spewing, poorly modded edgelord mobile, and the Force will be with you, always. The descendant of a Mandalorian design, infused with Mon Calamari tech. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Assault Frigate Mark II. We'll do a complete breakdown and size comparison, but let's start with its history. Its origins, in a way, can be traced all the way back to the awesome Mandalorian ship, the Kondosi-class Dreadnaught, which served as the inspiration for the Dreadnought class millennia later. This proved to be one of the most effective warships in the galaxy, and was sold in great numbers to various planetary defense forces, all throughout the 80 years leading up to the Clone Wars. Due to the relative abundance of these ships, some were captured by the Rebel Alliance. The Dreadnought class was made by Rendili Star Drive, and lucky for the Rebels, there were many in that company that were sympathetic to the cause. Rebel engineers started the AAF project, and worked with Rendili to produce the Assault Frigate Mark I. You can see a lot of the Dreadnought class in this design, but it also added these extensions that were inspired by the Nebulon B. This is most likely due to the advantage of the modular pods that could be installed here, each having the ability to serve a wide variety of functions, like sensor arrays, med bays, or missile pods. They later made a twin-pronged variant as well, one of which was used during the assault on Kamino. With the Rebel Alliance unveiled and an all-out galactic civil war underway, Rendili allies started working on the Mark II. It would remain the same size as the predecessor at 700 meters or 2,297 feet. This was about 60% the size of the Venator, and 44% the Imperial-class Star Destroyers. At 398 meters or 1,306 feet tall, it was about 1.5 times the height of the Venator, and about a Zillo Beast shorter than the ISD. And at around 481 meters or 1,578 feet wide, it was nearly half the width of the ISD, and about 1.5 Jawa Sandcrawlers thinner than the Venator. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be taller than the Empire State Building, more than twice the length of the Nimitz class, and wider than 9 football fields. Now its hyperdrive rating is still a Class 2, and it actually has less firepower, with 15 laser cannons, 15 quad turbo laser cannons, and 15 turbo laser batteries. The Mark II could carry numerous Gamma-class assault shuttles, and kept the same 7,500 metric ton cargo capacity, a weight equal to 9,202 dewbacks. But the real improvements were in the extensive automation and Mon Calamari shield generators. Mon Cal shields are considered to be one of, if not the best shields in the entire galaxy. The Mark II actually had an array of these high-powered shields, secretly supplied to Rendili from the rebellious fishfolk. What's more is that the way that they were set up in these bulbs allowed for short periods of boosted shield strength, making it nearly impervious to all attacks during this window. And the automation upgrades allowed the entire ship to run on less than a third of the Dreadnaught's crew, 1,600 organics at a minimum, allowing many processes to be taken over by AI. Something that should be a lot more standard in Star Wars, but it's especially useful to the understaffed rebellion. Now, despite the success of the Mark II, it starts to fade from galactic history towards the Battle of Endor. This is in part due to the rebel sympathizers at Rendili being exposed and captured, but the Mark I did remain in common use up to the New Republic era, and it was even seen during the Yuuzhan Vong War. I think the reason that the Mark I had a longer legacy is that it was both a simpler build and had more firepower, because although the automation was great, it was really the Mon Calamari shields that set the Mark II apart, and having to rely on those may have made it more difficult to mass produce. Let me know what you think about this ship. Do you think it was a massive improvement? Do you like the overall look? And why exactly do you think that it fell off towards the end of the war? The only behind-the-scenes facts are that it was introduced in the game Empire at War, but it is also included in the tabletop game Star Wars Armada. And a lot of the Mark II details come from the book Starships of the Galaxy. But most important of all, remember, traitorous shipbuilders and Mon Cal shields are the stuff of Imperial nightmares. And the Force will be with you, always.
Ships lost in a single shot.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the Gravestone combat frigate, which is really a form of ancient alien superweapon. We will do a complete breakdown and size comparison, but let's start with its history. And know that this will have some major spoilers for the Old Republic game. It was manufactured on the planet Iokath many centuries before the Galactic War of 3642 BBY. That was fought between the Galactic Republic and the reconstituted Sith Empire. During this time, a faction known as the Eternal Empire was rising. He ruled over the Eternal Fleet, and it's called Eternal due to the fact that they relied on highly advanced forms of artificial life. Sentient droids known as the Gemini units. As perverse as it sounds, droids would be controlling droid ships, though they were commanded by a meatbag. The Eternal Throne was an immensely powerful hyperwave relay station that made the throne not just symbolic of rule, but literally the seat of power that controlled the entire empire, sending hyperwave transmissions across the galaxy to command the Eternal Fleet and the Gemini units. The Eternal Fleet's aim was to convert all life into digital form. They were successful in eliminating all life throughout wild space, including the planet Zakul. Some of the remaining organic scientists from Iokath knew that they had to come up with a way to stop the Eternal Fleet. They had been overrun by their own creations, but hoped that the Gravestone could stop the digital plague. The exact circumstances of the battle are unknown, but it's said that the Gravestone was able to wipe out enormous sections of the fleet, causing it to retreat and even deactivate. But the scientists now had another problem. They created another superweapon that could just fall into the hands of the next evil being set on conquering the galaxy. So they decided to scuttle the ship and set it down in the endless swamps of Zakul. Now in the millennia that followed, most of the galaxy considered this whole story of an eternal droid evil and a supposed superpowered ship were just a myth. But Valkorion told his scions something along the lines of,
"It's all true."
And he tasked them with finding the Eternal Fleet. They eventually did find it, but this fleet-killing ship always loomed as a possible threat that could bubble up. Years later, a being known as the Outlander attacked Emperor Valkorion, and in their escape had to crash land on Zakul. There, his allies would discover the long-lost wreckage of the Gravestone, and with some time and handiwork, they were able to repair most of the damaged systems. Now fully operational, they attempted to flee Zakul, but were stopped when the Eternal Fleet popped out of hyperspace. This unique grid formation is both intimidating and effective, but the Gravestone's weapon is able to punch a hole right through it. It took out at least 24 enemy capital ships with a single shot. Exactly how the Omnicannon works is a mystery that died ages ago with its creators, but we can suss out some of the details by seeing it in action. The first thing to understand is that this ship has an incredibly powerful shield generator, and when it fires, the beams are coming out of the plasma bubble that encases it, perhaps turning this shield into a weapon. This enormous turbine initiates the process, and then you'll see that when these prongs open up, all these protrusions make beams that feed into the main beam. Well, you can see that the bulk of the particle generation comes from this smaller green structure in the middle. I believe these smaller circular devices on the sides also help with creating this charge up. The first shot is directly from the center, but the real thing that makes it a fleet killer is that it targets multiple enemy ships at once, with the subsequent beams coming out of the large plasma bubble that encases the Gravestone, specifically coming from the wide disc shape that is generated around the bow of this superweapon. I would assume that this large structure on the side also helps with creating these additional strikes. It too contains a turbine, and all these openings which may help to direct the shots. It certainly looks like a weapon, and although it's not mirrored on each side, perhaps it works by targeting the enemy ships, sending out something that then draws the secondary beams from the plasma disc. Lightning is plasma, and the way it fires is almost like lightning strikes, making me think that the Gravestone creates this sort of plasma soup of lightning potential, which is then drawn to the enemy ship the way lightning strikes are drawn to objects. That's how it can achieve direct hits from such a wide area, not being a series of cannons that are directly pointed at the opponent. But definitely let me know how you think this works down in the description, because it's never answered in any reference books. So I'm sure you guys can come up with a way to expand it, or maybe there's something I'm not seeing here. And while we're looking at the ship systems, let me point out that this is the bridge, and then this is the normal turbo laser cannon. Communication devices were up here, and it has an enormous hangar on the side that doubles as a docking area. And it has 9 auxiliary engines, and this one large main engine. The speed is unknown, as well as its hyperdrive rating. But let's do a size comparison before we jump back into the crazy history of this ship. Its overall length was 390 meters, or 1,280 feet, making it a couple YT-1300s longer than the Arquitens class cruiser, and about 1/4 the Imperial class Star Destroyer. The height of the main body was 144 meters, or 472 feet, making it about 2.5 times the height of the Arquitens, or about 1.5 Zillo Beasts. But when the prongs open, the full height is 308 meters, or 1,010 feet, making it taller than the Venator, but still a couple Zillo Beasts shorter than the ISD. Its width was 222 meters, or 728 feet, making it about 5.5 Jawa Sandcrawlers across, or about 1/5 the ISD. I also thought it'd be cool to measure the size of this enormous turbine, and I got 92 meters long by 51 meters tall. That means about 8 Jawa Sandcrawlers could fit inside of the plasma turbine. Now after it punched a hole in the fleet over Zakul, it was barely able to make the jump to hyperspace. It then exited nearby the Shadowport Asylum. Here they met Scorpio, who helped the crew speak to the Gravestone central computer. She was able to repair many of the systems, but noticed that the AI that dwelled in this ship rivaled her own. Shortly after this, the Eternal Fleet discovers them and opens fire. Scorpio's upgrades made the turbo lasers incredibly accurate, and we can see that they were way more powerful than the Eternal warships. As the fleet rearranged itself to launch an inescapable volley, our heroes make it through hyperspace just in time. Here they travel to Odessen and meet up with the Alliance, a combination of Sith Empire and Galactic Republic forces that joined up to oppose the Eternal Emperor. They came up with a plan to capture a warship and use Gemini Prime to access and control the whole Gemini fleet. The boarding party included Scorpio, who faked her death once aboard this ship, and then waited for Emperor Archon's flagship to arrive. She rose up and took control of the Gemini system for herself, for now acting as an ally to Empress Valen. Scorpio knew the location of the Alliance, so they led an attack on Odessen. Here the Omnicannon was able to deal out huge amounts of destruction, but reacting to finish off the Gravestone, the Eternal ships moved into a formation for their own composite beam attack. Clever piloting by Koth put the flagship in between them, and the Gravestone was able to unload on it just in time to create a chain reaction that consumed both the flagship and even more Eternal Fleet warships. Koth would betray the Outlander by taking the ship for himself and disappearing for some time, but he did return to help with the defense of the planet Voss. Later, Empress Valen and Scorpio would be able to lure the Gravestone into a trap, though Koth was able to keep them out of the weapon systems until one of his crew was broken. But to prevent them from taking full control, Koth rigged a bomb to explode if anyone accessed the bridge without his personal code, knowing that if a Gemini unit could gain control of the one weapon that posed a threat to the Eternal Fleet, all organic life in the galaxy might come to an end. The problem was that a fight with the Empress accidentally caused the bomb's timer to activate, forcing the Outlander and Koth to defuse it. Now without the threat of destruction, Scorpio takes control and reveals that she had been communicating with the ship's incredible AI, thus discovering the location of Iokath, the planet that spawned the sentient Gemini droids, the Eternal Fleet, and the Gravestone. She takes the ship to its homeworld, but they were attacked by the sole remaining AI on world, a being called Ares. Our heroes are able to complete a series of tests requested by the AI, and were able to set the planetary defense weapons to overload, just barely escaping in the recaptured Gravestone. From here they went back to Odessen, and with data files from the ship's homeworld, they were able to put in some impressive upgrades. From here they go on to finish the fight against the Eternal Empire by launching an attack on Zakul and the Eternal Throne. The Omnicannon did its thing, blasting countless of these ancient droid ships into pieces, and eventually the throne was taken. The Eternal Fleet and the Gravestone would be commanded by the Outlander, the new Eternal Emperor who vowed to only use this automated force for delivering aid and rebuilding the war-torn galaxy. And the Gravestone would act as a big stick, dissuading all future evildoers. This peace would last for some time, but all good creations, no matter how ancient and alien, must come to an end. Enter Zildrog, another of the Iokath creations. It was discovered by the Sith Emperor Vitiate centuries before the story we just went over. During what was called the Ritual of Nathema, Vitiate absorbed all of the life force of every living thing on the planet, including most of his rival Sith Lords at the time, who he invited there after Naga Sadow's defeat in the Great Hyperspace War. The ancient sentient AI Zildrog helped Vitiate understand the power of life transfer. And now, about 13 centuries later, Zildrog was just sitting in a vault on Nathema. Once it was activated by an enemy of the Eternal Alliance, it connected with its fellow Iokath creations. Possessing the Gravestone, he unloaded on the Eternal Fleet. He knew that it was under the command of a false meatbag leader, and it said that he destroyed the entire fleet that day, and almost got to use the Omni Cannon to destroy the Alliance capital on Odessen. When this AI was destroyed, he activated a failsafe on both the Eternal Throne and the Gravestone, causing them both to self-destruct. Even if there are Eternal Fleet ships out there somewhere, they could no longer be controlled via the throne as one massive armada, and the Gravestone was blown to dust. No way to rebuild the tech of the ancient Iokaths. But there is one more thing I want your opinions on. This alien core of the Gravestone was in a room called the Dark Sanctuary. This strange-looking device acts like a sort of reactor, and it's where we first see the ghost of Valkorion. What this odd thing is never gets explained, at least not to my knowledge, or in the resources that I found. So what do you think it is, and how do you think it works? Do you think it's one of the last organic remnants of the Iokaths? That lost race that was destroyed by its own creations? Or do you think it's just a connection built in for Zildrog? And what do you think of the Iokath's place in the Star Wars universe? In the Gemini's goal of wiping out all organic life? Definitely let me know what you think of all of this in the comments down below. And the only cool behind the scenes fact is that the Gravestone is kind of like a ship version of King Arthur's sword. Some of your allies point out that it's almost like the Force is guiding you to this thing, and it's what allowed the Outlander to become the heir to the throne. And just like in the versions of the story where King Arthur gets Excalibur from the Lady of the Lake, the Gravestone too was underwater in the Endless Swamp. But most important of all, remember, the further back you go, the more strange and awesome the Star Wars universe gets. And the Force will be with you, always. We saw how the Victory 2 had some dramatic changes to its weaponry as a result to a difference in foe, namely the transition from all-out destructive ability during the Clone Wars to ion cannons and tractor beams, which are better for capturing rebels. But what would a Victory 3 look like? What's up, meta nerds? This is a fan-made design of the successor to the Victory 2. It was made by Adam Kopp, and Shogun Eagle made some stats so that it could be used in the Star Wars D6 role-playing game, and I generally agree with these stats. With the Victory 3, we see how the Empire responded to the increase in rebel strength over the later years of the Galactic Civil War. It was introduced in 5 ABY, a year after the Battle of Endor, and so was produced for the Imperial Remnant. The New Republic would have taken over Kuat drive yards by this point, and this explains the dramatic change in weaponry and overall look. During the Old Republic era, Rendili Hyperworks created some of the galaxy's best capital ships, but over the years they lost that top spot. Almost all the capital ships for the Republic and Empire were made by Kuat drive yards. But with that loss, Rendili stepped up to provide a new Star Destroyer for a new opponent. This third installation shows a cool story of the Victory class. The V1 was made for all-out destruction during the Clone Wars. The V2 was made to neutralize and capture rebels alive during the Galactic Civil War, and the V3 was made for an empire that was dwindling. And so Rendili came up with some interesting ways to combat this new threat. Their Star Destroyer design has these more rounded shapes, but it's their weapon choice that's really interesting. Concussion missile tubes were brought back for the V3, but now with variable munition launchers. On board this ship, you could have your standard missiles for ship-to-ship warfare, with the ever-growing size of the New Republic fleet, or fire what were called shrapnel missiles. This essentially allowed the Victory 3 to be a sort of heavy artillery or a flak gun, but also it had what you would actually think of as flak guns as well. And let me explain why you would want both shrapnel missiles and flak guns. It's pretty cool, and something I wish we saw a lot more of. Most of the shields in Star Wars are energy shields, blocking laser cannons and plasma from turbolasers. Remember, blasters and most weapons in this universe are called lasers, but actually fire balls of plasma. But only particle shields stop solid physical objects. Most ships are covered in energy shields, allowing ships to fly in and out just fine. And it's how you can fly out of a hangar, but you can't shoot into it. Well, to be more accurate, you can't shoot laser cannons into it. Shrapnel torpedoes can fly right through your hangar shield, being either actively guided or just fired incredibly accurately via targeting computers. They can go so much further than a flak gun and be delivered to a specific point, whereas flak cannons were intended to be used at a much shorter distance, making a cloud of debris that was more intended for defense. This combination on the V3 allows you to fire these shrapnel missiles straight through the enemy shields, and even their hangar, while it will then explode into a cloud of deadly metal. A bonus is that even if those ships in the hangar had their shields on, the solid shrapnel would pass straight through those as well. Then when the New Republic starfighters did get close to the Victory 3, the more conventional flak guns would open up, lining the sides and then more densely packed around the bridge. Here is a great time to bring up the placement of the shield projectors. Kuat may have gotten comfy with their contracts, so Rendili decided that instead of sticking them up on top like a beacon to all adversaries, they are tucked behind the bridge. Also, the enormous communication tower and forward observation station of its predecessors were removed, with the comms being built into this rear fin structure. They increased the overall length by 100 meters, bringing it to 1,000 meters or 3,281 feet. About a tall Zillow beast shorter than the Venator, and 62.5 the size of the Imperial class. This increase in size allowed for a larger complement of ships and vehicles, as well as more power storage and Tabana gas for weapon systems. It doubled the amount of TIE fighters to 4 squadrons or 48 ships total, 6 Lambda shuttles, 12 AT-ST walkers, 4 of the smaller juggernauts, the HAVW-A5, and 20 TX-130 fighter tanks. Remember, this was for the Imperial remnant, so they're scooping up all the ships and vehicles that are left, often some Clone Wars holdovers. And although there was an increase in the need for pure destructive ability, it also increased the ion cannons and tractor beams. You can imagine how the flak and shrapnel torpedoes actually sync well with the original goal of capturing rebels alive, as these now New Republic VIPs would usually not be in starfighters or the hangar bay, but commanding from the bridge. So if you're hoping to take out the New Republic and reinstall the Empire, you can have your V3 obliterate all the starfighters that were sent out, while hoping to ion and disable the NR ship so that you can capture them and extract intel, as well as provide a morale boost for those that still support the Empire. The increased hull size allows for beefier shield generators and a better hyperdrive, with a near 800 point increase in SPD rating, and an almost unheard of Class 0.5 hyperdrive. That's absurdly fast, and something you don't see on any Star Destroyers, or even most starfighters. And for all this, its overall crew is only increased by 393. Now as for the purpose of these unique looking rounded devices on the sides, I like to think that they, along with all the other rolling edges throughout this thing, help to give it a more powerful shield. You can see this tube containing a series of projectors, and this isn't really why, but the more organic looking, rounded ships of the Mon Cala have some of the strongest shields in the galaxy. So maybe there's something to how that shape helps protect the ship, or it just has to do with preventing detection from the New Republic. Let me know what you think down in the comments. But either way, it adds to the cool fact that the Victory is always a sign of its times. The sides of the Victory started out as being massive, missile-spamming devices, and now with the Imperial remnant being hunted by the New Republic, they're now either for defense or evasion. So that's it for the breakdown. Again, it's a fan-made ship, but I really like how it fits into existing Legends lore, so I just wanted to highlight it. And I'm gonna do a video on flak/shrapnel weapons soon, so keep an eye out for that. And check out the links to see the roleplay write-up for this ship, and see all the other amazing work by Adam Kopp. But most important of all, remember, the V3 torpedoes will hunt you down in your own hangar bay, and the Force will be with you, always. This ship plays an important role in the transition from the Republic to the Empire, and is awesome in the fact that form follows function as the enemy changes in the Imperial era. Blah blah blah, but I don't like it. Alright, that's a bit too strong, I do like it, but I just feel like it shouldn't be called a Victory class. Hopefully you'll see what I mean. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Victory 2 class Star Destroyer. Of course, the successor to the Victory 1 class. But what many don't know is that it is considered a more direct predecessor to the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer. To be fair, the dramatic changes in the V2 are the result of changes in Imperial goals and their opponents. When there were swarms of CIS starfighters, the Republic relied most on the Venator, which had the largest hangar, along with a decent amount of ion cannons and concussion missiles, at a time when there was an enemy with at least an equal amount of capital ships. With the Empire, the enemy became more and more elusive, so both ship-to-ship and starfighter combat dropped off, and when you're fighting a rebellion, your main goal is to collect intel on its leaders.
Until you found those plans and bring me the passengers, I want them alive!
The Victory 1 was introduced in 20 BBY, the second year of the Clone Wars, and what it was most known for were these missile tubes that flared out on the sides. These were great for blowing apart everything from CIS transports, frigates, and even larger capital ships like the Providence and Munificent class. But perhaps the Empire found these to be too deadly for an anti-rebellion role. Most rebels claim that they would rather die than give up intel, so being blown apart by a concussion missile barrage would be too easy a death for these traitors. and it went against the Empire's goals, making martyrs without gaining any info. Instead, the Empire would prefer to capture rebel crews alive, and treat them to torture droids until they gave up the location of rebel leaders and assets. So to do this, they dropped all of the concussion missile launchers. All of them. From 80 launchers down to 0. It loses the most defining aspect of the Victory class, so like I said in the opening, just doesn't feel like it should share the Victory name. Here's a full loadout comparison. They both have 10 tractor beams, which makes sense for the goal of capturing rebels alive. The biggest change was the removal of the missile tubes in favor of 20 heavy ion cannons, again in line with capture, and even preventing the transmission of intel or a warning to the rebel allies when the ion cannons disabled communication devices. Next we have 40 double turbolaser batteries, swapped out for an arguably equal amount of firepower in the form of 20 double heavy turbolasers. And it is hard to gauge how much of a difference there would be in a shift from 10 quad turbolasers to 20 turbolaser batteries. But really the main change was to abandon all-out destructive ability in favor of disabling and tractoring in to be captured. Now their crew, troop complement, and starfighter and vehicle complements were almost identical, just with a notable decrease in gunners in the Victory 2. They have the exact same cargo capacity at 8,100 metric tons, or the weight of 9,939 dewbacks. And they are the same size, 900 meters or 2,953 feet, about 2/3 the Venator, and 3/5 the ISD. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about 3 times the length of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. The Victory 2 cost 7 million credits less, 50 as opposed to 57, and not just due to the loss of the missiles. The hull and shield ratings were both dropped, the hull by almost 200 points, and the shields close to a whopping 400-point decrease. Again though, this just points to a different role for the V2 versus the Victory that sailed during a time of all-out galactic war. These hull and armor ratings may have been more than enough for your standard rebel attack. It did retain a Class 1 hyperdrive, which made it quicker than nearly every other Imperial Star Destroyer, and tied it with the Venator. And the complement was also the same to the V1, at 24 TIE Fighters, 5 Lambda-class shuttles, 10 AT-AT Walkers, 15 AT-STs, and 10 Juggernauts. Of course, this could be rearranged depending on the mission, but if you watched our video on the Imperial carrier, you know that the Imps went with ships that were more specialized. Instead of the Venator, which would have missiles, be a carrier, and a Star Destroyer, now you could have a Broadside class cruiser delivering the missiles in a way more streamlined way than the Victory 1 could. A more efficient use of starfighters via the dedicated carrier, the Gladiator class. And a Victory 2 that could act more like a Star Destroyer for this era. Enough turbolaser strength to overpower rebel capital ships, but also a focus on ion cannons and tractor beams for capturing those rebel scum. All qualities that would be incorporated into its larger successor, the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer. And though I picked on them, the Victory 2 stood the test of time, with some being captured by the Rebellion and incorporated into the New Republic, while others served into the Imperial Remnant, with the Protector serving in the Yuuzhan Vong War. So I hope you see that while I think it's an outrage to its missile barraging namesake, I both recognize and appreciate the fact that with the V2, we can see how form followed function with the changing times from the Clone Wars into the Galactic Civil War era. The only behind-the-scenes facts is that it is first mentioned in the Star Wars Rule Companion back in 1989, and first appeared in Mission to Liana. But it is most known for its appearance in the video games Star Wars TIE Fighter and Empire at War. Additional facts come from the Essential Guide to Warfare and the Imperial Sourcebook, both highly recommended and linked down below. But most important of all, remember, intel may be what wins wars, but missile barrages are cooler, and the Force will be with you, always.
Prepare for impact!
What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Sverna-class Corvette, more commonly known as the Hammerhead Corvette. We'll do a complete breakdown and even behind-the-scenes facts, but let's start with its history. It was manufactured by Carrion Engineering Corporation, the makers of things like the CR-90 and YT-1300, but the exact year that it was introduced is unknown. Ezra Bridger was born in 19 BBY, the final year of the Clone Wars, and he calls the Sphyrna, quote,
"Some old transports?"
Whether that means 20 years, 50, or 100 is unknown, but I would say it was probably made just after the Clone Wars were over, since we never see them during that conflict. And Ezra is just a teenager, so if it was introduced just 10 to 20 years earlier, it would still be called old. But the actual look of this ship is very old. Old Republic old, in fact. The Hammerhead-class cruiser was used some 4,000 years earlier, during the Old Sith Wars. This single ship inspired the design of its contemporary, the Thranta-class Corvette, the Sphyrna used during the Galactic Civil War, and the MC-140 Scythe class used by the New Republic during the Sith Imperial War from 127 ABY. So the Hammerhead-class cruiser has one of the greatest legacies of any ship in galactic history. Back then they were made by the prominent Rendili Hyperworks, but over the millennia they lost some of their market dominance to Corellia Engineering. Even back during the Old Republic era, they sold the Praetorian design to CEC, who retooled it into the Class 4 bulk freighter. It is said that CEC would charge 1 million credits for a Sphyrna class, with many of them being purchased by the royal family of Alderaan. They bought up a lot of other CEC ships like the CR-90, and a certain princess always had terrible luck with them. The rebels just always seemed to steal her CEC ships, with such perfect timing and execution that you'd swear it's an inside job. The Empire certainly thought so, and that's why Lieutenant Yoger on the planet Lothal was given special gravity locks, just to make sure the princess wasn't the victim to another rebel attack. These corvettes, the Lightmaker, Amity's Arrow, and Duchess Senna, were filled with supplies to help the citizens of Lothal, but of course Leia hoped to add them to the rebel fleet. But why were they so sought after? Let's take a look at its stats. I'll give the official size numbers, but know that this doesn't really match up with what we see in Rogue One, so I'll give my numbers too. It was 315 meters, or 1,033 feet long, making it more than twice the length of the CR-90, and just 3 huts shorter than the Arquitens class. It stood 100 meters, or 328 feet tall, making it about 1/5 the height of the Imperial Star Destroyer, or twice the height of the Arquiten. At 108 meters, or 354 feet wide, it was about 1/9 the width of the ISD, and 3 huts thinner than the Arquitens. But I really don't think that matches up with what we see on screen, so here's what I got. This groove is about 45 meters tall, so let's say this Sphyrna is about 55 meters since it is a bit taller. This would make the length about 165 meters, about 1/10 the length of the ISD, which matches up a lot better with what we see. The width would be about 59 meters, just 11 meters wider than the CR-90, which also makes sense given that these structures stick out on the sides. Let me know which stat seems more correct to you down in the comments below. So by using the numbers I calculated, if it landed here on Earth, it would be about 18 stories tall, just a bit wider than a football field, and about 27 hammerhead sharks long. Now there are 4 variants of the Sphyrna: the Scout, Torpedo, Transport, and Tug. We don't really have any stats or accounts of the Torpedo variant. The Tug would have likely had a wider array of tractor beams, the Transports would have the standard stats, and the Scout would have likely been outfitted with a stronger sensor array and a better hyperwave transceiver that would be heavily encrypted. It would be transport Sphyrnas that were brought to Lothal, as evidenced by this large cargo unit. Landing gear would extend out through the hammerhead section and towards the rear by the thruster cluster. The original models contained a Class 3 hyperdrive, a deflector shield, and 3 dual laser cannons, 2 on the side of the hammerhead section, and 1 rear-mounted cannon. The original build would have 3 sublight engines, but later they would add this 4th thruster, giving it a top atmospheric speed of 900 km per hour, or 559 miles per hour. That's a bit slower than an ISD, but faster than a TIE bomber. Its megalight speed, or how fast it could go in space, is unknown, but I would imagine it was similar to the 81 megalight rating of the CR-90. But the most unique quality of these thrusters is the acceleration. When fully engaged, they provide enough thrust to knock over an AT-AT, and its most famous act would be how it pushed around an ISD. The Sphyrna could operate with just a single crew member, and its total crew was just 35, while it could accommodate 125 passengers. This Corvette was used in a similar role to the Corellian blockade runner, and we would see the rebels in possession of a lot more than just the 3 that were given up by Leia. One would be destroyed by Darth Maul in his search for Ezra and Kanan, and one was seen when Phoenix Cell discovered Iron Squadron. Later, several Sphyrnas would be present during the Battle of Atollon, where we saw that with repeated TIE fighter strafes, even these small fighters could overcome the Corvette's deflector shield. The Lightmaker was one of those ships Leia brought to Lothal, and would gain legendary status during the Battle of Scarif. Admiral Raddus coordinated with the ship's commander, Cato Oquon, to ram into the ISD the Persecutor after it had been disabled by a Y-wing ion attack. By using the Hammerhead's bow to lodge itself into this nook in the side of the Star Destroyer, they were able to fully engage those 4 thrusters and slowly move the much larger Imperial ship. The decision to place the other ISD, the Intimidator, right over the Scarif shield gate was a move to ensure its protection, but of course it ended up leading to the loss of all 3 assets. Really, once the Hammerhead was in place, there wasn't much you could do to stop it. Even if the Intimidator wasn't there, pushing just the Persecutor into the shield gate would have destroyed it. The only way this could have been prevented would be if the Star Destroyers could have got their systems online quicker. At least one Sphyrna was able to escape before Darth Vader's arrival, and you can actually see another one that doesn't seem to be targeted. One would later be used by the Alliance to restore the Republic during the siege on Taurine 7. And there was even a Sphyrna present in the Resistance Navy, with the Sturdic Star being used on Tal. And then there is the Nadiri Starhawk. Made for the New Republic in part from broken ISDs, this ship relied more on its incredibly powerful tractor beam array, but you can still see that hammerhead influence in its design. If not a direct successor, it is definitely a spiritual successor, as it bullied around ISDs and even dragged down a Super Star Destroyer. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The Old Republic Hammerhead class cruiser has not been officially brought back into canon, but canon lore on the Sphyrna confirms that it was inspired by a ship that existed long before the Imperial era. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Old Republic stuff, especially ships, ends up eventually getting canonized, maybe with some minor tweaks. In the role-playing guidebook Dawn of Rebellion, they say that it was made by Rendili Star Drive, the descendants of the Old Republic company Rendili Hyperworks, but the Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Vehicles says that it was CEC. There's also a mistake in the Rebel files, where they used an image of a Thranta-class Corvette instead of the Sphyrna. The Thranta is still Legends, as this is said to just be a mistake. Then the Geektionary Galaxy from A to Z calls it the Hammerhead-class cruiser. When combined with an official length that I feel is really off, I can't believe the lore is so sloppy with a ship that I think provided the coolest scene in all of new canon material. And the name is a reference to the genus of hammerhead sharks being called the Sphyrna, which comes from the Greek word for hammer. But most important of all, remember, the hammerhead design will never die, and the Force will be with you, always. When the fringes of your galactic empire get out of hand, send in your mini Venator. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is about the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer. We'll do a complete breakdown and behind-the-scenes stuff, but let's start with its history. Initially, it was designed by Rendili Star Drive, the creators of things like the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser and the Hammerhead-class cruiser during the Old Republic era. The design came from Wallach Splissix, who would work for both Rendili and Kuat drive yards. The Victor Initiative project was a joint venture between these two titans in the shipwright industry. They were tasked with improving the capital ships that were being used since the outset of the Clone Wars, like the Venator and the Acclamator. Trying to improve on the Venator sounds like the definition of an impossible task, and we can debate whether they were successful, but this project produced the Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would only be out for the last few months of the war, but it was envisioned that this Victory fleet would be aided by the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer. You see, the Venator was incredible in that it had plenty of firepower in its turbolasers, point defense cannons, and proton torpedoes, but its enormous and efficient hangar is what really made it so great. It could carry either 192 V-Wings or V-19s, along with 36 ARC-170s, and 192 ETA-2 interceptors, and then 30 LAAT gunships thrown in on top of that. The Victory could only carry 24 starfighters. Some of its space was used to carry an unknown amount of dropships and AT-AT walkers, but that's true for many other capital ships as well. So with this dramatic decrease in ship complement from the Venator to the Victory, they solved this problem by having a dedicated ship act as a large hangar. Now the official stats say that only 26 starfighters were aboard the Gladiator class, but I feel like that is just one of those stats that was created without a lot of thought put into it, so don't worry, we can figure out a much more accurate number. Let's start with its overall size. At 600 meters or 1,969 feet long, it was about half the size of the Venator, 2/3 the Victory, and about 38% the length of the Imperial-class Star Destroyers. With a height of 126 meters or 413 feet, it was about half the height of the Venator and about a quarter the ISD. Being 329 meters or 1,079 feet wide, it was more than half the Venator and about 1/3 the ISD. If it ever showed up here on Earth, it would be about 2.5 Yamatos long, still the longest warship ever made, stand taller than the Statue of Liberty, and be about twice as wide as Michigan Stadium, which has the largest capacity of any American football stadium at 107,000. So if we take accounts that the Gladiator was essentially a massive flying hangar, with these two hangar exits on the side and the main one up front here, then we can calculate this section as being the hangar. You get 130 meters wide by 217 meters long, equaling 28,210 square meters. A single TIE fighter takes up about 64 square meters, but let's double that to provide enough room to walk around it, and or the room for the machinery if it's being held on racks. Doubled, it is 128 meters, so 28,210 divided by 128 is 220. We didn't include this space on the sides, or consider the fact that the TIE fighter racks are an excellent use of space, freeing up your hangar floor to be used for even more ships. I think this 220 number is actually conservative. It makes a lot more sense if you consider why it was created. Or, just by looking at it. Only 26 fighters seems ridiculously low. I don't say that the Victory Starfighter complement was too low, only because it wasn't intended for that role. If we look at the cross-section for an Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, you can see that only a relatively small section was dedicated to fighters. The ISD was almost 3 times the size of the Gladiator, and only had 72 TIEs, usually split up into 48 TIE Fighters, 12 TIE Bombers, and 12 TIE Interceptors. Remember, the Empire was moving towards specialization, having specific craft carry out specific roles. You can see the ISD as being the most broad in its abilities, but if you think about it, it still had a very specific role as acting as a flying Imperial city. A sort of mobile Imperial castle that you could plop down where you want, with all your citizens behind the Durasteel wall that made up its hull. There were enough supplies and living quarters inside to wage a long war, and enough defensive measures to protect your command staff located inside. All of this allowing you to lord over the lands within their star system. The Victory would do the same, just on a smaller scale, but for both Star Destroyers, the bulk of their fighter complement came from other ships like the Gladiator, that was essentially a flying hangar, while things like extra firepower came from the Broadside class, which was essentially a flying pack of missiles. That being said, the Gladiator still packed enough weaponry to fend for itself, with 12 light dual turbo laser turrets, 10 point defense medium laser cannon turrets, and an impressive 10 torpedo or missile tubes, with a total payload of 300 missiles. So you can see that it lacks the ion cannons and heavy turbo lasers that you would want to break a shield and start ripping an enemy apart. But the theory is that if it was separated from a Victory or ISD, its starfighters could single out the shield generator, and those 300 missiles could finish him off. The problem for the Gladiator was that the Clone Wars came to an end just as it was being produced, and they were no longer up against a seemingly endless swarm of droid starfighters. It was more hit-and-run rebel tactics, and the Tarkin Doctrine said that the best way to stop this was through fear, hence the plopping down of intimidating castle-like Imperial Star Destroyers that housed a whole bureaucracy that could rule over rebellious planets, and enough turbolasers for a planetary bombardment if need be. So Kuat Drive Yards reworked the newer generation of Gladiators to also carry a large complement of troops, 2 battalions of stormtroopers, 1,200 total to be exact. When the Empire got word of some annoying new pirate gang, or a small planet flirting with rebellion, this reworked Gladiator would often be sent in on its own in order to lay down the law. Its firepower, fighter complement, and elite troops were often more than enough for smaller threats, and was much more cost efficient than always sending the big ISD. If they needed a hand, the Empire would often pair them up with 2 Raider 1 class Corvettes, like seen with the rowdy Outer Rim planet Zorn. This strategy worked for decades, until the Rebel fleet started to grow. While Explicics, the renowned shipwright that designed the Gladiator and so many others, would betray the Empire and help the Rebels modify their new ships. Things like the Assault Frigate Mark II would be modified from the Dreadnaught class, while other ships like the Nebulon B were just stolen. Traitorous governments allowed CR-90s and other Corellian-made craft to fall into the hands of rebels, and when the fish folk of Mon Cala got involved, it became just too dangerous for smaller capital ships like the Gladiator to be without an Imperial Star Destroyer escort. When the Rebel Alliance attacked Camino and won BBY, there was at least 1 Gladiator involved in this epic space battle alongside ISDs. For the remainder of the Galactic Civil War, the Gladiator wasn't heard of much, but I would assume that they were stationed at various crucial assets across the galaxy, where they could rapidly deploy starfighter and stormtrooper support. It is likely that many Imperial drill pod boarding craft and TIE boarding shuttles would be worked into its complement, and hopefully those stormtroopers would be able to take over Rebel capital ships from within, all while the ISDs were being scrambled. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. I didn't include this part in its history because it would hurt the flow and, frankly, the cool factor, but this ship originally comes from the 1985 Droids TV show. There we see the Demolisher, a Gladiator that was stolen by none other than Kylo Ren back in 15 BBY. It's said that this could fetch 34 million credits on the black market. Whether that is cheaper than the Imperial price because of how hot it is, or a markup because of how rare it is unknown. Also, if you were wondering, speed stats are unknown, but it does come equipped with a Class 1 hyperdrive, making it as fast in the hyper as most quick little starfighters. The ship breakdown details come from the complete Star Wars Encyclopedia and the Force Unleashed campaign guide, as well as the Essential Guide to Warfare. But most important of all, remember, you really haven't seen the last of Kylo Ren. And the Force will be with you. Always. In space warfare, always take advantage of a frictionless battlefield. Send your missiles from as far away as possible. What's up, meta nerds? This video is about the Empire's Broadside class cruiser, a long-range missile boat that can deal an incredible amount of damage, or be pathetically destroyed if used incorrectly. It was manufactured by Kuat Drive Yards, the same people that made all the other Imperial Star Destroyers. The look of the keel was based on the Gladiator class Star Destroyer, but you can think of this thing as a sort of mini Victory class. Introduced 1 year before the Battle of Yavin, they left the construction yard being 500 meters, or 1,640 feet long. This makes them about half the size of the Victory, and about 1/3 the Imperial 1 class. If it were here on Earth, it would be about 1.5 times the size of the Nimitz class carrier, the largest military ship in the world right now, or about 108 Honda Civics long. But what's really impressive is that the entire interior of this ship is dedicated to its high explosive payload. There are 40 individual concussion missile launcher tubes, with a total of 1,200 missiles on board. Its big brother the Gladiator only had 300, and the Victory had 80 concussion missile launchers, and things like your standard TIE bomber had 16 missiles. That means a single broadside cruiser had the equivalent of 75 fully loaded TIE bombers. For reference, an ISD would normally only have 12 bombers in its complement. Now consider the fact that it could fire these from incredibly long distances, and it could fire the terrifying MS-15 Diamond Boron missile. This anti-starfighter missile was developed during the Clone Wars, but perfected during the Galactic Civil War. They could be fired from the same launchers as your standard concussion missiles, but had two important upgrades. Their Diamond Boron coating made them impervious to almost all laser cannons produced by starfighters. As Wedge Antilles said about Dash Rendar's experience, Thing was one of those Empire's new Diamond Boron armor jobs. Nothing he threw at it could have stopped it. So it could easily get into your starfighter formation, and when it did, the explosion created a 50-meter sphere of death in all directions. Wise commanders could create a sort of grid, sending these at areas all separated by 50 meters, and watch as the explosions all grew and met, creating an enormous kill zone. The ship was also equipped with a pair of turbolasers, and did have some relatively weak shielding. But this thing was designed to stay in the rear. It was slow, had terrible maneuverability, and even some of the armor was removed, making it just a few steps away from literally being a glass cannon. The Broadside class did not have any starfighter hangars, and because almost the entire interior was dedicated to carrying its missile payload, it was reliant upon other ships for constant support. These would almost never be seen alone, always escorted by other capital ships, mostly Star Destroyers. As the war raged on, the Empire developed ways to use the missile cruiser with deadly efficiency. When it was equipped with its Diamond Boron missiles, it could focus on an anti-starfighter role. By using your own starfighters to corral the enemy fighters, and keeping the broadsides far enough away that the enemy didn't even expect missile fire, you could accurately deliver those missiles into the center of the enemy formation. Just make sure to coordinate this maneuver with your starfighters, having them either peel off at the right time, or stay just outside of the blast radius. This position is key, as enemy bombers and just about any capital ship can make quick work of the Broadside class if they could get to one. This is why they should hang back, with a cloud of starfighters and interceptors out in front of you to protect your Star Destroyers that were set up in the middle. If you were ambushed by the rear, this would be the worst case scenario for your broadside cruisers, but hopefully your destroyers could peel back while your cruisers rushed forward. In this 3-level split, your enemy assets are constantly being bombarded by this sniping missile boat that they can't even get to. Way too much laser cannon and turbo laser fire from these first 2 levels. Those Diamond Boron missiles could also blow apart Rebel space stations with ease, but they simply became too expensive. Each missile cost 20,000 credits. That's the cost of a Vulture droid, or 1/3 a TIE fighter, and would put a total payload at 24 million credits. That's around the cost of the Broadside class itself, and consider that the Gladiator was 34 million, or think of it this way. Resupplying 6¼ broadsides cost as much as a brand new Imperial class Star Destroyer. For this reason, most were loaded up with your standard concussion missiles, but the tactics remained the same, and the destruction it could cause was still incredible. It is for this exact reason that many Imperial heads rolled when the Zon Consortium was able to get their hands on some. How many Broadside cruisers are still in the galaxy is unknown, but this missile boat that dealt damage at a distance struck horror into the hearts of the rebellion. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It was originally designed to be just 50 to 60 meters, which kinda makes more sense when you look at it. It would have been similar to the Guardian class light cruiser, but StarWars.com and just how it looks next to Star Destroyers in-game confirms that it is 500 meters. It was introduced in the game Empire at War, but many note its similar appearance to the Demolisher in the 1985 TV show Star Wars Droids. This ship would become the Gladiator class, and then inspire the Broadside class. And I think it's kind of funny that this ship should actually never be involved in a broadside. Additional information for the breakdown came from the official guide for Empire at War and the Force Unleashed campaign guide. But most important of all, remember, when you gaze long into the abyss of space, the abyss also may fire a diamond boron missile at you from seemingly out of nowhere, and the Force will be with you, always. Believe it or not, this ship was a symbol of Imperial security before the Rebel scum started using it so effectively. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the EF-76 Nebulon B escort frigate. We will get into its history and behind the scenes facts, but let's start with a breakdown. And keep an eye out for this Legends tag if you care about that distinction. It was manufactured by Kuat Drive Yards soon after the Imperial transition, and each one would cost the Empire 8.5 million credits. That's more than twice the cost of the Arquitens class light cruiser, and about 1/18th the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer. They were built to escort cargo shipments across the galaxy, and thus were equipped with a Class 2 hyperdrive, and one of the most reliable long-range communications arrays available. This way they could call for backup when ambushed by rebels or pirates, but it could also hold its own in a fight. The exterior is lined in an equal split of anti-capital ship and anti-starfighter weaponry, with 12 turbolasers and 12 laser cannons. It also had dual tractor beam emitters for rescuing damaged allies, or disrupting the enemy's formations. And there was also a torpedo missile launcher variant. But it also contained hangar bays that could be filled with a combination of TIE fighters and shuttles, or just a max of 2 squadrons of TIE fighters. That would be a total of 24 TIEs. The deflector shield was located in this section, protecting the relatively weak connecting section and the engine array. Although it looks similar to the Imperial command bridge style, the actual bridge is located up here, more securely tucked away and surrounded by other similar looking structures. Its 7-ion engine array got it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1200 km per hour or 746 miles per hour, making it as fast as a TIE fighter and much faster than an ISD. But it also has a megalite rating, or how fast it can go in space, of only 40 compared to 60 with the Star Destroyer and 100 in the TIE fighter. Have fun trying to make sense of how it can be faster than a TIE fighter in atmosphere, but slower than it in empty space. I'll see you down in the comments. You can see the large antennas that it utilized for long-range and short-range communication, and there are numerous docking tubes on this ship. Each could accommodate things from freighters to starfighters, and there are also multiple hangar bays on this section. One of its most unique design features were these triangular panels, which operated as static discharge vanes. That's important when constantly traveling in and out of planetary atmospheres, dust-filled asteroid belts, all while docking with numerous ships. As for its overall size, it was 300 meters or 984 feet long, making it less than 1/5 an ISD and about 2 X-wings shorter than the Arquitens class. Its width of 72 meters or 236 feet was 1/14th that of the ISD, or about 3 times the Millennium Falcon. At a height of 166 meters or 545 feet, it was about a third of the ISD and only a tall Wookiee above the Recusant class light destroyer. If it was here on Earth, it would be about 3 football fields long, wider than 27 school buses, and nearly twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. Now, as for its history, it was used in a wide variety of roles throughout the decades. It was produced shortly after the declaration of a new order, and would start off just guarding shipments. But these front pods could be tweaked endlessly. Some variants had them carry heavy ordnance and were used as a bomber. Some kept the starfighter complement at its highest and focused on search and destroy anti-starfighter roles, while others were search and rescue ships, leaving the hangars empty and guiding stranded vessels to safety with its tractor beams. But as early as 14 BBY, just 5 years after the Clone Wars, rebels set their eyes on acquiring them. The first was Birch Teller and his cell, who attacked an escort moving the hyperdrive for the Death Star. By 2 BBY, we see that at least 5 were captured, showing up when Mon Mothma gave a rallying speech about her resigning from the Senate to lead a rebellion. the rebels learned to fill these front pods with medical droids and other life-saving equipment, turning them into large medical frigates. Med Bay is right up front here, and in Legends there are 745 beds versus 700 in canon. This is similar to that of the Medstar class frigate used during the Clone Wars, a vessel that was a predecessor to the Nebulon B. But keep in mind that the 700-bed Med Bay is more than twice that of the commonly used Pelta-class medical frigate also used during the war. Later in the year 2 BBY, 3 of them were under General Jan Dodonna's command when Grand Admiral Thrawn attacked Atollon. The Battle of Atollon would result in the loss of each of these Nebulon Bs, showing that their deflector shields were no match for a turbolaser bombardment from an Imperial Star Destroyer. Dodonna only narrowly survived by utilizing the escape pods. Over the next 2 years, at least one more Nebulon B was added to the rebel fleets, because during the attack on Scarif, Admiral Raddus was now in command of 3 Nebulon Bs. One did escape, but the other 2 were destroyed during the battle when Darth Vader's ISD the Devastator unleashed a full barrage of turbolaser fire. Admiral Raddus was killed that day, but Dodonna survived on to see the Battle of Yavin. After the Death Star's destruction, the rebels quickly evacuated Yavin and now maintained a mobile base, keeping the fleet constantly on the move. During this time, a Nebulon B served as the rebel headquarters, with Mon Mothma, Dodonna, and Akbar on board. From here, Han and Luke would go off on various missions, while Leia mostly focused on finding a new base of operations. They settled on Hoth, but when that was destroyed, they moved back to just staying in a mobile fleet up through the Battle of Endor. The Redemption was the vessel that treated Luke after his injuries on Cloud City. This Nebulon B would also be present during the attack on the Death Star too. 2 of them were present, but it's unclear if both survived. At least one of them made it to Muster Point Virgins, the meetup for Rebel Fleet Command 20 days after the Battle of Endor. The Rebels were now known as the New Republic, and one of the first places they raided was Kuat Drive Yards, the manufacturers of everything from ISDs to Nebulon Bs. Now they had several of these frigates, and many took part in the Battle of Jakku. One would be remembered as one of the most badass Nebulons in history, as it continued to fire all of its weapons into a Star Destroyer, even after being cut in half by turbolaser fire. Another decided that it had to crash into Admiral Garrick Versio's flagship, the Eviscerator. This would prove the final blow to an already damaged destroyer. Decades later, some Nebulon Bs were still in service across the galaxy, with them being a staple in the Jinta security forces. Protecting the Jinta system and supporting the First Order, they were attacked by Iden Versio and her daughter. They were able to eliminate the fighter escort and disable the Nebulon B's engines. In Legends, Kuat Drive Yards produced a successor to the Nebulon B, known as the Corona-class frigate. These were sold exclusively to the New Republic, but were not a part of the modernization program, and thus not that many of them were produced. Some Nebulon Bs continued to serve the Corellian Defense Force, and one would make up a part of the Secret Retreat as late as 137 ABY. In canon, it gets replaced by the Nebulon C. Similar in appearance, but upped everything from the engines, armament, and nearly doubled the overall size. But turbo laser barrages were still the bane of this thing's existence. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The Nebulon B first appeared in Empire Strikes Back, and was designed by Nilo Rodio Hamero, who said he took inspiration from an outboard motor. There's a funny story referencing how many Nebulon Bs were stolen, where during the Battle of Uvo 4, one Imperial admiral shouted in annoyance that maybe for once they could destroy a rebel ship that wasn't already paid for by the Imperials. The reason why this ship was chosen as the HQ when the rebels were in between permanent bases was because the sensor arrays were one of the best available. It being designed for transporting Imperial cargo, its long-range communication devices were some of the easiest to conceal and encrypt. And there is a small difference in the Legends and canon numbers on the crew. Legends has it at 854, 66 of which are gunners, with a minimum crew of 307. Canon simply has the total number at 850. It is a bit ironic that it was designed so that rebels and pirates couldn't find it, but that worked both ways once these ships were actually stolen. And one of the most famous depictions of a Nebulon B is in the Force Unleashed series. The Salvation was named by Mon Mothma and was commanded by Juno Eclipse, a former Imperial commander in charge of a former Imperial ship. During the assault on Kamino, it was sacrificed by sending it careening into Tamira City, destroying its shield generator and some of its cloning facilities. The reason why I didn't include the Salvation in the breakdown or history is because there are a lot of discrepancies that only happen on this ship. We can easily just say they're all upgrades, but critics point out that the amount of hangars, the increase in size overall, but also in those hangars and the bridge, are only seen with this Nebulon B's depiction, but nowhere else. Of course, it is badass nonetheless, and I kinda love how it's depicted. Just write it off as a variant. A lot of the breakdown info comes from guidebooks like the Encyclopedia of Starfighters, Ultimate Star Wars, the Rebel Files, and the Last Jedi cross-sections. And Legends details come from the Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, Rebel Alliance sourcebooks, and the Essential Guide to Warfare. But most important of all, remember, invest all your money in Kuat Driveyard stock, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is about a very interesting new cannon ship for the Empire, the Onager-class Star Destroyer. This was purpose-made to eliminate the most deeply entrenched rebels, with a powerful main gun that is classified as a super weapon. We will get into the size comparison and complete breakdown of its abilities and uses, but let's start with its history. It was developed in secret as a part of the Empire's want to use kyber crystals to power super weapons. After the fall of the Jedi, Jedha was quickly overrun with Imperials, and the way the Empire was scooping up all the kyber crystals made the rebels think that they must be crucial to the Emperor's new plans. It is interesting that some of the early kyber researchers like Galen Erso were researching theories that the crystal could be used to provide power in remote areas of the galaxy. The energy output, when properly activated, could be like a nuclear power plant without the radioactive waste. But some rebel spies had heard of something known as a planet killer. This made a lot of people think that Imperial R&D wasn't worried about providing Tatooinian farmers with enough power to finally run a decent air conditioning. They knew something more sinister was going on here, and so General Kraken of the Rebel Alliance created teams of investigators to piece together all the disparate facts so that they could try and get a picture of what the Emperor was doing. Kraken chose Alliance Intelligence Major Captain Harinar and Colonel Haxon Delto to study two terms that kept popping up. Harinar presented what was known about something called Operation Cinder, a convoluted project that somehow involved advanced droid AIs, but also weather manipulation technology. Delto presented information on the Siege Breaker. Not much could be uncovered, but this could explain the Empire's insatiable need for kyber crystals. They presented their findings to Mon Mothma sometime around 10 BBY. They said that just as a lightsaber could easily cut through almost anything in the galaxy, if the Siege Breaker really was powered by kyber crystals as well, no fortress, no matter how deep inside a planet's cave systems, or how powerful their shield generator was, it would eventually be cut through.
This is impossible!
All this was documented in the Rebel Files, and Kraken speculated to Mon Mothma that this weapon would be much more likely than the whispered about planet killer. You can make 1,000 of these for the cost of a single planet-destroying superweapon, and if placed inside of a Star Destroyer-sized vessel as proposed, it would be much more versatile and widespread. It is believed that the Onager class was completed in 5 BBY and tested throughout some remote locations. One of them was named the Recusant and was seen escorted by 2 Victory-class Star Destroyers. The Cataclysm was once spotted near a pair of gravity wells, and it is unknown if these were natural or the cause of an interdictor. But now there was proof of the Siege Breaker's existence, and its debut was horrifying. It was indeed powered by kyber crystals, powering these experimental super heavy composite beam turbo lasers. This image gives you a good look at the double-barrel design of these amazing weapons. There are no official numbers, but it would appear to be about the same size as a Victory class, so 900 meters or 0.56 miles long. This would make just the guns 643 meters or 2,110 feet long. That's almost 2 Arquitens class light cruisers, or more than 4 CR-90s of just the energizing barrel. That also makes it more than 3 times the length of the super laser siege cannon used by the First Order, something that was very similar in design and purpose. For a real-world comparison, it would be nearly 14 times the largest gun ever built on Earth, the Schwerer Gustav, and about a third of the length of the Brooklyn Bridge. But how did it work? Seeing that it stops just before the solar ionization reactor that is common to all other ISDs, I think it is safe to say that this superweapon passed energy created from the main reactors through the kyber crystals to intensify and focus the beam. But unlike the steady beams of energy like the Death Stars or the FO Doorbreaker, the Onager works like a turbolaser, just with a lot more power. It fires bolts, and its role is specifically for planetary bombardments. And though this series of rings looks badass, it has a purpose and is actually a galvaning system that was crucial to this weapon's power. Galvaning systems are in most Star Wars blasters. Han Solo's DL-44 had a custom galvan system that enabled each bolt to accumulate more energy without drawing more power from the battery. And similarly, the Empire's medium and long-range blasters use a galvaning system to keep the plasma bolts more cohesive and powerful over longer distances. It is important to point out that it isn't saying that the barrel is galvanized. It isn't saying that it's metal covered so it doesn't rust. So not like how we normally use the term here on Earth, but think of it like these barrels are allowing the plasma to sort of coat itself in a layer that keeps it more coherent, making it more like a bullet instead of a dispersed blob of plasma. Drawing from a Star Destroyer reactor, amplified by Kybers, and concentrated along a 600-meter long barrel, meant each of these rounds was enough to blow deep through solid rock and override all but the galaxy's strongest shield generators. This is something I'm sure Thrawn wished he had access to. He had faced some rebels in 2 BBY that overtook an Imperial garrison and used a series of shield generators, ion cannons, and turbolasers to keep the Empire at bay. Thrawn had to come up with a very unique way of overcoming these shields, which I won't spoil here, but it is interesting to note that the Empire had the Onager at this time. The cell wasn't that big of a threat, so perhaps the Empire didn't want to show their hand. Remember, they still weren't sure if the Death Star concept would pan out, so better to deploy your siege breakers when you finally find the rebels' home base, which surely would have been defended with multiple shield generators. But there is a lot more to this weapon than just its raw power. The barrel allowed it to fire from what is described as beyond long range, making it essentially a sniper that shot massive lightsaber bolts through mountains. Don't know if I can describe a weapon much cooler than that. Oh, and this double barrel design was so that the bolts could alternate fire between them, so that in effect you were having continuous fire. But because they went with the massive bolts instead of a continuous beam, the damage was inflicted like a series of hammer blows instead of just one big push. It's all amazing, but of course no ship is perfect. Only drawback is that this thing should have been covered in anti-starfighter weaponry like flak guns and point defense laser cannons, especially around this opening. Not sure why this has to be open. I imagine the only reason would be due to the massive amounts of heat, but it is definitely something that a rebel pilot could take advantage of. If this cannot be covered in armor, it should be covered in weapons designed to take out fighters and bombers. It did have these 2 hangars on the front T section, which would have been packed full of TIE fighters and their multiple variants. That's good, but again, that opening just screams send your fighter with the strongest plot armor right here. Other than that, it has a different bridge design, still a command tower jutting out, but with the shield generator / sensor globes dropped down here. I believe this may reveal a major fear on the part of the ship's developers. Perhaps if this area, right where the energy was being drawn from the reactor to the Kyber, was directly hit by a rebel attack, the chain reaction would be immense and immediate. Anyone looking at this ship could tell that the gun part starts at this section, so taking the external shield generators away from the bridge and more towards this area ensures that it is the most defended. We've seen how a large single Kyber can blow apart a whole fleet, so maybe this is why the Onager was supposed to hang back and fire from beyond long range, away from all the other ships of the fleet, and why these shields are moved to right over the Kyber housing. So now that we know how it works, let's go back to its history and how it influenced the First Order. Some of these ships were still operating after the Emperor's death, and were considered one of the most powerful things in the Imperial Remnant. Decades later, the First Order would develop weapons based on this shield-breaking siege weapon concept. When Snoke finally identified the resistance base on Dakar, the Mandator 4 class siege dreadnought opened fire with its pair of orbital autocannons. The fact that it was 2 guns and alternating fire, sending bolts instead of a continuous beam, was all inspired by the Onager. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The Onager was a siege weapon used by the Roman Empire. It was a kind of small catapult that was first mentioned in 353 AD. But the weapon itself was named after the animal known as the onager, aka the Asiatic wild ass, a species in the horse family. This weapon built up a lot of power that when the stone was released, the whole thing would buck up into the air like the hooves of the onager. The ship was first mentioned and pictured in the canon book Star Wars The Rebel Files back in 2017, but it finally gets some lore details in a miniature via a 2019 expansion pack for Star Wars Armada. And this comes alongside the Starhawk. What do you think of this ship? Do you like the look of it? How about its role and function? And do you hope to see it in future Star Wars material set before the Battle of Yavin or even during the Imperial Remnant? But most important of all, remember, at any moment your secret rebel base deep in a cave system could get 360 no-scoped by the Empire's lightsaber shooting sniper ship. And the Force will be with you always. What's up, Meta-Nerds? This video is all about a fan ship that would serve a very important role in the Imperial Navy. It was crafted by unusual suspects, and the lore was expanded on by Slingblade87 over on DeviantArt, so be sure to check out all the related links down in the description. But let's break down this massive battle station. Conceived by Admiral Tychon, who saw the need for a mobile space station that could act as both a command post and resupply ship. Seeing this station makes you really appreciate how massive an Imperial Star Destroyer is, as these ships would often act as a command base when policing remote worlds. Your ISD looms in the atmosphere, sending mobile bases to be established on world, and tons of shuttles and TIE fighters that control the airspace in cities. This Tychon-class Imperial battle station just scaled this up, acting as the central hub for the ISDs, and sending multiple Star Destroyers out to police entire sectors. I use the word police, but remember that when Palpatine took over, half the galaxy hated the centralized authority of the Republic, and thus the new Empire, so this was more a way to act as an Imperial anchor, dropping it in systems that still saw themselves as Confederates. But let's take a look inside of this ship to see how it all worked. First off, let's look at the size. It was 19.6 kilometers or 12 miles across, making the Death Star 1 about 8 times wider. This would make it 1/10 the width of the Death Star 2, and 1/34th that of Starkiller Base. But if we're talking volume, it's about 1,000 times smaller than the DS2. To compare it to Earth, the Tychon was nearly as long as Manhattan, and could almost stretch across the Strait of Gibraltar. Now back inside of this battle station, you can see these enormous elevators that connected each of these platforms, moving the munitions, hypermatter fuel, Tabana gas, foods, and liquids, as well as all the other materials needed to run Star Destroyers, that each had thousands of crew members. This central column would also house the shielding technology, along with its hyperdrive, which was rated as a Class 3. That's not the fastest, but it is really impressive for a battle station of this size. Its most notable feature is the docking areas, which could house either 18 Star Destroyers or 36 smaller vessels like cruisers, freighters, or corvettes. There are these 6 larger dock openings which would double stack Star Destroyers and could accommodate ships up to the size of Allegiance-class battlecruisers, a 2,200 meter long ship. Then there were these 6 smaller openings that could take up to a Recusitor class, a 1,200 meter vessel. There is a ring of hangars on the top and bottom, making 12 hangars in total, and this area would house things like Gazantes and other shuttles that could bring countless TIE fighters and AT variants into the battlefront. Now the battle station itself was also well defended, with over 1,000 turbolasers, more than 700 laser cannons and ion cannons, 320 missile turrets, and 360 tractor beams. This meant that although destroying a fully packed Tychon with 18 Star Destroyers would make for a tremendous rebel victory, it wasn't very likely. Thrawn may have loved this method of power distribution across the galaxy, but Admiral Tychon grew frustrated as this idea was passed over in favor of intimidating massive single ships like the Assertor, Vengeance, Executor, and of course the Death Stars. In fact, all Tychon production stops around the time the Death Star 1 is nearly completed. But they were never dismantled, and served the Empire years after the death of Sidious. Some would continue into the time of the Imperial Remnant, but they did become too difficult to maintain. After all, something has to eventually supply the supply ship, and so the warlords left to rule their fragments of the Empire mostly found it better to command their fleets from their Star Destroyers. So that's it for the Tychon-class Imperial battle station. I highly suggest checking out those DeviantArt links to see all the other amazing Star Wars fan creations. I definitely like the idea behind this battle station, and I feel like it could easily fit into Star Wars material. But what do you guys think of the Tychon? Is it necessary, awesome, silly, or anything in between? Let me know what you guys think and how you would use it in the comments down below. But most important of all, remember, always ask yourself, what would Thrawn do? And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, Meta-Nerds? This video is all about one of the most powerful ships in the Trade Defense Force, the Munificent-class light cruiser. It was known colloquially as the Class 1000, since the very first order placed by the defense wing of the Trade Federation was for 1,000 of these well-equipped light cruisers. It is unclear the exact year that it was introduced, but like the Captor-class droid carrier also used by the TDF, the Munificent class was produced by Kuat Drive Yards. Kuat would make a lot of ships for the Trade Federation, and almost certainly would have been in the CIS if it wasn't for the machinations of Darth Sidious. If you want to learn more about how he secured Kuat for the Republic, be sure to check out our video on that story. Because of course, Kuat knew how to make great ships, just ask the pirates of the Recusant sector. When a local transport business decided to join the Galactic Federation of other trade businesses, the Defense Force showed up and put a violent end to piracy in this sector. A flotilla which included a Captor-class heavy munitions cruiser and 2 Munificent-class cruisers were able to secure a total victory over the pirate gangs in the year 214 BBY. This impressive display of power would foreshadow the military might of the CIS during the Clone Wars. So let's take a look at just how powerful this thing was. Starting off with its size, at 300 meters or 984 feet, it was twice the length of the CR-90 and about 2 X-wings shorter than the Arquitens. Being 196 meters or 643 feet tall, it was almost 3 times the height of the Arquitens and a shocking 6 times the CR-90. And at what seems to be around 85 meters or 279 feet wide, it was about twice the CR-90 and about half the Arquitens. If it was here on Earth, it would be about 47 meters longer than the Yamato, 2/3 the height of the Eiffel Tower, and nearly 2 football fields wide. Now in order for all that to mean anything, we need to look at the armament and complement. The Munificent was one of the most firepower dense ships ever made, with 28 turbo lasers and 12 ion cannons. This combination makes it an incredible capital ship killer. The MC-30C frigate, a ship that we previously dubbed a capital ship killer, was about twice the Munificent's length and only had 16 turbo lasers. The MC-30C was admittedly more well-rounded, with 2 heavy proton torpedo launchers to finish off an enemy capital ship once their shields went down, along with 16 twin laser cannons and 6 cluster bomb launchers to act as a defense from starfighters and bombers. But I always love to see a ship with great specialization, and just focusing on quickly disabling shields with the ion cannons, and then following up with a barrage from 28 turbo lasers is a strategy that you just have to respect. It also helps with logistics, as the ion and turbo lasers all just draw from the same Tabana gas. Torpedoes, missiles, and bombs are awesome, but I feel like it would be much easier to keep ships like the Munificent always at full power, which is similar to the idea behind the Carrion class. The lack of defense from starfighters might be worrisome, but remember that it was intended to be paired with the Captor-class carrier, a carrier that could house dozens, if not hundreds of small droid starfighters. So with this combo, we really see the Separatist ability to have specialized units being foreshadowed as well. And it is important to note that later when the Empire deployed them, they were able to pack in a squadron of TIE fighters. To run it all, it required a crew of 660, which included 80 gunners. But it could also transport 200 troops and 500 metric tons of cargo, a weight equal to 614 dewbacks. I would assume that some of these troops and cargo areas were modified to make room for the TIE fighters. To make it across the galaxy, it had a Class 2 hyperdrive, and it even had a backup Class 12, which is all on par with this kind of vehicle. But despite these abilities, it had been long abandoned by the Trade Federation for military purposes by the time of the Clone Wars. And though the Empire did scoop up all that were still operational, they just relegated them to low-priority sectors. One such vessel was the Intrepid, which guarded a remote asteroid prison facility in the Minos cluster. But outside of that, it seems this remarkable ship faded into obscurity. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in the RPG book Galaxy Guide 6, Tramp Freighters, and was named the Munificent-class light cruiser in the Essential Guide to Warfare, where it also got its Trade Federation backstory. And Munificent is a Roman word and name for militias that were non-specialized and just did low-priority tasks, exactly what the Empire used them for. So that's it for the Munificent-class light cruiser. But most important of all, remember, if you hate pirates, just pay your Trade Federation membership dues, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, men and nerds? This video is all about a Trade Federation cruiser that once helped the Jedi and carried a squadron of their A6 interceptors. Though the bridge and look of the sides is similar to the Lukrehulk, it was not produced by Horish Kessel Drive, but instead by Kuat Drive Yards. KDY would later make nearly all of the Republic's war vessels, directly producing things like the Venator and Arquitens, but also the Juggernaut and ATTE through their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering. But nearly 200 years before the Clone Wars, the Trade Defense Force purchased several of these carriers along with Munificent-class cruisers. They were deployed to the Recusant sector to confront pirates that had been harassing a system that had just entered into the Trade Federation. This confrontation would foreshadow the Stark Hyperspace War of 44 BBY. The Stark Commercial Combine was a band of smugglers, pirates, mercenaries, bounty hunters, and assassins who all worked together to challenge the Trade Federation. Their leader took advantage of a crisis at a Bacta facility to launch his band into galactic infamy. A major explosion at the galaxy's primary Bacta production plant dramatically reduced the supply of the healing blue liquid that was vital to so many medical procedures. Core worlds consolidated all their Bacta and tried to buy up reserves, but most Outer Rim worlds couldn't afford it at the new high prices. The fleets of the SCC would raid Bacta shipments meant for the core and sell them throughout the Outer Rim at prices that were lower than anyone else could. Because the Trade Federation had the largest trade network across the galaxy, it was their Captor-class ships that were often transporting the blue gold. Its internal areas in these arms could be filled with cargo, but it would increasingly be filled with fighters and droids made for the Trade Defense Force. When attacked, these droid fighters could rapidly deploy from this central hangar, but the Federation just wasn't powerful enough at this time to repel a coordinated attack by a gang of hardened criminals. That is why the Republic had to get involved, as the TF demanded that either the Jedi and Judicial forces destroy the Stark Commercial Combine, or they would be forced to stop trade and let the TDF become a fully operational military. To prevent this, the Republic dedicated several Corvettes and fighters, but the real blow to Stark's operation came when the Trade Federation allowed the use of several Captors to launch a surprise attack. Dozens of A6 interceptors that had both Republic pilots and Jedi were deployed at a stunning speed from the Trade Federation's carrier. So just 8 years before the blockade over Naboo, the Federation and Jedi were working as close allies. But this ship's relationship with the Republic would actually continue up through 29 BBY, when Wraith Sinar was assigned one by Will of Tarkin. The ship was named the Admiral Corvin, and was considered old by this time, but with its complement, we can get a rough estimate of the Captor's size. During a mission to Zonama Sekot, this ship contained 30 Vulture droids, 3,000 B-1 battle droids, an unknown amount of E-5 battle droids, 100 human troops, and 3 C-9979 landing craft. Even if we ignore the space the droids would have taken up, as they could be densely packed on racks, and the Vultures could probably hang from the ceiling like they did in the Lukrehulk, just the landing craft would have required this hangar to be around 400 meters wide. The problem with that is that we get insane dimensions for this thing, like 3,200 meters long and 1,800 meters wide, which would make it about twice the dimensions of the Imperial Star Destroyer. Instead, I think we just have to assume that the C-9979 wasn't fully assembled inside of this ship, like with what we see in the core ship's cross-section. If we look at this lineup, I believe we get a much more reasonable reference. We would get a length of 544.5 meters or 1,786 feet, which was about 2/3 a Munificent, and about 1/3 an Imperial Star Destroyer. And at a width of 340 meters or 1,116 feet, it was more than twice the width of the Requisant class light destroyer. While at a height of 276 meters or 906 feet, it was actually taller than the Venator. If it were to show up here on Earth, it would be about 1.5 times the length of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, about half the height of the One World Trade Center building, and 1.5 times the width of the Great Pyramid. So you can see that even with these smaller dimensions, it is easy to picture all of these droids and ships fitting into this thing, as long as the landing craft had a novel way of leaving the hangar. After this ship's use by Wraith Sinar, we don't ever again hear of its use by either the Republic or the Trade Federation. I would assume this is because the CIS had a bunch of other good carriers by this time, and the Captor class had been around for about 200 years by the time of the Clone Wars. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The ship's first appearance is in the comic Star Wars Republic 36, and the Sinar story comes from the novel Rogue Planet. Additional details come from the Essential Guide to Warfare, which first named it as the Heavy Munitions Carrier. There are mods for Empire at War that feature a similar design, with artists that I have linked to in the description. Also, I found this ship in the comic, which looks like it was definitely designed similar to the Captor, but has this kind of C-70 looking bridge and more engines. I don't know what it is, but definitely let me know if you do in the comments down below. The closest thing I have is that Tarkin once had a former Trade Federation ship known as the Rim Merchant Inim, which was said to be a smaller cousin of the Lukrehulk. Then there's also this diplomatic cruiser that has these extra escape pods, so I could use some help identifying this one too. But that's it for the Captor class. But most important of all, Remember, beware the Trade Federation haulers bearing Jedi interceptors, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta-nerds? This video is all about the Imperial tanker, a fuel ship used during the time of the Galactic Civil War. If you watched our video on the Altor-class resupply ship, you know that massive tanker had 6 Star Destroyer-sized fuel tanks that could be used to refuel multiple Star Destroyers at a time, or even 2 Star Dreadnaughts at the same time. But if you look down in the comments, you also notice that there are a ton of people who both claim to be diehard Star Wars fans and think that the idea of ships needing fuel was just randomly thought up by Rian Johnson. Don't get me wrong, I'm thoroughly bored with the new trilogy as well, and agree that using running out of fuel as a plot point isn't the most exciting choice, but I truly don't get how people's minds work that they turn that into hatred towards the Altor, or my personal favorite, the conspiracy theorists who declare with certainty that this ship was a pathetic and blatant act of retconning by Disney just to save The Last Jedi. You know, which kind of misses a rather relevant fact that the Altor class was introduced in the book The Essential Guide to Warfare back in 2012, a Legends book, making this Star Destroyer refueling vessel a Legends ship. But this whole debate did have me thinking about other forms of tanker ships in Star Wars. This of course led me to the Imperial tanker. I think Rogue Squadron words it best, perfectly capturing the feeling that those fuel refuters may have had when they learned that it was a staple in Legends.
Rogue Leader, I'm getting a strange sensor reading. Might be Imperial.
Strange readings indeed, and Imperial it was, and in fact there were plenty of starfighters escorting these 7 tankers on their way to an Imperial prison in the Maw cluster. They could have been bringing fuel needed to just run the facilities, or fuel to keep in tankers at the prison in order to refuel the ships that delivered the prisoners and supplies there. It's also important to remember that stuff like Tabana gas was used in everything from blasters, turbolasers, and TIE fighters, so these shipments may have been divided up to meet all of these different needs, acting as both ammunition and fuel. The ion engines would ionize atoms in the Tabana gas and accelerate them out the back in order to create thrust, while blasters would ionize the gas into a plasma that would be accelerated down the barrel as a deadly projectile. But it is important to stop here and point out that yes, even larger capital ships still needed fuel. In fact, people keep saying that the Star Destroyers have fusion reactors, but they don't. The Venators, ISDs, and Death Stars all have hypermatter annihilator reactors. The thing being annihilated would need to be replenished for continued annihilation, a process that I would boldly call refueling. In fact, the cross-section from the Venator tells us that 40,000 tons of fuel per second is annihilated at maximum power. There's that pesky F word again, but I would note that we don't know how dense the hypermatter is. For all we know, just 1 cubic meter weighs 40 tons. I said in the Altor class video that what exactly these ships carried in their tanks and how fast ships consume fuel in Star Wars has never been given a lot of attention, even in obscure RPG books. We do see the Imperial tanker over Bespin, and the Prima guide for this game says that many of these ships were used to remove enormous amounts of Tabana gas. That would be used for smaller ships and weapons, but also to refuel Star Destroyers. Their numerous turbolasers would need Tabana, and they would also keep some Tabana for their TIE fighter complement. So even if the IT and Altor were just filled with Tabana, they of course would still be used to refuel Imperial capital ships, even if they didn't supply the actual hypermatter. That's why with the IT, we get an interesting look at how a supply chain could work. We only see the Altor at the highly defended spaceport of Valaducia, but it seems to be going to and from other highly secured areas. The IT would then fill up with the Altor, and then head out on much more dangerous missions. Each IT was only 150 meters or 492 feet long, about 1/10 of an ISD, while just a single tank on an Altor was nearly as large as a Venator. So though a loss of an Altor would be devastating, the loss of some Imperial tankers was much more acceptable. Because they were heading to the Maul installation prison, I would guess that it was Tabana gas in their tanks, but there is no reason to think that these tankers couldn't transport hypermatter. I get why people think that the ISD's reactor is fusion. It is described as a miniature sun, but it's been officially named for decades now in Legends, the IA-2B Solar Ionization Reactor. Yes, fusion reactors are too described as miniature suns, but it's called a solar ionization reactor, and in the lore, it is just a larger and more improved version of that found in the Venator, a reactor which we know uses up a lot of fuel. What solar ionization means exactly isn't ever fully explained, but what we know for certain is that it is not identical to fusion, and does require hypermatter as fuel, and has so for a long time in Legends. So that is why ships like the Imperial tanker and the Altor class resupply ship are crucial to understanding how the Imperial Navy worked. So that's it for the Imperial tanker and some further explanation of fuel use in Star Wars. The only behind the scenes fact is that the IT appears in Rogue Squadron 2 and 3, and then I put some different links in the description that I used to make this video. The first is really good and actually makes an argument against fuel use, but you see later on in the page that trying to make sense of the sci-fi aspect of Star Wars lore starts to become impossible as different scenarios contradict each other. That's why I kept my argument simple, and it stems from things that we know for certain, that in Legends we have the existence of fuel tankers, lines that say that they fuel Star Destroyers, and we have rates at which certain Star Destroyers burn through fuel, and know that the ISD reactor is not fusion. So I conclude that the ISD would need to be refueled, and here are the ships that can do it. But still, it's a really cool read, gets into all kinds of great math and different comparisons. I plan on doing a video on the Valaducia and fuel in general coming up soon. There are some deleted scenes of fuel in a CIS capital ship in episode 3, and a lot of stuff in the Clone Wars that could be expanded upon, so keep an eye out for those videos. But most important of all, remember, you didn't fall in love with Star Wars because it was great sci-fi, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the lifeline of the Imperial Navy, the Altor class replenishment ship. A giant fuel tanker / mobile dry dock space station may not seem as cool as a warship to some people, but I just love this side of Star Wars lore that shows the logistics of how it all works. We're gonna get into the size, use, armament, complement, and all that good stuff in a second, but to really drive this point home about how important keeping the flow of supplies is to a war effort, I wanted to share 3 quotes from great military minds from our world. General Eisenhower said, "You will not find it difficult to prove that battles, campaigns, and even wars have been won or lost primarily because of logistics." Napoleon perhaps said most famously of all, "The amateurs discuss tactics, the professionals discuss logistics." And one of my favorites is a quote attributed to Alexander the Great, "My logisticians are a humorless lot. They know that if my campaign fails, they are the first ones I will slay." So though this ship wasn't blowing away rebel scum, it was at least equally important. Many would say much more so. But we should start by grasping the sheer scale of this thing, so let's start with a size comparison. The Altor was 4,600 meters or 2.86 miles long. That makes it nearly 3 times the length of the Imperial Star Destroyer and about a quarter the size of the Super Star Destroyers. At a height of 1,150 meters, or 0.71 miles, it was nearly as tall as a Venator is long, or nearly 2.5 ISDs stacked on top of each other. As for its width, it was 1,042 meters, or 0.65 miles across, making it about a Zillow Beast wider than an ISD, or nearly 2 Venators. Let's see how all of that would look on Earth. The Altor would be about 10 times longer than the longest ship ever built, the Nock Nevis oil tanker. It would stand as tall as the Burj Khalifa with 3 Statues of Liberty slapped on top, and it would be wider than Central Park. In fact, another way to see this is to think about it being both wider and longer than Central Park, while being the height of 2.5 Empire State Buildings. Just try and grasp all of this space being just one ship. But of course, we have to go ahead and measure the tanks themselves. We get a length of 1,104 meters, a height of 460 meters, and a width of 288 meters. We can use that to figure out the volume of each of these individual tanks. I just did the calculations for a cylinder, so keep in mind it would be a bit larger since these ends aren't flat, but I got 183,474,038 cubic meters for the volume. For some reference, that's equal to 73,390 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of Star Destroyer fuel. And keep in mind that there are 6 of these containers on the Altor, so that's a total of 1,100,844,228 cubic meters of fuel. And please indulge me in just one more comparison here, but I had to crunch the math and this just blew me away. But that means that a single Altor has 3.5 times as much fuel as there is water in all of the swimming pools across the entire United States. Just one of these tanks had more than half of the entire country's pool water. Now surprisingly, and quite disappointingly, the lore surrounding fuel use by nearly any ship is non-existent. There are some lines like the Millennium Falcon can last a day on a kilogram of liquid metal fuel, and that an ISD can cruise around for 9 months before needing refueling. but that doesn't really give us numbers to work with. I tried looking into this as deep as possible, even skimming through the RPG reference book Galaxy Guide 6 Tramp Freighters. This is from 1990, and is still considered one of the most in-depth guides, including everything from the cost to have landing gear inspected and waste removal at starports, and how that differs depending on the quality of the port and the quality of the goods you want replaced. But even this book doesn't say how much fuel ships burn through on average. If I missed that part, definitely put it down in the comments, but I did pick up this important gem. A bit of a side note, but there were devices called solid-state fuel converters that could turn anything into fuel. I mean anything, and so the most efficient use was of course organic waste. Did we just stumble upon why Imperial ships are always overmanned, with numbers like 37,000 crew members on a single ISD? It all makes sense now. Palpatine's empire was ruled by shit-powered ships. But I jokingly digress, back to the lore. Altor-class ships would normally be stationed around highly protected Imperial space stations and planets, like we see over Naval Station Valadusia. When it was to refuel a ship, these arms would extend and hold the ship in place, while one could connect to the ventral side and actually pump the fuel into the Star Destroyer. With these 4 arms, it could actually service many destroyers at once, but was designed to be able to completely refuel 2 dreadnought-sized ships at the same time. Star Dreadnaughts being things like the Secutor class. Now there's no stat for its top speed or if it had a hyperdrive, but it does have this massive array of 63 engines, 7 main engines, and 54 auxiliary. But I still think that it would be at most tied with an ISD at around 1,000 km per hour, because it has no need for tactical maneuvers. I would expect a hyperdrive though, just to make single jumps straight out to other highly controlled sectors. You wouldn't want to make a series of jumps and risk losing an amount of fuel that could supply a whole fleet of rebel ships. But just in case, you can see that both the dorsal and ventral sides are lined with what appear to be turbo laser towers similar to those found on the Death Star. But surprisingly, there is only one deflector shield generator, about the same size as those found on the ISD. I would hope that there are others that we just can't see here, because there is a ton of value in just destroying these if you want to cripple the Imperial war machine. Of course the rebels would want that fuel, but the loss of a single Altor might cause the redeployment of whole sector fleets, in effect liberating many worlds as the Empire ensured the protection of more important planets. But what's really interesting is the purpose behind this skeletal appearance. You see all these open spaces? These were dry docks for smaller ships. Remember the size of this thing, and just as the ISD could swallow up a CR-90, these larger openings were around 460 meters long, while these other ones were 90 meters. This means that while refueling 2 dreadnoughts, it could also be resupplying or even repairing 8 Arquitens class light cruisers and 16 Gazanti class cruisers. Because remember, it is mirrored on the ventral side as well. These ships would be attached via these smaller boom arms, and repaired via craft that were stored in the Altor's hangar bays. Now this area could also be used as a dock for ships, but it was usually filled with munitions, foodstuffs, and even reactors for some smaller ships. In this way, it acted a lot like a traveling space station, while returning to be itself refueled at places like Valadusia. You can see here that the Altor's tanks were held in place via these clamps, which along with its open design allowed for an easy exchange of these tanks. The Empire decided to have these fuel tanks refueled at the space station, and just quickly swapped out as the Altors arrived, instead of having them wait around to be refueled. So that's it for its breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Altor is a Latin word that means nourisher or sustainer, a cool reference to its function as a resupply ship, providing the Star Destroyers with all the fuel and repairs to keep them going. The ship started off as a fan-made creation by Ansel over at Fractal Sponge, but became an official part of the Star Wars universe when Lucas Licensing approached him to provide art for the Essential Guide to Warfare. But that's it for the Altor class replenishment ship. But most important of all, remember, whether it be gas or food, it's fuel that keeps you fighting, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about a vessel found only in the shadiest parts of the galaxy, the Weequay pirate ship. It is unclear who manufactured it, or by what cost, but by looking at the engine array, I'd say there are some similarities with Corellian Engineering Corporation. But this ship does have wings that are tipped with laser cannons that can open up via an S-foil, similar to Incom Corporation designs like the ARC-170 and the X-Wing. To get its size, I think we can compare it to the CR-90. The engines on a CR-90 are around 43 meters long, so if we say that this section of the pirate ship was also 43 meters, then the total length would be 104 meters or 341 feet. That's 2/3 the length of the CR-90 and less than 1/3 of the Corona class, aka the Pirate Saucer mothership. At 156 meters or 512 feet wide, it was nearly half the diameter of the Saucer and more than 8 ARC-170s across. As for its height, it is a bit hard to tell, but much taller than an AT-ST, perhaps even taller than an AT-AT, so somewhere around 22 meters or 72 feet. But that's with its wings closed. By taking the length of the wing in relation to its width and doubling it, then the height with these wings split open would be about 76 meters or 249 feet. That's nearly 4 sandcrawlers tall, more than twice the height of the CR-90. If a Weequay raiding party ever came to Earth, it would be about 1.5 Boeing 747s long, 1.5 football fields wide, and with the wing split, taller than a 24-story building. Those 6 thrusters seem to have given it a top atmospheric speed similar to most cargo ships, so something around 800 kilometers per hour or 497 miles per hour. And it does appear that its intended role was simply as a cargo vessel. You can see that the interior space is designed for cargo, and you can see that the cockpit is located on top of this ship instead of at the front of the vessel, better for getting a view of loading docks and spaceports. These protrusions up front would most likely be the tractor beam emitters, perfectly placed to assist in the seamless docking or transfer of cargo, and is in the same position as a lot of other cargo haulers. But I said that was its intended role because the Weequay pirate gangs came up with a more original use for it.
Goodness gracious me!
Each of these wings had voluminous cargo bays, with a loading elevator right in the center of it. But to the eyes of these pirates, it looked more like a fight pit. Inside the hexagon, the pirates would entertain themselves by pitting droids against each other in a fight to the digital death. Some crowd favorites were customized for fighting, but when the competition was sparse, they could always throw in some random droids they scavenged just to watch them get torn to bits or melted to slag. These floating droid gladiator rings would become a hotspot for gambling, as this style of fighting was common across the galaxy. That pair of laser cannons and potentially 4 torpedo tubes could be great when raiding unsuspecting merchant vessels, but the thin hull armor and weak or non-existent shields made it quick work for military vessels. When Grievous came upon the Marauder, he interrupted a deathmatch by deciding to use the ship as target practice. The first turbolaser shot blew an enormous hole in the vessel, ripping many of the crew and droids out into space. Subsequent shots were placed on the engine array, and you can see this blue wave of energy marking the destruction of their generators and Tabana gas reserves. It is likely that this particular ship was reduced to space dust, but there are countless models like it across the galaxy. As you would expect, whenever the Weequay pirates wanted to sell off their booty, or buy some entertainment or spices, they would have to set down on some seedy worlds. Many are seen on Zygeria, most likely aiding in the transport and capture of slaves, and maybe stopping to catch a death match that involved organic combatants. Many are also seen on the homeworld of the pike species, Obadiah, assisting them in their spice trade, and I'm sure taking downtime to spend ill-gotten credits in the best spice den the port city had to offer. It is unclear how many Weequay pirate ships still roam the galaxy, but it is interesting to consider that they may have helped in the organization of Rinriven Dai. He was the Weequay crime boss that was able to make his species synonymous with organized crime, filling the void left when the New Republic crushed the Hutt cartels. So that's it for its history, and the only behind-the-scenes facts is that it first appeared in the episode Nomad Droids in Season 4 of the Clone Wars TV show. It is unclear what this underside red window is for, but it's pretty cool that it looks like a TIE Fighter wing or the CIS logo. Perhaps this area would be manned by a co-pilot or loading expert that could look out on the loading docks and move around crates with the tractor beam. But that's it for the Weequay pirate ship. But most important of all, remember, the first rule about Weequay Droid Fight Club is bet on the droid with flamethrower hands. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, meta nerds? If you always wanted to see ion cannons used expertly, you'll love the Aggressor class Star Destroyer. Of all the things Star Wars fans like to nitpick, like pronunciation or ship classification, I don't hear people complaining about my biggest pet peeve, the use of ion weapons in Star Wars. We see big capital ships slugging it out and starfighters launching torpedoes, or we see ships being paralyzed by ion weaponry. We see that tech like the massive ion cannon on Hoth exists, and how effective ion torpedoes can be from just a handful of Y-wings. But we never really see this tech combined. Why not open with something like the V-150 Planetary Defender mounted right on top of your ship, and then fire an all-out volley from your turbo laser batteries. Well, the Empire also had this bright idea during the years leading up to the Battle of Yavin. This concept of combining an ion shot with a plasma bolt is realized in the Aggressor-class Star Destroyer. Prototypes would have been built by Kuat Drive Yards, the same company that manufactured most of the Empire's Star Destroyers. Its length was equal to the Imperial 1 class at 1,600 meters or 0.99 miles, which is more than 10 times the length of the CR-90. At 711 meters or 0.44 miles wide, it was nearly 15 CR-90s across, or nearly 1.5 Venators. And with a height of 400 meters or a quarter mile tall, it was nearly 12 times as tall as the CR-90, or 1.5 times the Venator. 4 main engines and 4 secondary engines all worked to give it a top speed that was similar to the ISD, and it was equipped with a similar Class 2 hyperdrive. Shielding was provided via these generators up top, similar in placement to the ISD, though they were different models. But of course, the real technological difference was the fire-linked ion and plasma cannon. Think of each of these long sections as giant weapon generators, with the bulk of its interior just being dedicated to the weaponry. 2 massive guns the size of a Star Destroyer, with the ion cannon up top and the plasma cannon below. To appreciate just how powerful each of these weapons would be, look at the cross-sections for the V-150 Planetary Defender Ion Cannon and the DBY-827 Heavy Turbolaser Turret. The Hoth Ion Cannon was able to paralyze an ISD, and the DBY-827 is the strongest turbolaser on the Venator, capable of blowing through the thick hull armor on capital ships. So imagine how much more power could be generated when these 2 forms of weaponry are scaled up to this size. The only problem was that it put everything into these 2 guns, with just a single turbolaser battery on each wing, and thus it was incredibly vulnerable to starfighters and bombers. In fact, a squad of skilled bombers could easily dodge those big turbolasers, and just deliver their payloads on the massive generators of the aggressor's weapons. The chain reaction that this would cause would blow the ship into pieces. In this way, it is kind of like a mini super weapon, and that it was incredibly powerful, but highly specialized, and should have some sort of protective fleet around it. The only reason why we didn't see this deployed by the Empire was because of the attack on the first Death Star. The aggressor's plans were being studied by staff on board the DS-1, but when the rebels launched an attack over Yavin, some heroic Imperial made sure to store all of this ship's information onto a data pod. These data pods were like incredibly durable USB drives that had a long history of use by the CIS to ensure that their data wasn't lost during the Clone Wars. But this is where the Aggressor class's story takes a turn. Instead of being an implement of oppressive order, it became a tool of chaotic lawlessness. The crime lord Tiber Zahn arrived shortly after the Death Star's destruction and came across an interesting find. With his underworld connections, he was able to produce these Star Destroyers per the Imperial blueprints. Seeing just how powerful this 1-2 punch was, Tiber Zahn loved the Aggressor and even modified one to become his flagship. The Merciless added better shielding and a cloaking device, a terrifying combination of stealth and power. Oh, and of course, this badass crate dragon artwork on the side. The widespread use of this ship earned it the name the Underworld Star Destroyer, and to address its weakness to bombers, they paired it up with the Keldabe-class battleship and Star Vipers. The Consortium quickly found out that a single ion hit could eliminate the shields on an enemy capital ship, and it could even take large space station shields down to half. You can see why this came to be one of the most feared ships in the Galactic Civil War era. The Consortium even learned to turn these guns towards ground targets, and then disintegrate the structures with a plasma round following up just a half-second behind. And even when the ship was defeated, there was a final nasty little secret. Certain models were able to self-destruct when it became obvious that all was lost, and the explosion generated by setting off these massive reactors created a blast radius that could take out tons of starfighters and even capital ships. This unique weapon was one of the Empire's greatest losses, and something that must have driven Thrawn crazy, knowing that things like the Death Star and Super Star Destroyers took priority over the Aggressor. After the destruction of the second Death Star, Zahn's capital ship, the Merciless, led an attack on Kuat Drive Yards in a successful raid that stole the unfinished Eclipse. Its legacy lived on past the fall of the Empire, but how many were still around during the time of the New Republic is still unknown. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in the game Empire at War: Forces of Corruption, and was added into the Star Wars Complete Encyclopedia. Game files refer to these ships by their original name, the Crate class, and Zahn's flagship was originally named the Peacemaker. Down in the comments below, let me know if you hope this ship returns back into canon. But that's it for the Aggressor class Star Destroyer. But most important of all, remember, always be sure to back up your prototype ships onto a data pod. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about a rare type of ship, a space station flagship. The Star Home is a castle complex that sits atop a star carrier/destroyer. Developed by the remote but technologically advanced people of the Hapes cluster, the Star Home was the flagship of the Hapen Queen Mothers. There's a lot going on here, so let's just start with its overall size. With a diameter of 2,500 meters or 1.55 miles, it was more than 1.5 Imperial 1 class Star Destroyers across. For reference, if it were to land here on Earth, it would stretch from the White House to the Capitol building. At 1,250 meters or 0.77 miles from base to Castle Spire, it would be more than twice the height of the Burj Khalifa, or nearly 3 times the Empire State Building. Now all of that is protected by your standard deflector shield generator like you would find on Star Destroyers, but it also had a molecular shield generator that helped to increase the bonds of all the material that went into its hull. The majority of this ship hull was actually basalt, a type of rock formed by lava, and which symbolized the royal family. This might not be the most practical construction material, but it certainly made a statement, and as long as the molecular shields were keeping everything rigid, then it would work just fine. Each of these legs housed enormous tractor beam projectors that could push or pull against a surface independently in order to ensure a perfect landing. This of course could also be used to pull friendly ships into positions, or rip ships apart by pulling large capital ships in 5 different directions. This underside is where its 4 hyperdrive engines were located, which combine to a rating of a Class 1 hyperdrive. That's faster than the ISD, and tied with the Venator, and even some of the most nimble starfighters. But also keep in mind that it may be much faster than this, as each of its 4 hyperdrives is equal to the one found in the Victory class Star Destroyer. Its sublight speed is unknown, but generated from a ring of 24 thrusters that encircled the Royal Complex. Each could fire independently, and like the tractor beams, helped to make this ship surprisingly maneuverable. To protect all that, the Queen had a complement of 60 Mytil starfighters, 20 turbo lasers, and 20 laser cannons. Those fighters were very advanced with TIE fighter speeds and X-Wing firepower and durability. And though not as much overall firepower, it had more turbo lasers than the Venator, and with the laser cannons and fighters to take out opposing starfighters, this floating fortress could stand its own in a fight. To run it all, there was a crew of 740, including 500 engineers, 90 starfighter pilots, 50 command staff, and 100 guards for the royal family. Speaking of which, that massive castle complex had apartments for 600 nobles and their retainers, and a total guest capacity of 2,000. On board, there were enough supplies to feed all these people for 5 standard years. And the cargo capacity was 7,000 tons, a weight equal to 8,750 dewbacks, which is just enough for a royal party. But as badass as the scene of a conquering queen sitting at the end of a long table chomping down on a dewback drumstick as she viewed enormous space battles through the castle viewport is a bit over-romanticized. It was not intended to be involved in full-scale space battles. All these shields and weapons were so that it could survive a battle and escape into hyperspace so that the royalty could live to rule another day. And this strategy worked pretty damn well, given that it lasted over 4,000 years. Built just after the Mandalorian Wars, so sometime around 3,960 BBY, it was built as an exact replica of the Fountain Palace on Hapes, the capital of the Hapes Consortium. The palace structure was carved out from the surrounding basalt, so when the Queen made her space station palace, it too would be made from the same material. Hollowing out the legs and main body of this ship was an incredible feat of engineering. Every one of the consortium's 63 worlds dedicated labor, materials, and machines to complete the effort, and then once it was finished, each of these worlds also sent over treasures and artifacts that were stored in the royal vault. These would be brought out on display in front of dignitaries, and all combined to be a stunning display of the Queen Mother's rule. This ship was an engineering marvel that most of the galaxy didn't even know about, since the transitory mists almost completely cut off the Hapes cluster. But of course, some smugglers and adventurers stumbled in and out of this area, spreading wild stories of a space station that was carved out of a mountain. These accounts were always dismissed, until Queen Ta'achum tracked down her missing son, Prince Isildur. Once she took the castle ship past the transitory mists and into the galaxy at large, she figured the seal had been broken and they might as well introduce themselves to the New Republic. In 8ABY, one of the galaxy's most unique ships entered space above Coruscant, a sight that was alien even for the diverse species of the galactic capital. The final fate of this ship, and whether it survives on to this day, is still unknown. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. There is a bit of in-universe mystery surrounding this ship. Some that have studied this Hapen space station claim that it may very well be the original Palace. It is believed that the castle complex may separate into a detachable unit that would link up with the massive legs. Accounts of just the castle itself appearing on different worlds would seem to back this, but either way, the fact that the Queen's castle was so mobile and stunning incited jealousy in leaders across the galaxy. This ship first appeared in the book The Courtship of Princess Leia, but was expanded upon in the Essential Guide to Characters and Vehicles and Vessels, the Star Wars Encyclopedia, Kraken's Threat Dossier, and Ladies First, which often have conflicting stats on this ship. But most important of all, remember, that's no mountain, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is about one of the CIS's more obscure superweapons, the Shadow Blade. A ship that was never destroyed, and whose whereabouts are still unknown. This didn't fire a giant energy beam that could turn planets into dust, or generate a massive ion ring that could disable whole fleets. It would just alter a few electronics, while it kept itself cloaked. There are actually still no images of this ship, and all accounts come from a single mission undertaken by Jedi Master Darius Jet. But this is what it may have looked like. It is described as being painted completely black, with no visible armament, though several turbolasers were concealed behind panels to be deployed if this vessel was ever discovered. The deep black helped to conceal it in the darkness of space, while the smooth hull assisted in its cloaking tech. Like the Republic stealth ship, it could go completely invisible to both scanners and the naked eye, but likewise it also had to decloak when engaging its weapons. Inside of this ship had a small portion of energy dedicated for the turbolasers, but the rest was nearly entirely dedicated to its superweapon, the Hyperpoint Destabilizer. That may not sound intimidating, but consider the fact that every ship crossing the galaxy relies on hyper routes. Without this faster-than-light workaround, it would take thousands or even millions of years to go in between rims, let alone across the entire galaxy. At a time of galactic war, both the CIS and Republic relied on their ability to quickly scramble fleets to the nearest attack. When plotting a hyperspace destination, you're often given a number of jumps. 10 jumps means that there are 10 times that you will come out of hyperspace to make course corrections. Turn a little at hyperpoint 3 so that you're lined up for point 4, and so on. So these points along the hyper route are vulnerable areas where the ships are coming out of the hyper and back into real space. Military strategists had always seen this as a weak point, and likewise these areas of space are often protected by their own fleets and/or permanent space stations along the major routes. Smaller hyper routes would often have pirates sitting at remote hyperpoints, but at least the major routes connecting the galaxy were still safe. Even if these points were to be attacked, emergency alerts would be sent out to all ships that would prevent them from making the jump to the contested point. What CIS engineers had to do was find a way to both sit in these hyperpoints without being detected, and disrupt the readings from incoming ships while they were making their way through hyperspace. This would essentially cut off this area of space from all reinforcements, but was thought to be impossible. Then again, if anyone could pull it off, it would be the CIS. Remember, it was engineers allied with the CIS that originally developed the Death Star, along with the Malevolence and Malevolence II. The Republic scientists just took over the Death Star project once the CIS was defeated. With this marvel of engineering, the CIS could disrupt the hyperpoint so that all traveling through could not re-emerge there. The pilots wouldn't even be aware that they had overshot the point, and that they were now careening towards a mass shadow. Some ships would not respond quick enough, being ripped out of the hyper and smashing into a real space object. And the ships that could avoid that fate were still light years off course, and still unable to ever exit at that intended point. If you watched our video on the CB3 Cortosis droid, you know that some top secret CIS projects were started without Sidious even knowing. But though the Shadow Blade seemed like it would ensure a CIS victory and ruin Palpatine's chance at becoming Emperor, he did know about the project and went through great lengths to protect it. He Jedi spies had come across something codenamed Starkiller, and in 20 BBY they discovered that the superweapon was still being constructed, located on the mid-rim planet Chromus. By the time the Jedi caught wind of it, the weapons were said to be operational, and all that was missing was some paneling and shielding. Informants got it down to the planet, but no specific on-world location was known. Realizing the terrifying ability of the ship, the Jedi ordered Jedi Master Darish Jet to take a fleet and neutralize it. Palpatine made sure to inform the Jedi how crucial it was that this mission was a success, while secretly he hoped to use the resulting massacre to destroy the reputation of the Jedi Order. As Sidious, he was able to clandestinely manipulate the targeting computers and scanners on Jet's command ship named the Maelstrom. After destroying the planet's fleet of CIS ships, false readings from their scanner led them to a construction bay that was located deep under the capital city of Chromus. It appeared that the CIS were willing to use civilians as shields, and as ground units reported that a large ship was preparing to leave from this underground facility, Jet made the difficult decision. Knowing that countless trillions could be lost if the evil CIS were to win this war, the Jedi Master ordered an orbital bombardment on this densely populated city. Millions were killed instantly, but the destruction of this underground weapons base set off a series of secondary explosions that disrupted the entire planet's tectonics. Reverberations would last for months, turning Chromus into a hellscape that swallowed up cities in massive earthquakes, flooded others in tsunamis, and rained down lava from countless volcanoes. As the death toll went into the billions, the Jedi Master's only consolation was that the superweapon had been destroyed. But of course, Sidious was not outsmarted. Remember that he had sliced the ship's scanners and targeting, so that where Jet fired was not the Shadow Blade's precise location. The superweapon just escaped out of another port after engaging its cloaking devices, leaving another ship to be destroyed, along with highly explosive material that set off the chain reaction. Dooku and the CIS pointed to this tragedy as proof that the Republic was evil, and Emperor Palpatine would be able to play on the memory of this event as just one of the many troubling acts that foreshadowed the Jedi's treason. But although thought destroyed, it seems the Force haunted Jet with dreams that made him suspicious about the Shadow Blade's destruction. A year would pass, and we are now in the final days of the Clone Wars, with the CIS eager to see this ship in use. Their first target was the Kularan system. By letting the Force guide him, the Jedi Master felt himself drawn to this area as well. On the way to this system, the Jedi were betrayed via Order 66. His small cruiser was manned by allies of the Republic, not clones, and when he got the emergency transmission from Obi-Wan, he knew that some hand had been guiding his actions all along. That his suspicions that he and the Jedi had been set up, and that the superweapon still survived, were true. He trusted that the Force had brought him to Kularan to finish the fight and deny the Emperor his Shadow Blade. As he emerged at the hyperpoint, he saw a pair of Republic gunboats shooting down a vessel containing a survivor of Order 66. Jet engaged the two ships, allowing this unknown Jedi to escape, though the Maelstrom was severely damaged. But he suspected that this was all in the Force's plans. He understood that he was being watched, and that the cloaked CIS ship took great joy at watching Republic forces tear each other apart. Exaggerating his ship's damage, he started to cut power to the engines and turn off the shields as he drifted towards the planet's asteroid belt. The commander of the Shadow Blade decided that this would be the perfect time to test its turbolasers, decloaked and lowered its shields in order to fire. In an instant, the Maelstrom's shields re-engaged, and its full array of tractor beams grabbed hold of the superweapon. He knew that the CIS commander would have already re-engaged his shield, and that the Maelstrom's weapons could not damage it, but by setting the thrusters to full power, the Jedi set both of them on a collision course for the asteroids. But the Force had one more trick up its sleeve. As they careened toward mutual destruction, they passed through a temporal disturbance, a tear in space-time that was generated by the ancient Sith. The Dreadmasters had once wielded a weapon that could do this, but where these two ships vanished to, if one can even survive in that dark side plane, are still mysteries to this day. Let me know if you think the Shadow Blade or the idea of these warp spaces will come back into canon. This comes from the short story Dark Soul back in 2005. The codename Starkiller comes from Luke's original name in the Star Wars script, and was the basis for Starkiller in the Force Unleashed game, and the superweapon in The Force Awakens. But that's it for the Shadow Blade. But most important of all, remember, never underestimate CIS engineers, and the Force will be with you always. What's up, men and nerds? This video is all about the Rebellion's most trusted hauler, the Gallifrey Medium Transport. The GR-75 was used long before the time of the Galactic Civil War, operating as a simple cargo ship. Even the time before the Clone Wars saw lawlessness in the outer and mid-rims, resulting in an upgrade to the civilian GR-45 medium transport. Thicker plate armor was added, and some models were even outfitted with 4 twin fire-linked laser cannons, but all variants had their cargo protected by a deflector shield generator that was smartly located in the command pod. These protruding areas of ships are often seen as weak points, and I'll admit they aren't ideal, but just like the Empire Star Destroyers, they make sure that the shield generators are right on top of the bridge, making this area the most heavily protected by those shields. This helped to build confidence in the eyes of freight companies and shipping firms, making it one of Gallifrey Yard's Incorporated most purchased ships. With a Class 4 hyperdrive, it could get across the galaxy at a reasonable speed for this type of ship. Each trip could bring 19,000 metric tons of cargo to a distant planet or spaceport. That's 190 times more than the hauler variant of the YT-1300, and enough to transport the weight of 23,750 dewbacks. This massive capacity is why, despite having these 3 enormous primary engines and 6 powerful auxiliary engines, it still only has an empty space speed or megalight rating of 20, which is 1/5 that of the X-Wing. Likewise, its top atmospheric speed is also relatively slow at 650 km per hour or 404 miles per hour. For reference, that's even slower than the Empire's Class 4 container transport. This relatively low cost of 350,000 credits made it just a bit more than a pair of ARC-170s, or about 3 YT-1300s, though many were able to pick up used ones for just 125,000 credits. If we take a ventral look at this ship, you can see how nearly every cubic inch is packed with containers, and there are these 2 loading cranes. With this cross-section, you can see how those arms worked in concert with cargo tugs to achieve remarkably fast loading and unloading speeds. 4x4 rows of cargo pod racks would rotate on the tug vehicle that could drive right up to the GR-75 and be fed by that loading arm. Powerful magnetic clamps would hold the cargo in place during transit, and then when docked, would be magnetically accelerated down this rail in order to reach the arm. By having one at the front and one at the rear, cargo would flow out from the middle of this ship until it was fully unloaded. This great combination of low cost, protection from low-level pirates, huge cargo capacity, and fast offload speed made it the preferred transport used by shippers and humanitarian groups. 90 meters or 295 feet of clamshell-hull Durasteel protected everything from food, medical supplies, technology, and even people via modified cargo containers. This let it operate as a fuel tanker, hospital ship, and even firefighting ship in addition to its normal cargo role. The only problem was that it had some high maintenance costs, and some were known to be very unreliable. That and the fact that Kuat Drive Yards was their competitor. KDY provided most of the ships and vehicles used by the Republic, and this government relationship carried on into the Imperial era. A reputation for maintenance issues and lack of paid-off Imperials to secure commissions sent Gallifrey Yards into a death spiral. The company went bankrupt in 3 BBY, but found a final way to stick it to the corrupt Empire in Kuat Drive Yards. Though many were bought up by the Imperials to be modified into slave ships, a great number of them were set up to be captured by the Rebellion. This desperate rebellion got a lot of use out of these enormous cargo haulers, being able to resupply remote bases with a single shipment, all while only requiring a 6-man crew. Even better was the fact that the hull was said to be impenetrable to Imperial scanners, and retrofitted sensor jammers made the GR-75 all but invisible. And though it's never clearly stated, I'd assume that the GR-75s we see in the middle of Rebel assault fleets are one of 3 variants. The medical station variants could work as mobile hospitals, especially when you consider the fact that the arm could be used to dock or rescue starfighters and escape pods. A troop carrier variant could deliver a ton of troops to the battlefront, working similar to the slave ship versions used by the Empire, just packing these containers full of people. A final variant is just speculation, but I don't know why it wouldn't be possible, having each of these containers packed full of explosive material, and using that offloader arm to drop them over Imperial capital ships or planetary bases. Because of these different roles, we can see them in a variety of different offenses, like the assault on Kamino in 1 BBY, and then later in great numbers during the Battle of Scarif. Apparently, the advantages of this ship outweighed the relatively weak hull during the time of the Empire, as they increased their firepower. TIE interceptors were able to easily blow through this hole that decades before could withstand the assaults by many pirates. Perhaps the struggling rebellion could not keep up the energy demands for the GR-75 shield generators, but they continued to be a staple of the movement throughout the Civil War. In 3 ABY, a bunch of these transports were located on Hoth, being protected by the enormous ground-to-space ion cannon. With the Star Destroyers temporarily stunned, an escape lane was formed that allowed 17 of the 30 X-Wings and transports to safely escape. This method led way to an interesting retrofit, placing a massive ion cannon right on the side of the GR-75 so that it could make its own path. A year later, at least 16 of them were present at the Rebel rendezvous point over Sullust before they jumped to the second Death Star. Many were destroyed alongside Mon Calamari ships that were hit by the Death Star laser or Imperial Star Destroyers. And then a year after that, the final major battle with the Empire brought GR-75s to Jakku. Jumping ahead to 29 years later, in 34 ABY, GR-75s were still being used by Janata Security Force. Janata was using them to kidnap whole villages, similar to their Imperial slave ship role, but were dispatched by Iden Versio and her team. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. During production, Pablo Hidalgo said that the GR-75 was referred to as tuna ships, due to their overall look, but also because the actual model had a pink color to it. The first time it was named the GR-75 in canon is in the book Ultimate Star Wars, and was first identified in Legends via Inside the Worlds of Star Wars trilogy. And I think it's funny that a lore debate over how they were used in battle continues, since the only reason that they were included in the assault on the Death Star was because they wanted more ships on screen. A canon description of their combat role has never been revealed, but I think the points I made earlier are pretty reasonable. So that's it for the GR-75 medium transport. But most important of all, remember, the original trilogy is best viewed as Gallifreyard's revenge on the Empire, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the Carrack-class light cruiser, one of the best all-around ships in Star Wars. That's a bit of a bold claim, but we're talking about a ship that's larger than the Arquitens, with far more firepower, and an acceleration that is quicker than most bombers and even some starfighters. Being made in a similar design to the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser, the Carrack was designed as a fast attack escort for both larger capital ships and for diplomatic missions. The Dreadnought was introduced around 80 years before the Clone Wars, and although there was no date for the Carrack's introduction, we know it was manufactured by the smaller Demorian Manufacturing Corporation. And although its cost was kept confidential, its length of 350 meters or 1,148 feet was an AT-AT longer than the Arquitens, or about 1/4 the Venator. It's relatively narrow at 1/7 the width of the Venator, at 72 meters or 236 feet. And at a height of 75 meters or 246 feet, it was just under a third of the height of the Venator, or about 2 ATM-6s plus a Wookiee tall. Our slicers were able to access some Demorian files, and so with this schematic, we can start to understand where everything was on this ship. Let's start by looking at this big radar dish right up on top. To ensure a constant line of encrypted communication whether in real space or hyperspace, this hyperwave receiver was one of the best money could buy. This became even more important when later modifications were made that nearly automized the entire ship. While a standard crew count was 1,092, not including a troop complement that could be as much as 142 persons, the automation upgrades made it so that the entire ship and its impressive armament could be controlled by just 2 people. So you would want to ensure that you were in constant contact with HQ if it was just you and a co-pilot in the middle of nowhere entrusted with a whole star cruiser. This must have included a lot of automated targeting systems, as there are a ton of weapons packed into this thing. The anti-capital ship loadout was 10 heavy turbolasers, 20 ion cannons, and 5 tractor beams. I love this ratio, as I feel the ion cannon is almost always underutilized, and that's definitely true with the tractor beam. Its 5 powerful tractor beams could stall out a ship even larger than it, essentially increasing the gravitational pull on this ship to the point that its engines can't provide enough thrust to overcome it. And so they can be used to hold it in place, while you unload your 20 ion cannons into the target. Like the Y-Wings demonstrated expertly during the Battle of Scarif, the disabling effect of ion weapons can really offset enemy advantages. Stalled and now disabled, it was ready to be destroyed, and so the Carrack would safely move in closer and melt through any ship's hull with its 10 heavy turbolasers. No messing around with medium cannons or anything like that, just a series of perfectly specialized weapons to efficiently bring about a deadly result. That being said, I do have some complaints with the anti-starfighter variant. That has the same 10 heavy turbolasers, but 20 laser cannons and 5 tractor beams. I just think that this is less optimized for its goal than the anti-capital ship was. Heavy turbolasers are not good at hitting quick starfighters, and even if you were able to grab a starfighter zipping around at full speed with your tractor beam, you're wasting time and energy only being able to capture 5. I would make an anti-starfighter Carrack be just 355 meters of point defense laser cannons and flak cannons. Although buzz droids are cool, for practical purposes, I just go with the flak firing tech found on vehicles like the ATAA. If this part was done right, I could really see it doing some amazing work flying into the middle of a cloud of starfighters and blowing them to bits. Because remember, this thing was fast enough to keep up with most starfighters. Its 16 ion engines could get it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1,050 km per hour or 652 miles per hour, tied with an X-Wing and faster than many bombers and other capital ships. And its mega light speed, roughly their speed in empty space, would be greater than a B-Wing and the Millennium Falcon. To power all that, it needed these enormous ion reactors that bulged out of the sides, but don't worry, those are protected by thick durasteel plating and a powerful deflector shield. But it goes even further, with reinforced bulkheads that protect it from the crushing forces of enemy tractor beams and absorbs the impacts from enemy bombers. And then believe it or not, it goes another step further. The entire ship was built to have these self-contained sections, each with their own life support, so that if critically damaged, these areas could seal off, and the ship could continue operating with hull damage that would kill most crews. It would even be able to jump to hyperspace under these conditions, crossing the galaxy faster than most with its Class 1 hyperdrive. As for its history, it made a notable appearance during the Battle of Coruscant, where it helped to finish off the Invisible Hand. But sadly, despite their amazing abilities and performance, the Empire relegated them to obscure parts of the galaxy. Most vehicles that were synonymous with the Republic's might had to make way for the Empire's newer line of vessels. Usually teamed up in pairs, the Carrack would just patrol the more quiet sectors, using that radar dish to stay in touch with the Empire. These were retrofitted to carry 4 TIE fighters on these ventral racks. But it still had some moments of glory, and what is truly awesome is that there were reports of Carracks breaking planetary blockades, as just a pair of them would be stronger than most local defense forces. Because of this, many Imperial dignitaries often chose to just ride inside of these while crossing the Imperial backwaters. When they were destroyed, emergency distress signals combined with the sealed-off sectioning of the interior often saved Imperial lives. Carracks blown into several pieces have had crews successfully rescued, and since it had a 3,500 metric ton cargo capacity, up to 4,375 dewbacks could have been safely transported across the stars. In the year 5 ABY, about 500 of them were used to try and blockade and starve out the entire Oswat species. And then some notable Imperial commanders like Zinj and Thrawn often used them as frontline forces with heavier capital ships following up the rear. But even Tarkin utilized them way back in 14 BBY, and one Carrack named the Oculus was captured by the rebels after the Battle of Endor and incorporated into the New Republic fleets. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in the novel Heir to the Empire, and came back into canon via Tarkin and the Aftermath series. Some were believed to be in the Rebels TV show, but this was named the Imperial Support Vessel, and is thought to be the canon version of the Dreadnought class heavy cruiser. Additional information comes from the books Imperial Sourcebook, The Essential Guide to Warfare, and the New Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, as well as the Essential Chronology. But most important of all, remember, put some respect on the flak cannons, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the Carrion Spike, a descendant of the Republic's prototype stealth ship. This was Tarkin's personal Corvette, and unlike the stealth ship that was made in secrecy by Shinar Design Systems, the Carrion Spike was commissioned by the Empire and involved manufacturers from across the galaxy. A Mon Calamari shipwright turned rebel once commented, "Shinar Fleet Systems wasn't the only contributor. The company's design is all over the Corvette, but every shipbuilder from Theed Engineering to Cygnus Spaceworks played a part in outfitting it. And they really upgraded this ship in a lot of ways. It went from being 99.71 meters in the prototype to now being 150 meters or 492 feet long. That is nearly half the length of an Arquitens class cruiser and tied with a CR-90 Corvette. The Republic never declassified the stealth ship's hyperdrive rating, but the Carrion Spike got a Class 1, meaning that the only thing faster in the galaxy were custom ships used by criminals and scoundrels, or the works of art over at Nubia Star Drives. This combines with one of its most important upgrades, a state-of-the-art navicomputer. On many Star Wars ships, you'll see a stat that provides how many jumps their computer or astromech can calculate. If you want to cross the galaxy, you can't just do it all in one shot. You have to do these small jumps from point to point, which can be more or less depending on the obstacles in your path. The higher the jumps you can calculate, the longer you can run on autopilot without having to stop and calculate a new series of jumps. But the Carrion Spike's navicomputer was fed information by various hyperwave beacons spread across the galaxy, and had enough processing power to use this information to make adjustments to their route in real time, without ever having to stop. Essentially, every destination in the galaxy was only one jump away. So though in shows and the movies it looks like they're just making one jump, they really are having to come in and out of hyperspace several times in order to get somewhere. But Tarkin now had the unprecedented ability to go from the Outer Rim to Coruscant without ever having to exit hyperspace. The Empire, of course, also had to up the firepower, keeping the proton torpedoes and point defense laser cannons, but adding turbo lasers and ion cannons. It doesn't appear that they retained the flares, which were incredibly useful for avoiding attack while you recloak, but it's pretty standard for the Empire to ignore defensive measures. If you watched our video on the stealth ship, you saw how it was designed to be a blockade breaker, capable of delivering tons of cargo without ever being detected. But it wasn't like the rebels were ever going to put up a blockade, so the Imperial stealth ships used that extra interior space to install larger Tabana gas reserves for fuel to be used by both the ship and all that extra weaponry. But they also upgraded the surveillance measures. Extra surveillance techs were also needed, along with more gunners, bringing the crew total from 12 in the prototype up to 18. And we don't have any stats for its height, but it's described as having a turbolift that connects the conference cabin to the engine room, showing it must have been much taller than its predecessor. This image gives us a nice side view, and that looks to be about 1.5 times the height of the Republic stealth ship, so something around 20 meters or 65 feet tall, about a Wookiee shorter than the AT-AT. The book also mentions that it has room for a small repair bay, something that reminded me of ships like the modified CR-90 the Farstar. The Carrion Spike's hangar wouldn't have been this big, but you can see how one of the side panels could easily accommodate things like land speeders. It also contained a secret tracking device located in the fuel bay, just in case anyone were to try and disappear with the Empire's disappearing ship. It is unclear exactly when Tarkin was given this vessel, but it was his before the year 14 BBY. That was when Palpatine tasked Tarkin and Vader to investigate a potential rebel cell on Morcana. Most of Tarkin's crew was relieved, but they kept the captain and communications officer, while adding a couple squads of Vader's 501st troopers. And the Sith also brought on board a meditation sphere. Once on Morcana, they were outmaneuvered by a former Republic intelligence agent. Birch Teller and his rebel cells attacked this ship while Tarkin, Vader, and most of the troops were striking against a decoy. The rebels killed the crew on board and were able to make the jump to hyperspace. From here, they went on a Empire crippling spree, using its stealth and turbolasers to destroy unsuspecting space stations, mining facilities, and even record holovids that were then released on the HoloNet. Vader and Tarkin eventually did catch up with them at a space station, but were only able to damage it before the Carrion Spike escaped. But now low on fuel, the rebels sought out an obscure fuel depot on Findar in the Mandalorian sector. Just after this, they were engaged by our Imperial duo again, and the attack would get the deflector shields down to 50%, while suffering additional damage by tractor beams. This is when the rebels realized that the ship had a secret tracking device, but now they used it to their advantage by slicing into it and providing false information. This bought them time to attack some more facilities before they eventually had to abandon ship after too much damage was taken. They set the Carrion Spike on a collision course for the major Imperial training academy on Corrida, but then the ship and an Imperial agent who had been working for the rebels were finally captured. The Carrion Spike needed a ton of repairs, but later we see it being used on Shandar's Folly, where Vader agreed to be prey in a 20-man hunt, which also involved Tarkin. As the Corvette lands, it is repeatedly hit by this world's intense lightning storm. And then it is last seen under Tarkin in 3 BBY, when the Moff decided to make a surprise visit to Alderaan as a move to try and intimidate the Royal Organa family. And of course, just 3 years later, Tarkin would turn this planet into space dust. And 3 years after the Battle of Endor, the ship was found sitting in a Rathana Imperial shipyard. It was discovered by a pair of stormtrooper survivors of the Battle of Jakku, and they made it their flagship. Terex was able to use the ship's surveillance abilities to find out that his stormtrooper friend and rank gang allies were in cahoots to try and set him up, so he immediately turned the cannons on them. Now leader of the rank gang, he would use this high-tech ship to create for himself a little fiefdom on the fringes of the galaxy. This is when he first learned of a group of other formal Imperials who were carrying on the dream of returning order. Terex learned that the First Order had been growing their own empire in the unknown regions, and he was eager to help. But as the years went by, it became evident that his time as a crime boss had made him into a man that was no longer able to conform to strict command, and he grew tired of being ordered around by Captain Phasma. Having a personal fight with the Resistance and Poe Dameron, Terex realized that he can just cast off the First Order and use his own gang to eliminate those wretched descendants of rebels. With FO personnel removed from his ship, he instructed his gang to take flight and intercept Black Squadron. A fleet of uglies engaged the T-70 X-Wings, all commanded by Terex's flagship. Just as it seemed that the Resistance ships would be destroyed, a Maxima A-class heavy cruiser emerged from hyperspace and blew apart the Carrion Spike with a volley of turbo-laser fire. Snoke had strict orders not to engage the Resistance openly yet, and with Terex's disobedience towards Phasma and removal of the First Order crew, the Imperial veteran had to go. That's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was first introduced in the novel Tarkin, but has appeared in several canon comics as well. It also gets a mention in the novels Catalyst and Leia, Princess of Alderaan. And the stealth ship stats come from the Clone Wars Incredible Vehicles guidebook. And the word carrion means the decaying flesh of dead animals, a reference to the fact that Tarkin came from a culture of hunters. But most important of all, remember, the Empire is always watching, and the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, Nerds? This video is all about the Republic's diplomatic vessel, the Consular-class cruiser. Manufactured by Corellian Engineering Corporation, it is related to the CR-90 and the Millennium Falcon. Its cost is unknown, but it should be around 2 million credits, since the CR-90 was 3.5 million, but was larger, faster, and better armed. At a length of 115 meters, or 377 feet, it was around a Jawa sandcrawler shorter than the CR-90, or nearly 4 Millennium Falcons long. With a height of 28.75 meters or 94 feet, it was in between an AT-AT and AT-M6, while being taller than 6 X-Wings. Being 66 meters or 217 feet wide, it was about 3 ARC-170s across, and about an X-Wing wider than the CR-90. The Consular class had a top atmospheric speed of 900 kilometers per hour, or 559 miles per hour, placing it between the TIE Bomber and CR-90. Its hyperdrive was a respectable Class 2, equal to the Imperial-class Star Destroyer and CR-90, but slower than the Venator and ARC-170. The standard model did not come with any weaponry, but it had a very powerful shield. Being intended for diplomats, there are 2 escape pods, one each under the port and starboard sides. But these were just for the crew. The diplomats would use this luxury escape pod, called a salon pod. The 2 escape pods could accommodate 8 beings, with the salon accommodating 16, for a total of 32. This meant that everyone could safely accommodate the Consular class if need be, since there should never be more than 27 people on board, and it was listed as being capable of carrying 16 passengers and having a 9-man crew. This crew contained 1 captain, a single pilot, navigator, and communications officer, along with 2 co-pilots and 3 technicians. Some of the best diplomacy is made over great food, so it had a cargo capacity of 1,000 metric tons, enough to deliver 1,227 dewbacks. But let's take a look inside of this ship to get a better feel for how it all works. Let's start up by the cockpit and snake our way through the decks until we finish at the salon pod. This dish and series of antennae were used for navigation, and to take advantage of automated docking guidance technology that was available at most advanced spaceports. In this cockpit, we see where the pilot and co-pilot sat, with the captain's seat right here. This was followed by a small storage area, then the navigator's station. Some of the ship's navicomputers were located in this area, and then we finish up this top deck at the comm station and crew lounge. Taking the lift to the middle deck, we see a pair of luxury staterooms. Out to each side in these wing areas is where various droids were held, and this corridor led to each of the ship's decks. This area would lead to a forum that connects to a pair of docking rings, while the center of the room contained another lift tube, which takes us down to the lower deck. This area had various rooms for the crew, and if we follow these corridors we arrive at another lounge. This area connects to the pair of escape pods, right behind the formal dining room suitable for diplomats. Moving towards the bow, we pass through the airlocks that connected the salon to the main ship, with 16 seats surrounding a large conference table and ample hollow pads for work and entertainment. So now we know the layout of the interior, but we should also take a look at the engines and shielding. The deflector shield generator was located here, with its large energizer over here, and projectors lining the sides, sending the shields out and around the ship to make a protective bubble. The main reactor and fuel tanks were located deep inside of this section, with fuel lines extending along this section and into each of the engines. Radioactive gas was injected into this area and ionized into a plasma, which could then be accelerated and directed via these magnetic turbines. In these wing sections, we see radiators to expel heat and large power cells located here. It is also important to point out why there are so many different kinds of radar dishes on this ship. This was another design feature that evolved out of its role as a diplomatic vessel, with this array being able to detect a wide variety of transmissions. Many species will use tech from a different era, or which transmit information in such a complex and strange way that the only way to decipher it was to cross-reference it across different inputs. As for its history, an early version of this ship was first seen in 990 BBY, right after the Ruusan Reformation that moved to make the Jedi Order more of a diplomatic group instead of a military branch of the Republic. Over the course of the millennia, it became synonymous with diplomacy itself, being informally known as simply the diplomatic cruiser. One of the features loved by alien species was that although it was designed with air-breathing humanoids in mind, the salon pod could be customized for different species. The modular design meant that any consular class could receive any salon pod, allowing representatives to make this pod match the climate of their homeworld. In the year 32 BBY, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan took the Radiant 7 and tried to use diplomacy to end the blockade over Naboo. The skeleton crew on board was the minimum of a single pilot and co-pilot, who were killed when the Federation decided that they were done with negotiating. This resulted in a shift from these being diplomatic vessels to becoming militarized into Republic light assault cruisers. This added thicker hull armor, 4 turbo lasers, and 2 concussion missile launchers, perfect for aggressive negotiations. These were pumped out in great numbers during the Clone Wars, where this military variant was referred to as the Charger C-70. The Venator and nearly all Republic vessels would take on this burgundy red color pattern, which originally was meant to convey that it was a peaceful diplomatic vessel from the Republic, but now conveyed the might of the Grand Army of the Republic. It is said that vessels that are solid red come from Coruscant, but the ones with stripes were stationed at other planets or space stations across the galaxy. Even after the Clone Wars ended, they were still used by rebels and smugglers, having many modifications to allow even more transport space. When the Allied forces had to repel the galactic invaders the Yuuzhan Vong, they threw everything they had, which still included consular-class cruisers, as late as the year 26 APY. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. These large turbine engines have some similarities with the Slave 4, though that was built by Kuat Drive Yards and not CEC. And Nogux the Hutt had a consular, but it was stolen by the Neimoidian pirate Dul Pundar. And Lucas originally wanted this ship to be a smooth, Coruscant-looking craft, but was later convinced that it should have a visual link to the original trilogy. I assume this is because it is one of the first ships we see in the new trilogy, and to help with this connection, Lucas said that he wanted the antenna array added in order to draw attention to the engines and docking ring, which were similar in design to the CR-90. So that's it for the consular-class cruiser. But most important of all, remember, adding weapons to a diplomatic cruiser is always easier than peace talks, and the Force will be with you, always. When peace talks fail, the diplomatic cruisers become warships. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Charger C-70, the Clone Wars retrofit of the consular class cruiser. For about 1,000 years, the consular was the embodiment of diplomacy across the galaxy. Its deep red coloration signaled to all that this was a ship to be granted diplomatic immunity and that it posed no harm. But in 22 BBY, the galaxy changed forever. The Republic, which had been around for thousands of years, was now under attack by the Confederacy of Independent Systems. To protect the Union, all available ships had to join the war effort, and the consular became the Charger C-70. This new line would still be produced by Corellian Engineering Corporation, the same people that gave us the YT-1300 and CR-90. CEC ships almost always incorporate modular designs, allowing you to change everything from the weaponry to the interior layout. The price of the consular was never released to the public, but each C-70 set the Republic back 1,650,000 credits. This was less than half the cost of the CR-90, and 1/3 that of the Arquitens class light cruiser. This is a pretty great deal, as it added a ton of weaponry and more defensive capabilities. Let's start by looking at those 5 twin turbo lasers. 4 were located at the midsection, 2 on the dorsal, and 2 on the ventral side. And the 5th one was towards the aft on the dorsal side, perfectly placed for eliminating pursuing enemy craft. This gun up front could be switched for a point defense medium laser cannon, ideal for eliminating starfighters, or a heavy ion cannon, ideal for disabling large capital ships. I'd assume that the strength of the shield was also increased, with some potential evidence pointing to this being that an advanced power generator was swapped in. Its escape pods were doubled from 2 to 4, made available by increasing the overall length of this ship. By adding 23 meters, it jumped to an overall length of 138.55 meters, or 455 feet, making it about an X-wing shorter than the CR-90, and still less than half the length of the Arquitens. Of course, it kept the Salon Pod, that luxury escape pod located just under the bridge. This was one of the Consular class's most appreciated features, loved by diverse alien species because the interior could be designed to match their environments of their homeworld. And to make sure it could keep up with the Republic fleet, the hyperdrive was bumped up to a Class 1.5 from a Class 2, which is really important because that is the exact same hyperspace speed as the ARC-170, and most likely to be the same as the Z-95 Headhunter, meaning these ships could all coordinate their attacks. And interestingly, despite the increased weaponry, it still retained a 9-man crew, making me think that some of the technicians or communications officers would be able to double as gunners. And speaking of communications, one of the most important aspects of the Consular was its wide array of sensors and communication dishes. These were necessary for opening up talks with the thousands of species that the Republic contacted, giving the ships the ability to process even the most alien of signals. When war broke out, not only would this be an enormous target, but it wasn't exactly the C-70's role to go around and have chats with new species. Anywhere this ship was going was either already under Republic control or in the hands of the CIS, so important signals would be heavily encrypted either way. If you're thinking this could have been adapted to become a surveillance ship, I think it is very likely that some were retrofitted, like we see with the IGV-55 surveillance ship used by the Empire. That was a ship that was just built up from a Gazanti-class cruiser, so I would expect to see something similar with the C-70. During the length of the Clone Wars, the C-70 earned its name as the Charger because of its ability to rush past enemy blockades. Like its relative, the aptly nicknamed Blockade Runner, the Corellian CR-90 that was used by rebels, the CR-70 was able to charge past the Munificent and Providence class ships that blockaded many worlds. This was made possible to an increase in the armored hull plating and a top atmospheric speed of 1,200 km per hour or 746 miles per hour, making it a bit slower than the TIE Fighter, but much faster than the ARC-170 and still beats out the Z-95. It's also important to point out that it was a couple of 100 km per hour faster than most capital ships, and a 33% increase in speed over the Consular. Now remember that the hull length was increased, meaning that it now had room for 20 troops, and quadrupled its cargo capacity from 1,000 to 4,000 tons, meaning it could transport the weight of 4,900 dupaks, a perfect ransom to buy back Republic prisoners of war. And last but certainly not least was its addition of a full medical suite, complete with a 2-1B surgical droid. Though the Consular and Charger won't have exactly the same interiors, if you want to see a complete breakdown of the Consular's cross-section, be sure to check out the video we did on that ship. Interestingly enough, the first time we see the Charger C-70, it was being used in a similar role to its Consular predecessor, when Yoda used one to visit the Toydarian king, Katunko. This was a diplomatic role, attempting to keep the world from joining the CIS, but our green friend may have only survived due to the militarized retrofitting, which ironically was directed personally by Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. These upgrades allowed the C-70 to evade CIS capital ships, and having 4 escape pods instead of 2 doubled the likelihood of survival, as Yoda and his troopers all packed into a single pod. Later, when Anakin's flagship, the Resolute, was captured, the Charger's surgical droid kept the Chosen One alive, before the ship had to make a crash landing on Mara Dun. We can also see that it was entrusted with transporting important beings, both allies and villains. Newt Gunray was transported on a C-70 on his way to the Venator Star Destroyer the Tranquility, and when Senator Anaconda Farr was killed, a Charger was used to transport his body back to his homeworld of Rhodia. So you can see this really was one of the most versatile ships used by the Republic, but as with so many other great Republic vehicles, Palpatine wanted them retired after the declaration of the New Order. But this was an awesome opportunity for the budding Rebel Alliance, which made sure that certain Clone Wars ships got lost on their way to the junkyard. So that's it for its history, and the only cool behind the scenes fact is that it first appeared in the 2008 Star Wars The Clone Wars film, and then was in the very first episode of the Clone Wars TV show. And it only got its name, the Charger C-70, as recently as 2018, in the Star Wars Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles. We got the other facts from reference books like the Clone Wars Campaign Guide and the Age of Rebellion Core Rulebook. So that's it for the Charger C-70. But most important of all, remember, diplomacy works best when backed by turbo lasers, and the Force will be with you. Always. When the Trade Federation started to build their secret army, they had a vision of converting their enormous cargo haulers into military transports. It's hard to overestimate how enormous this ship is, and just how many droids and vehicles could fit inside. For this video, we've hacked into a Vulture droid to give us a tour of a Lukrehulk over Ryloth, but we'll also use some schematics and information gathered through the HoloNet. With all this information, we'll be able to review its overall size, speed, armament, and complement of droids and ships. We'll also look at some of its flaws, and how its role changed over the course of the Clone Wars. Let's start by looking at some of the raw stats on its size. At a length of 3,170 meters, or nearly 2 miles, it was nearly twice the length of the Imperial Star Destroyer. Even its width of 3,009 meters, or 1.86 miles, meant that it was more than 2 Venators across. And just its height alone was 1,029 meters, or 0.63 miles, making it taller than a Victory-class Star Destroyer is long, and nearly the same height as 4 Venators stacked on top of each other. If it arrived on Earth, it would be nearly as wide as Manhattan, and more than twice the height of the Empire State Building. But all those numbers really just meant one very important thing, that it could haul a lot of stuff. If we fly by some of the hangar bays, you can see how small the C-9979 landing ship looks sitting inside of the Lukrehulk. 50 of these landing craft could be internally docked, essentially allowing a whole planetary invasion fleet to be moved through hyperspace with this one massive ship. The Lukrehulk had a Class 2 hyperdrive, which is quite impressive as that's the same speed as some starfighters, faster than many cargo ships, while being tied with an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. So though the C-9979 didn't have a hyperdrive, 50 of them could just pop up in your atmosphere in no time. The real crazy stats come in when you start to look at what would be carried inside of these landing craft. Each one could transport 11 MTTs, 114 AATs, and 28 platoon attack crafts. Times that by 50, and we get a stunning 550 MTTs, 5,700 AATs, and 1,400 PACs. And the Trade Federation even used some extra space in these hangars to store some additional tanks, which were a variety of NR-N99 snail tanks, and usually an extra 550 armored assault tanks. I didn't even mention the battle droids yet, which usually included 139,000 battle droids. One potential problem could have been a long queue of ships, as all these landing craft were stuck behind each other waiting to fly out of the hangar bays. But remember, this was originally a trade ship. Time is money, even in the galaxy far, far away, so there are multiple bays not only lining the sides of this inner circle, but also several bays located on the main core structure. This allowed for rapid deployment of its massive armada, a feature that would become one of the CIS's most feared capabilities. During the war, it wasn't just a terror on offense, but its 4 million metric ton capacity meant that a single Lukrehulk could resupply a huge portion of CIS assets. Back with our tour guide, we can fly around these structures jutting out near the circle's opening. These first 2 larger clamps can be used to attach the Lukrehulk to both planetary and space repair stations, or to hold allied capital ships like the Providence or Munificent class in place while assets are transferred. Moving deeper, you'll see these additional series of smaller clamps that are of different shapes to accommodate a wide variety of medium-sized ships. You might have noticed these 2 large areas bulging out on top here, and these are the long arrays of tractor beam projectors used to guide ships safely into the hangar or into one of the clamps. Because this opening is the main traffic area, the core sphere is ideally located, with the control bridge tower located right up top here. These dishes allowed for communication with a large amount and wide variety of different ships, with space traffic control also assisted by these side bridge towers that give a great view of the hangar bays on the inside of the ring. Flying around, down, and into the core, we see this area houses a main reactor. By taking a look at the schematics, we can see that this area houses a series of power generator assemblies, and above this area is the main droid control computer systems. This section connects the center sphere to the circle, but it also houses additional reactors and generators, leading up to a pair of main reactors for the engines. You can't see the second one in this image, but there are two of these, the starboard side one being right over here. What's crazy is that with all this power generation, the Trade Federation still had to install extra power generators throughout the hangar just so they could charge up their starfighter complement. In an amazingly efficient use of space, its 1500 Vulture Droid complement could lock into recharge racks located in the ceiling of the hangar bay. Stored like bats, they hung above the C9979s, allowing them to load and unload without these fighters being in the way. All this makes it a bit ironic that it would be a Vulture Droid that accidentally sends Anakin's fighters spinning into the Lukrehulk's hangar bay. Anakin fires at these added reactors put in place to charge the Vultures, an explosion that would set off a chain reaction blowing up these charge stations spread throughout the ring. This eventually set off the reactors that lined that connection area, and right up into the core. Remember, that is where the droid control computers are located, along with its crew up in those bridge towers. Those would have contained a staff of 25 OOM pilot droids, which were designated by their blue coloring, along with at least 10 organic supervisors, almost always Neimoidians. Though it should be pointed out that later T-Series droids were allowed to command Lukrehulks during the Clone Wars. When this core was destroyed, the droid computer stopped sending its signal, which was transmitted down to the B-1 battle droids via its 16 signal stations. These dishes rounding the circle were all assisted by these spires, and the largest dish on the Lukrehulk located at the rear. These transmission towers act like enormous antennas, and when all this tech got blown up, the battle droids collapsed. The original B-1s had all of their movements directed by the Lukrehulk, but this disaster on Naboo caused the later CIS to implement battle droids with an internal droid AI. They would still receive their orders from CIS leaders, but could figure out novel ways to carry out those missions if the orders stopped coming. Going past this main sensor array, we can see the engines, which were all produced by Rendili Star Drive. Despite how large they are, its top atmospheric speed was only 500 km per hour, or 311 miles per hour, about half the speed of the Imperial Star Destroyer and Venator. Now, because it was not designed as a military ship, there are some design shortcomings. Although there are 42 quad turbo laser emplacements, there are some areas of the ship that are not defended, and the ones located on the inside of the ring run the fear of missing their target and firing into the Lukrehulk itself. This is a problem that is made even worse by the fact that the core contains the reactors, the larger of the power generator assemblies, and the control bridge. That is a lot of trust to put into your automated targeting systems, so let's hope they have better targeting programming than the B-1s. Though I am making it a bit worse than it sounds, as the core was protected by an incredibly powerful deflector shield generator, something you can actually see when the Naboo starfighters couldn't damage this area.
The deflector shield is too strong!
But still, you don't want to be firing into your own shields with powerful quad turbo lasers. At the end of the day though, the Lukrehulk was one of the most useful ships in the history of the galaxy, and definitely crucial to the CIS war effort. During the Clone War, they would be seen in major battles, and often used as planetary blockades. These things did have a Class 2 hyperdrive, so even when the war came to an official end, some opportunists made these disappear into obscure parts of the galaxy. Some became Separatist holdouts, while one was actually used in a failed attack on the Death Star, and even as a rebel training ground. And this Lukrehulk Flight Academy was actually commanded by General Hera Syndulla. We will cover these surviving Lukrehulks in a separate video, but you definitely want to hear some cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Its name, Lukrehulk, comes from the word lucrative, which means to make a lot of profit, and although it first appeared in The Phantom Menace, its stats were later revealed in the Episode 1 Cross-Sections book, and other Star Wars source books. And although there is no official cost, there are some sources that point out that on the black market, you could get one for 40 million credits. And a neat little detail is that supposedly, each of those quad turbolaser turrets could recess back into the ship, useful during that time when the Trade Federation was starting to use these as warships, but didn't want to give away these retrofittings. So that's it for the Lukrehulk. I think this is one of the most important ships in the CIS, but let me know what you guys think about it in the comments down below. Do you like the ship's design? Was it a great way to move a ton of assets at once, or was it too much stored on a single ship? If you made it this far, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. But most important of all, remember, the Lukrehulk is the Russian nesting doll of the CIS, and the Force will be with you always.